Okay, there I am. I think you can hear me, right? Tell me you can hear me, right? All of you, if you tell me you can hear me, there you are. Yes, you can hear me. Okay, I said I'd come on the chat with you while you're all waiting. I first would like to introduce you to my fabulous assistant, Patricia Hulbert. She's here. All right, so any questions you have of me, send them to her because she could probably answer them better than I can. She's gonna kill me for that. I know. She's gonna absolutely kill me for that. All right, so let's see. I'm glad you can all hear me. Yes, 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 yes. Good, good, good. More taco incoming. Yes, Joe Tacopina has to finish his closing. Remember, I reported yesterday that he had about 4 hours to close. He had about a 4 hour closing. That it went from 3 to 4, or 3.5 to 4, which is when I was writing down a draft closing about what I had. Michael Bryant thinks it should be shorter. But when I closed in the Spectre case, I closed for 6 hours. Oh, 6 hours, yeah, 6 hours over 2 days. So, you got to get in what you got to get in, especially since this case is different because John Lewin is coming from behind him in a rebuttal closing. Okay. And that the major part of the state's case is going to be there, that Paulie P did some things. He did a very nice job, we thought, for him. He's got a very good affect at all. But ain't going to be the way this afternoon, boy. We're going to go for it. But we do have some breaking news to announce. You will be the first to know right now, so spread the word. We don't have a time yet, but we're going to have, for the first time on the air, making his first appearance on this case anywhere, Chris Tacopina. Now, who is Chris Tacopina? Well, he's got a Next account. You can go find him, follow him. But he is Joe Tacopina's son. He is not connected to the defense team, so he is not subject to the gag order. He has been tweeting about the case, Xing about the case, posting about the case. And in fact, he has been reposting Justice Serve TV, which is how we saw his name. And we didn't know whether it was a catfish or not. So Missy Mayhem sent him a message. She did an AI question just to make sure that this wasn't a catfish. Yes, this is his son. He seems to be extremely familiar with the case. So go follow him because he is following us. He is retweeting us, including me. And we're going to ask him some questions. We just don't have a time yet. And we're not sure if it's going to be in person or by phone because he, like many people, works for a living, and this is not his job to come on and entertain us. But he wants to come on, I think, because we are the ones with a channel who gets it, right? Because of all of you watching it. All right, so now let's go to So when you say more taco incoming, it's not just Joe Tacopina who's incoming. There's going to be more taco incoming here on Justice Serve TV. Missy will send actually will send an X out, a post, a tweet out to notify the rest of the world. But tell your friends now. Stay with us all day because we're not sure of the time right now. It could be any time. We're going to bring him on anytime that he is able to take a break from his job and come on. All right, so Missy, I had coffee or Brooklyn says, Missy, I had coffee in my Justice Serve TV mug. I am so great. You did, as you know, Brooklyn, I have the black one inside. You have the green one. These are hard to come by, but when we do our celebration party for our 5,000 member that's going to have joined us, because we're only about 100 people away, we will be giving away another mug. All right. Well, we'll tell you about it after. Michael Bryant is actually in charge of that because remember how hard it was for me to get a mug? All right. Trolling. You said Duncan. Okay. Remember, Duncan, more Duncan. All right. So it seems to be the issue. I saw a lot of people from California posting that Duncan during the pandemic wasn't open at 11 o'clock at night. There was no downtown LA store that was open at 11 o'clock at night. As a matter of fact, apparently there was no California store, but I can't make that assumption. I can only go by tweets. We know that that streamer Cat Not Williams reported that right away, that they closed by 8 o'clock and nothing was open past 8 o'clock on a Dunkin'. So Kimberly points out, oh my God, can you imagine trolling if the defense had Dunkin' cups today? I'd rather them have Justice Serve TV cups, but okay, all right. There was an objection, as you know. Mr. Tacopino said in his closing that there was No, Duncan opened at 11 o'clock that night. There was an objection from John Lewin, and Lewin said that there's no evidence of that, and the judge sustained the objection. Now, we were taking accounts of the objections yesterday. Remember, we had a group poll as to how many objections there would be, right? And I had picked 17 during Tacopina. So far, I count 16. The judge was only given the objections that he overruled when he said it yesterday. I count 16 objections, 5 were sustained, and 11 were overruled. There was one that was there was a sidebar on, but the judge came out and overruled the objection. So I'm up to. I've only got one more to go. Then then we're into the over of 17, and Missy's keeping track of all of your objections, right, Missy? You know that. All right. So you all love if there was Dunkin' Cups. Okay. We'll see that. Brooklyn asks, is Mr. Tacopina done? No, he was still finishing up. He did not finish yesterday because he started, I think, wasn't it after lunch that he started? Or was it before lunch? I've lost track. No, it was after lunch because Paul P. went to like 12:03 their time, 3:03 our time. Then the judge took a shortened lunch, but it was a little shortened. But then there was oral argument on objections, as you know. So that took a little bit longer. And so Mr. Tacopina had from, let's see, when I was looking at it our time, it was like 3:20, 3:25 until 7 o'clock there. So, he still got 3:24, 4:25, 2.5. He may have another hour and a half to go. I mean, so we'll see. But the longer he goes, we know that John Lewin ain't probably not going to stop at lunch. The judge had wanted to get this case to the jury after lunch. He told the jury that. But he also told the jury, no matter what happens, they will be deliberating today on Valentine's Day. Yes, it is. Happy Valentine's Day. All right, we're going to take you into court. I'll see you on the break.
What?
Talk about it. No. Thanks. All right, we're back on the record. All jurors, counsel parties are present. Mr. Tacopina, floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. So here we go. So pick up where I left off, which was talking about the picture of the extended magazine that we showed you, which described as clear or transparent, whatever it was not black. That extended thing that Lou and both folks had described. So in the end, the prosecution on this issue, all issues really want you to believe Relli beyond a reasonable doubt, and look, you've all been here for his testimony. I would submit to you that's perhaps the most unbelievable witness in the history of American jurisprudence. You guys have a front row seat to a perjury machine. Again, they could have corroborated a lot of his testimony if he were truthful. Lydia Parker. I mean, they sat in their hands for years. They could have tested to see if Relli's shell casings came from that magazine, the women's magazine. They didn't connect Relli's shell casings with fingerprints DNA. And as a quick aside, if you accept their theory, I think I heard this on the opening summation yesterday, that maybe Rocky forgot about the magazine. Why wouldn't he, if truly he had a gun and he was trying to get rid of the evidence of shooting from November 6th, why wouldn't he have got rid of the magazine also? Why keep it for 5 months in plain sight? I mean, that's where it was, right? It's not like it was hidden somewhere in the house they had to find it. It was in a box in his bedroom with all the other ammunition for the legally registered guns in plain view. They didn't show you, by the way, the shell casings that Relli claims he recovered at the scene don't match the 6 shell casings found in Rocky's house that belonged to Ms. Lewin. We had to show you that. We showed you that. They produced, as we talked about, no GPS data to prove where Relli got his shell casings from. There's another one. This would have been easier to. Relli claims first he said he wasn't in Los Angeles weeks before. Certainly not a shooting range. We won't go through that again. But he claims he left Los Angeles after being at the shooting range for those 9mm shell casings, and then he came back to Los Angeles 2 weeks later. They failed to prove that. I mean, you just have his word, right? That would have been easy enough to prove. I mean, how about an airplane ticket or anything else that he ever left Los Angeles and flew back, ever? After having 9mm shell casings flying to his face at a shooting range just weeks before. He took photos of his shell casings. I mean, that would have been an easy one to prove. Just bring his travel itinerary or an airplane ticket from Delta or wherever. He said he flew commercial. How about on his phone? Anything that would show he actually left Los Angeles. Nothing. Nothing on the record. No evidence that he actually left Los Angeles after being at that shooting range on October 19th. So where did he get his shell casings from? At 11:45 p.m. that night, an hour and a half after the incident. Law enforcement didn't give us the means to answer that question. They never got Relli's GPS data. They could have given a definitive answer to you. They didn't, and that's not on him. That is not on him, because they didn't give you the evidence you could have been comfortable to rely on, as opposed to just taking Relli's word, which is not a word that you would take for anything of importance in anyone's life. Whether he had him at some apartment in Los Angeles or at some friend's car or some place, who knows? We'll never know. We could have known, but we don't, and we never will. And because the prosecution gave you no one in this courtroom the ability to track where Relli went in the hour and a half after the incident, only Ill's GPS data did they get. It shows you they could get it, they just didn't get his. They just wanted to take his word on that, word of the pathological lie. Look at all the things they failed to corroborate that they could have. To corroborate Ephron's account, the DA could have done any of the following. And we're giving you a sense of comfort, a sense that, hey, you know what? He did tell the truth about this anyway. They could have called Ephron's girlfriend, Libby Parker, who was allegedly with Ephron when he claims he retrieved shell casings. They could have collected GPS data from that night from Ephron's phone to prove he returned to the scene. Again, they did leave it for Ill's phone, but chose not for Ephron. Could have looked at the metadata on the photographs that Ephron took of these shell casings, which would have shown exactly where he was when he took those photos. These are things they could have done to corroborate him. Go ahead. They could have produced a plane ticket or receipt to show that Ephron actually left Los Angeles after he went to a shooting range 2 weeks before the incident. They didn't do that. They could have called ASAP Bari to corroborate the conversation that he allegedly had, or that allegedly happened on November 5th, the day before the incident, with Bari and Rocky, in which Relli claims Rocky badmouthed him. No phone records of that, nothing. And then, of course, they could have tested Ephron's casings to see if they came from the magazine found at Rocky's house prior to the trial. Of course, they could have tested Rocky's DNA against those casings or the magazine, and they did neither. those are just some of the things. I mean, those are deficiencies in the evidence. And they create reasonable doubts. They're reasonable doubts. And especially when you consider what Relli did with the photos of those shell casings. He didn't go running to the police saying, hey, help, I was a victim of a crime. He tried to extort money out of Rocky by going to Rocky and his manager first. And I want to remind you that there are two hurdles the prosecution has to overcome to get a conviction in this case. First, proving that Rocky did not carry the property. And then, of course, they service, but they can't do that beyond a reasonable doubt, not even close. And then, of course, the judge's instructions told you you should stop right there if you find that and find him not guilty. But also, the judge instructed you that regardless of whether you possess a prop gun or not, you must find him not guilty if the prosecution had not disproved that he acted in self-defense or defense of another beyond reasonable doubt. And in this case, there is clear evidence of self-defense of another. And by the way, I heard Mr. Lewin say in his summation, that's a new defense. It's not a new defense. We talked about in our summation, in our opening statement, a month ago. The judge gave you the instruction on it, not because he was doing me a favor. The judge gave you the instruction on it because there's a view of the evidence that supports it. Rocky had a prop gun, you shouldn't even get to self-defense. But it's there. It's another layer that they have to overcome beyond a reasonable doubt. And Relli was the aggressor. There's no question. In their opening statement, they said Rocky was the aggressor. Rocky was the one who sought confrontation, and they did everything possible at the trial to make him believe that. Right from the beginning, they played their video of 16 East Belmore, which captured the incident. But they intentionally left something out there. When they claimed that Relli used bills as a human shield, what they did not want you to see was after it was all done and Rocky's out of the picture and Relli's already running out, they cut Relli running back towards Ills and attacking Ills again. So the human shield thing is no longer there. Everyone's out of the picture. And Relli goes back and takes one more parting shot at Ills to the left before he goes off to the right. They cut that out of it. Of course, they don't want you to see that. That's very damning to their case. They actually cut it out of the video. I'm going to show that to you. What else did they want you to see or hear? The first shot actually occurred on the 1616 DC Del Mar video, which is why Detective Flores' testimony established that they mistimed the first shot. Remember, Detective Flores talked about this. As opposed to our video, which you know is the accurate timing based on two things, your eyes and 12. It's not a game. There's way too much at stake. His life is at stake. It's not a game. Detective Flores gave us uncomfortable testimony in that regard. Okay. It was a rough estimate, he said. They tried. That's not good enough. Gave you a living example how their timing was off by a full second. I showed you the video where one thing said 8 seconds, yet the video was 9 seconds. Detective Flores said, yeah, it was. But I didn't make it. I didn't make the video. Let's go through the evidence that shows that Relli, not Rocky, was the aggressor. And look, you can look at 3 things to show that. Communications, intent, and actions. So I want to just quickly get through that and then move on. But communications, intent, and actions. Let's start with communication. The prosecution wants you to believe that the events on November 6, 2021 started the day before when Relli claimed he was in the car with ASAP Bari and supposedly heard Rocky say, at that end, Relli, I'll beat him up. First of all, I don't think Rocky is gonna say he's gonna beat Relli up in any lifetime. He's not, I mean, I think Relli made fun of him, made fun of his manhood, called him some derogatory names. He's not a gangster, he's not. Certainly, he's not thinking he's beating Relli up. And what's the proof of that? What's the proof of that conversation? That started it all. That showed Rocky's the aggressor. No text messages, no phone records, no recorded statements, no other witnesses. And of course, the one guy who heard it, A. Baden, who Relli said is still good friends with him. They haven't brought him in here. Say, yeah, that's what Rocky said. So we just have to take Relli's word. Just his word. For so many reasons, you can't just take his word on anything. You saw him lie over and over to you. Over and over. I mean, you can't joke. It's offensive in a joke. It's not funny. Including about this very issue about being the aggressor you lied to you on. And they embraced his position on that. They embraced it. Remember what they showed you in their opening statement? Text messages from Rocky to Relli on the way to the Playboy Cardi concert on November 6th, 2021 at 9:34. WYA is where you're at, where you at. Let's get to it. Stopped up in my calls. They showed you this. That's the, I think People's Exhibit 13. I have that right? They showed you that. They wanted you to believe that these were sinister messages and that Rocky, therefore, was the aggressor. First of all, you heard from 12-year-old Jamel Phillips, who said that there was nothing aggressive about these messages. He heard the calls. They were late for this Playboy Cardi concert, whatever that is, and they were trying to connect with Relli. But what else did you learn? When the prosecution showed you those texts, they wanted you to believe that those were the first messages of the evening of November 6, 2021. What you learned was that Relli deleted the messages before that. The early messages that showed Relli's true character, his true animosity, his true aggression towards Rocky, his true intentions of meeting Rocky that night. He deleted messages before giving his phone to the police. On November 6, 2021, at 10:30 a.m., Relli texts Rocky first, saying this. Exhibit P. You got all this fake animosity towards me, LOL, beat me up, and I wish you would. Give me a reason, and you've been, whatever. You see what it says, I don't have to read that word. Relli made it clear he wanted a reason to fight Rocky. He made it clear there. Matter of fact, his testimony made it clear. He said, from his trial testimony, what do you say under that poem? Give me a reason, he answers. And then I say, a reason to do what? To fight you, or whatever, at this point. So when he says, give me a reason, he's explaining what that meant. It meant to fight Rocky. Those were the first messages of the evening. You didn't see that. They presented the other messages from Rocky as the only messages that day. And that one wasn't their fault, because their witness lied to them, lied to the police, and deleted messages. Destroyed evidence in this case, which he's fond of doing. And when I asked Relli if he deleted those messages before turning his phone over to law enforcement, he lied to you at first. It was a big shocker to me. At first he said, I don't recall. Then I showed him the messages. What did he say next? His go-to line. You see those messages? It's fake. It's fake. Anything that crushed him was fake. It's fake. You heard that a lot from him at this trial when confronted with his own words, whether text or recorded conversations. It's fake. But he ultimately admitted he sent those texts to Rocky that day. But obviously he didn't like the way it would have looked to the police, chose him to be the aggressor. So it didn't fit his narrative, so what did he do? Well, deleted them. what other communications were there? Were on communications still leading up to the November 6th altercation? You saw text messages from Relli to his friend Ty Y on October 16, 2021, when Relli was in LA, as we know. And he said, if Rocky don't, this is an exhibit, if Rocky don't do shit for this boy funeral, I'ma beat that end up. So, he's now threatening to beat Rocky up because he didn't think you heard what that was all about this ASAP member, ASAP Josh, who passed away. Rocky stepped up and paid for the body to be flown back to New York and the funeral expenses for the family. For some reason, Relli on his own just thought, well, Rocky didn't take care of that. You know, so he would take back. He did, he learned. So Relli sent that message on October 16th, threatening to beat Rocky up. Of course, when I first showed him that message, they objected. Not sure why that's his message, because they didn't want you to see that. Threatening to beat Rocky up. And why? Why did that not be relevant for you to see? It's offensive. That is offensive. That we had to bring that to you. Relli's willingness to lie to you over and over again without regard to his oath to tell the truth is offensive. When I asked Relli if he sent that message to, if he sent the message about being up Rocky, he lied again. Falling back on his usual answers. I don't recall. I don't recall if I sent it. So I showed him, and his response, look at his response here. What am I looking at in his text messages? He said, what? It's hard to read that for you guys, it's hard to read for me. But what he says is, what am I looking at? That text? I don't recall that. I don't remember that. I wouldn't even write that, he said. And that's at the bottom of that red box. I wouldn't even write that. And when I explained to him that the text was given to us from his phone, from the district attorney's office, he changed his answer to, this means nothing. Even if it was okay, yes. I mean, just like that. Just like that. I don't write that. I don't write like that to, sir, this was given to us from your cell phone from the district attorney's office. Are you saying that's not yours? This means nothing. Even if it was okay, yes. So in a matter of 5 seconds, he went from, that's not me, I don't write like that, to, oh, they gave it to you from my phone? Okay, yes, it is me. That's perjury, ladies and gentlemen, that's perjury. Again, that's a crime, by the way, perjury. So I then asked Relli, if in that message that he sent, if the N-word in his text message, I'm gonna beat that N up, referred to Rocky. And you know what his answer was? I don't recall. Seriously. The message said, if Rocky don't do shit for this boy funeral, I'm gonna beat that N up. So why did he say I don't recall? Because he knew that that message showed his animosity towards Rocky, it showed his aggression, and it showed his intent. That's why we had to bring that message up to you. We had to show you that. That didn't come on direct. His intent, number 2. Relli's message made clear he was the aggressor. They give you a little window into his intent. But so does his testimony. When I asked him if he was upset in his belief that Rocky didn't follow through on his promise to pay for ASAP Josh's funeral, Relli suddenly didn't know what the word upset meant. That's literally what he said. I don't know what the word upset means. So I showed him his prior sworn testimony at the preliminary hearing, which was also under oath. That's a big deal for him. Question, you were upset, right? Answer, yes. So what did he do? Again, he just changed his sworn testimony in this courtroom in front of you as if it were no big deal. Yeah, I would be upset, he said. So the word he didn't even know what it meant a minute ago, he said, yeah, of course I was upset. His oath to tell the truth means nothing to that man. Absolutely nothing. Remember, he told you I could say whatever I want. And we saw him do that time and again. When I asked him if he was, quote unquote, pissed on November 6, 2021, and he was going to meet Rocky, he once again said, I don't recall. I don't recall if I was pissed. I once more had to confront him with his prior statement to get the truth out of him, this time with a recorded statement to a district attorney, Mr. Siegel. No, Engel. Engel. Engel.
Siegel's your guy.
Yeah, Siegel, okay, thanks. Engel. Fred Engel from the district attorney's office back in 2022. And he said, oh yeah, I was pissed. Again, why did he first say I don't recall that he was pissed when he had said it in so many other places over the years, but he didn't want to be pissed? He knows that makes him out to be less on November 6, 2021. And we were talking specifically about November 6, 2021, when he was pissed. You know he was angry on November 6, 2021. You know, he was now pissed and upset with Rocky. We know Relli was jealous of him. He made that very clear. You heard him tell that person, Wallace Jenny. We'll get into that in a minute. He said, I made that. He used the N word. I made that. You heard Relli criticize Rocky, saying it's been open-ended promises forever with him. Schroeder told he wasn't true, but he was very generous. The minute he got his first record deal, he moved everyone, 20 guys from ASAP into his apartment in New York. You heard Relli complaining that he couldn't be involved with Rocky in the music industry, and that he wasn't even trying to be in August of 2021. But despite that, you saw messages in the group chat with Rocky, Relli, and Relli's business partner, this is Justin Benea, on August 6, 2021. You saw during that exchange, Relli trying to get Rocky to help him professionally, and Justin Benea asking him to jump on a call, which Rocky was happy to do, but apparently not fast enough for Relli. Because he didn't respond fast enough, Relli sent a message to that group channel August 5th, 2021, saying, exactly, here it is, exactly my point, LOL. July 24th, FU and ASAP, fake ass N, effing goofy. Make no mistake about this, Relli was jealous of Rocky and his success. He wanted the world to think he was successful. I mean, that's why we went through these Instagram posts of his with his lavish lifestyle and his closet of cash and private planes and all the stuff he posted. However, the truth was anything but what he tried to make the world believe. He saw his bank accounts. I mean, he was meant to be a multi-millionaire with $700,000 in bank. That was the point. And that has to do with his jealousy and his greed. And there's no question he was jealous and angry about his success. And being as aggressive as he is, Relli, he didn't do much to hide his true feelings, except for being under oath. At least he tried first. He tried. Remember what he said about whether he would say F you to Rocky? He was actually asked by the prosecution on that one. Would you ever say F you to Rocky? And, you know, if you did, would you mean it? And he said, well, that's what he said. If I said F you, it was sort of wishy-washy with love. So he said, well, that wasn't true. Because I showed him this text to Rocky on September 18, 2021, which was him saying, no matter how much and try, you not changing. And everything about you, you fake ass N. I did hate you, sucker. I'm not even gonna read this disgusting thing, but this is what he said. This is what he said. No, he doesn't say F you to Rocky. Only wishy-washy with love. I mean, there's nothing he doesn't lie about. There is absolutely nothing he doesn't lie about. That's his level of anger. What was Relli's response when seeing that message? Look at his response. Yeah. Yeah. I said, yeah, it's from you. Okay, that's cool. That message was cool. That's what he said. That's cool. Bless you. That's cool. In which world was that message cool for anybody? That despicable message cool for anybody? It shows you who Relli is, who he was on November 6, 2021, an angry, jealous man full of hate. Third, his actions. His actions on November 6, 2021 make it clear, his actions in this court make it clear. When I was questioning him, he became hostile, volatile, and aggressive. I mean, at one point he flexed his muscles. He cursed in the courtroom, fell first to me. He yelled. When he thought I was disrespecting him by asking questions, he looked like he was ready to jump off that stand, man. And that was in front of you in the courtroom. And just imagine what he's like in the street. It doesn't take too much imagination when his actions were caught on video. I'm going to show you that video, but he claimed he went back to the scene, by the way, to take photographs of cameras there after the incident. He said, I went back to take photographs of cameras. Well, you know, if that were true, you would have seen those photographs. They didn't show you those photographs because they don't exist. They don't exist. Apart from his word, there's absolutely no evidence that Relli ever photographed a single camera at the scene. And that's because the last thing he wanted was for the police to see what was actually happening with these altercations. Now listen, folks, I have to say this to you. I just hope I haven't taxed your patience by my persistence and my zeal. Yeah, I've never learned how to talk about human liberty or human faith concisely or complacently. I just don't have that ability. I just don't have that talent. And I know I'm covering a lot of material here, but I don't know like what you need here and what you don't need here. I don't know, you know, if I'm going through something you're like, yes, we know that already, Mr. Tacopina. I know you can't say it to me, but I just can't sit down with all that's on the line here and thinking I didn't cover something. So please bear with me. I know this is a long process, but it's my last chance to speak to you. And again, there's just so much riding on this. I just can't be brief. I can't cut corners here. So please accept my apology that I'm going on and on, but it's important to him. And I just don't know what's important to you guys. So please. So the one on Argyle Avenue, each of those two instances, the one on Argyle Avenue, the other one on the corner of East Del Mar, Relli was expressing both his anger, jealousy, and hate. And following through on his threats just a few weeks before about, I'm going to beat that end up. Relli's testimony about his expectations on the way to meet Rocky was clear, that he was looking for a fight. And to use Relli's words, he thought if there was going to be an altercation, quote, there would be a bit of roughing. In fact, although he again first tried to hide behind another one of his I don't recalls, he then admitted under oath that when men are angry, they fight. That's what he believes in. When men are angry, they fight. And despite his initial effort to make you believe otherwise, on November 6, 2021, we now know he was angry. You saw that anger on display. During the opening statement, the prosecution said that, you see on video, Mr. Mayers immediately is aggressive toward Mr. Ephron. They showed you that Rocky is pushing Ephron backwards as he pushes him off camera out of view. Well, let's see if that plays out. I'm going to show you this video. You can see for yourself, the first one reaching out is Ephron. He's the first one to make physical contact with Rocky with his left hand. And you also heard that from Charlie. He was there. Boom. And Rocky's right hand's not even up yet. He then puts it up. And as Schwalbe told you, consistent with that video, it was Relli who grabbed him first. And in fact, Relli realized his actions in this video were a problem for him. So although he first testified that he was a lefty, while watching himself in this video, he grabbed Rocky with his left hand, he suddenly switched to being a righty. I don't remember that testimony. He said, I'm a righty. You could always ask for a rebound. He switched from being a lefty to a righty. He said, I can see I was stopping a little. Like I said, I'm a lefty. I'm a righty. Whether you're left-handed or right-handed is not one of those things you forget. It's not one of those things you mix up. Why lie about that? Why try to minimize? Because the video showed him doing that, what you just saw, being the first aggressor, the one to make contact first. And despite the prosecution's promise about that video, it does not show Rocky as the one who is the aggressor or immediately grabs Relli. It doesn't. And what else does it show you? It does not show you the prosecution promised it to show you, which is Rocky pushing Relli off the screen. It shows the opposite, and I'm going to show you what I mean. You've all seen and heard about how much bigger and stronger Relli is than Rocky. Okay? Not a fact in dispute. Consistent with that, 12B told you that Relli was pulling Rocky off the screen. But you know who else told you that? Relli told you that. He told you I was pulling. That's his testimony. For his standard operating procedure, when I first asked Relli if he was pulling Rocky back, he said he didn't recall, he didn't know. Then, after being impeached with his prior testimony once more, he heard his answer. He was walking in, I tried pulling him back. That's Relli at the preliminary hearing. He tried pulling him back, and that's what he's doing on the video. He's pulling Rocky back. During their opening statement with respect to this first incident, the prosecution also told you that Rocky produced a semiautomatic pistol and pointed at Relli. And said, "I'm going to kill you." Let's break that down and see what the evidence really shows. First of all, the object was not a semiautomatic pistol, it was a prop gun. That's pretty clear from the evidence. Not only witness testimony, the fact that there's no evidence of a shooting at all. But beyond that, Rocky certainly did not point at Relli. The video shows that, and 12B told you that. In fact, based on Relli's own testimony, the object was put away when two people walked by on the street. And as a result of that, whatever Relli claims Rocky did with it, while they were off camera to the right, meaning inside that parking garage, that's a problem for them, because they were off camera in the parking garage for only seconds. Not long enough for Relli to happen to him what he described happened. What does the evidence show about this? That he again lied to you, changed the story about what happened in that insert of the parking garage that's not on camera. He testified here, Relli said that Rocky just pointed the object at his head and his stomach, nothing more. He denied here that there was any physical contact with his body and the object. He denied that. But when he spoke to the district attorney about this in that prior recorded statement in 2022, he gave a completely different version. He said that Rocky actually pressed the barrel of the gun against his stomach and pushed. Why give a different version of the courtroom? Because when we talk about this, when you're lying, sometimes you just can't keep it straight. The truth never changes. In that regard, remember what Relli first said to the desk officer, Kirk Anderson, one of the last witnesses for the prosecution, maybe the last, when he reported this incident on November 8th, 2 days later. Officer Anderson told you that Relli said Rocky pulled out the gun from 5 to 10 feet away as he was approaching. We know that didn't happen. And that's 2 days later. The video doesn't show that happening, but of course Relli first reported this incident. He didn't know that there was video. In other words, Relli could not say whatever he wanted to say, as he thinks, but didn't stop from trying. Then he said that Rocky said during this incident, "I'm going to kill you right now." That was his words to you all. "I'm going to kill you right now." Now, folks, if someone says that to you, you're not likely to forget those words. That's going to be in your mind's eye for a long time. "I'm going to kill you right now," as they're pointing a gun. You're not going to forget them if they are truthful. If they're truthful. But when I confronted him with his prior statement to the district attorney, recorded, so it couldn't be fake, only a year after the incident, in 2022, not 3.5 years later, like the trial testimony, only a year after, what did he say then about this? He told the district attorney on a recorded interview 1 year later. And then Rocky's like, he's saying something I don't remember because it was like a long time ago. And I don't remember what he was saying. First of all, it was a year later, and that was a long time ago. 3.5 years later, he remembers being given a death threat. A year later, he doesn't remember what he was saying because it was a long time ago. Again, the truth is not easy. Sorry, the truth is easy to keep straight. That's the truth. And when you're lying, when you're making up stories, you can't remember the lie all the time, and that's when these things happen. So what's Relli's explanation for a completely different answer on that? What's the explanation? Here's his explanation. Here's what he told you all. When I asked him, I'm getting tired of talking to everyone, bro. That was his answer. I'm getting tired of talking to everyone. I mean, you said Rocky said he was going to kill you to this jury. A year after this incident, you said, it was too long ago, you don't remember what he said. What's the story, Mr. Ephron? I'm getting tired of talking to everyone, bro. That's the answer. Just give me my 30 million, my 30 M's. I gotta get out of here. I want to talk about this. This is the man they want you to believe beyond a reasonable doubt. And I think we know from using our God-given common sense, the truth doesn't keep changing. It doesn't keep changing. You don't get inconsistent versions of the truth. You don't need to memorize the truth. And one last thing on this point, that first incident. You heard 12B explain how he believed, it was his observations, how he believed the prop gun came into Rocky's hand during that first altercation. To him, anyway, to 12B, what it looked like was that Rocky's sweatpants were falling down, and you actually do see that in the video, and that Relli was lifting him off the ground, and you see that, and that Rocky grabbed the prop gun to adjust it, because it had a little clip. That was 12B's belief on what he saw in that chaotic moment. You have the video to watch for yourself. Along with that video, you have 12B's testimony, and that makes this clear. Rocky was being strong-armed by Relli. No question about that. You see him being choked at one point by Relli, 12B pointed out. He was grabbed, he was pulled, he was jostled. And under those circumstances, Rocky's actions in that brief encounter were fully justified. His Honor will give the law on self-defense. He has, you have those sheets there, the jury instructions which you take back. They have to disprove it beyond the reasonable doubt. They can't do that. That's a very heavy burden to carry. They won't be able to carry it.
Yeah, that's in your problem. Overall.
And you know who tells you that? Not just the video, not just 12B, not just the video that you saw, not just 12B. You know who else tells you it was self-defense? Relli. When Relli was talking to Wally Sajeni, at a time he didn't think he was being recorded. Remember the recordings he called fake. Here's what he said.
He tries to chest bump me. He tries to chest bump me and then pull out a gun for self-defense.
Well, so the guy wanting 30 million, the quote-unquote complaining witness in this case, the victim, is saying he pulled out a gun for self-defense. But somehow you are supposed to believe he wasn't in self-defense. That's his words. That was 12B's words, and the video shows that. That's it. That's it. Their own so-called victim saying Rocky acted in self-defense. How could they prove otherwise beyond a reasonable doubt? They cannot. One last thing on this, when you watch the video, Rocky held the prop gun in his non-dominant left hand. Her testimony, Rocky's right. The entire time it's his left hand. Obviously, it was never meant to be more than anything but a deterrent. That thing is in his left hand all the time. Now, unfortunately, Relli wasn't deterred there. We heard about that after the first incident. You heard what happened. He followed Rocky, 12B and Hills, all the way down to Argyle Avenue, around the corner to Selma, and then to Reese Belmont. of course, when I questioned Relli about whether he followed them, he told you that he didn't. His answer was negative. Negative. So I tried to impeach him with his prior testimony, asking him whether he just said it was incorrect that he followed him. And what did Relli do? He became belligerent with me, asking me, when was that? What are you talking about? Because you tripped me. Like, I don't understand. That was his answer to me. Relli understood full well what was happening. They understood full well what was happening. Because when I tried to question Relli about this, there was an objection saying that the word following was vague. Following was vague. Anyone in this courtroom not understand the word following? Don't shield a witness like that. Relli said that previously under oath. They knew that. And despite efforts, you hear that. Relli, you heard it yourself. Relli testified previously after the altercation by the parking garage that he followed Rakim Mayers and it was followed. So why did Relli and the prosecution fight so hard? Directly were hearing that. Because they knew that's not the act of a victim.
Yeah, that's improper.
And certainly not the one who claims to have just been knowingly assaulted with a real gun. That's not the act of a victim. That alone, folks, is another reasonable doubt. That puts the nail in the coffin in this case. That is not the action of a victim. Following someone who just pulled the gun on you, according to today's recollection, and you know it's a real gun, you're going to follow them. Not only follow them, verbally assaulting them as you follow them. We'll talk about that again soon, but right now remember what Relli did as he followed Rakim Mayers. Relli was livid the entire time. He told you that, as a matter of fact. He was ready to hit 12, he said. Ready to hit 12. But only after answering, this is my favorite, honestly. Were you ready to hit 12? Correct. Court said, yes, no, I don't remember, I don't know. Court was giving them options. The witness's answer was to, are you ready to hit 12? Was, yes, no, I don't recall, I don't know. Yes, no, I don't recall, I don't know. So, this is a game. Again, I remind everyone. This is their only complaining witness, their only witness to the events of that night, taking the witness stand, making serious accusations against somebody that have serious ramifications. You need to, and you get to assess his credibility. This man can give you a straight answer, not without having you pulled from him, not without having the court admonish him. I mean, do you remember this one? He's telling me what to do. Literally, he was telling me what to do as I'm trying to question him. That's why he was on the witness stand for 5 days. And the court at one point said, no, don't tell Mr. Tacopina what to do. His job is to ask you questions. Your job is to answer questions. I mean, the guy was instructing me how I should ask, or what I should be doing on the while I'm questioning him, as he's on the witness stand. In any event, Relli openly admitted that he was ready to hit 12. And after initially denying it, Relli also admitted he told the district attorney on 2022 and 2022 that he hated ills. Here we all loved ills, I told you. He told the DA 1 year later, I hated ills. Hated them. So with that hatred festering in him, he followed Rakim, 12 and ills, and he screamed at all. And why did he do that? Why did he follow more? Remember what he said about that? Because 12 put a knife away. That's why I followed. First of all, that doesn't make sense in any world. According to Relli, he decided to follow someone who he claimed had a gun and threatened to kill him because he saw a knife being put away. That's why he said he followed. That defies common sense. Second, you heard from Officer Anderson, who testified in this trial at the end. He was the guy who was lucky enough to receive Terrell Ephron on November 8th, 2021, and heard him say, well, he never mentioned anything about a knife when he first reported this to the police, never. In fact, according to Officer Anderson, Relli told him that 12E actually tried to de-escalate the situation. That's what Officer Anderson said Relli told him 2 days later. And third, beyond that, you heard from 12E himself. And he told you it wasn't true, he didn't carry a knife. And if we're going to believe, is there any real question about which of them is more believable, Relli or 12E? You get to assess their credibility. Their credibility is based on everything. The way they answered questions. Did they get caught in lies? Were they impeached? Were they inconsistent? How was their demeanor? Relli didn't follow Rocky 12 Mills because he saw a knife in the He did it because he was angry and jealous. He did it because he wanted revenge. You heard what he was yelling at as he was following him. He told Ills he was a crackhead. You heard that Ills does have some serious problems with that. You heard he said, 12B, you live in the projects, mocking that whole kid. Like, how horrible. You're not as successful as me. You live in the projects. And that Rocky had failed us all. Think about that last line. Rocky failed us all. Like, he was his ward. That last line shows you there's no question of his anger and resentment. And the second altercation, and those negative feelings came to a boiling point when Relli and everyone else reached that corner of East Del Mar. According to them, when they reached the corner of East Del Mar, Rocky just turned around and started firing. For no reason. He just started firing. And then Relli used Ills as a human shield, he said. The evidence shows you that's absolutely not what happened. The entire time, first, the entire time that Relli was following Rocky, Rocky was trying to get away from him. He was verbally assaulting Rocky. Rocky never said a word. Not a word, you heard that. Relli even told you that, 12 even told you that. He was just the first one walking away. It was Relli who was acting crazy and screaming according to 12. So why would Rocky suddenly go from 0 to 100 for no reason at all and just shoot him? He wouldn't, he didn't, and it doesn't make sense. But what does make sense is what you saw for yourself on the video that we're going to show you again. And what do you see for yourself on the video? What 12 explained. That Relli was looking for a fight, as he already said. That he attacked Ills. And that Rocky fired a warning shot with a prop gun in self-defense and defense of another. And the prosecution played you a video called the sequence surveillance video. I'm going to show you that video at the end. Which placed the first shot from 6200 Hollywood Boulevard video over the 1616 East Del Mar video. Before Relli grabbed Ills. That video placed the first shot before Relli grabbed Ills. That was meant to be staged, because that did not happen that way. That's not what happened. You heard from Detective Flores on this. That sequence surveillance video, that's what it was called, sequence surveillance video, was made by hand, so the cursor bouncing around there. And it was a rough approximation, his word, rough approximation of what happened. Rough. Where every second here counts. That's a rough approximation. So when you try to put the sound into the video, it was a rough approximation. No. Rough approximation is not proof beyond a reasonable doubt. Detective. He also told you the first shot depicted would have actually occurred at a later point if the 6200 Hollywood video was fast. And what did we see the other day when he was testifying, when I cross-examined him? We looked at that video in real time. And it was really fast. It was fast. The floor said, oh yeah. One thing says 9 seconds, one says 8, you're right. So we know the sequence surveillance video is wrong. In fact, the detective Flores at that point distanced himself from it. He said, I was the one who made it. I didn't make it. Well, who did? I don't just believe Detective Flores. I know he didn't make it, but who did? Where did it come from? You were never told that. No one told you how they made it. That rough approximation that turned out to be wrong. They just threw it together hoping that would be sufficient, that we'd all accept that as the video with the sound, and that's the time. Hoping no one would notice or catch it. We did. That's what they're trying to pass off as evidence in a crucial issue in this case. Did Rocky fire before or after Relli lunged at Ills? Because that fact changes Rocky's mindset at that moment. The prosecution wants you to believe Rocky shot first. For no reason, out of the blue. And that Relli then dove for Ills as human shield. That's not what happened. You heard from 12B, who looked at the enlarged video that we introduced. The one with the first shot happening after Relli lunged for Ills, after Relli hit Ills multiple times. And 12B told you, he narrated that video what actually happened. You have your eyes, you see his arm go out with that first shot. And that's when the first shot is. It's well after Relli's in full-blown attack mode on Ills. And 12B told you what happened when the prosecution cross-examined him. They did everything possible to not let him explain what happened. Yelled at him, demanded yes, no answers. They berated him. Anything but let him explain. They did that with 12B, a compliant witness, a respectful witness, over and over. But when I asked questions of Relli, I got speeches, insults, not answers, but I didn't cut them off. I didn't demand yes or no. If he wanted to tie the noose on his own neck quickly, let him keep going. But they kept cutting 12B off because they don't want you to hear what really happened.
No, that's an improper argument. Fair comment on the other.
From a witness who's actually seen. And that's why the prosecution and their case detectives didn't even try to speak to 12B. For 3.5 years, they knew who it was. They knew where he lived. 3.5 years, they didn't try to speak to 12B. Yeah, two weeks before the trial started, or no, sorry, not even. As the trial started, they asked in court with the judge, do you want to speak to us? He was like, nah, I'm good. Okay, the trial had already started. He was a witness. 3.5 years, they didn't even think to reach out to him. But they tried to make it think otherwise. They asked Detective Flores on direct whether 12B would agree to an interview. Detective Flores said no. That was it. No. Which would leave you with an impression I would understand that 12B was not cooperative. He didn't want to speak to him. What you learned on cross-examination that Detective Flores only first tried to speak to 12B a couple of weeks ago in 2025. Come on. I asked Detective Flores, is January 2025 the first time you tried to interview 12B about what happened on November 6, 2021? His answer was, correct. Me personally, yes. So I had to follow up that one with you personally. When you say you personally, how about anyone else from the police department? His answer was, no, that would be the first time. I mean, Detective Flores seriously think I was just asking about him personally? Of course not. That was devastating for them. So I had to go through 3 layers of that. Oh, here it would be. We're putting it up in there. Why? It was off. It's a nice beach. It was a beach anyway, ladies and gentlemen. That doesn't prove it.
There it is.
Okay, that's just so no one thinks I'm mistaken. Yeah, that's what he said. 12B would agree to be interviewed by you, and you said no, he wouldn't. Remember? Yes. Are you referring to 2 weeks ago in court here? Yes. Is that the first time you tried to interview him? Yes. So in January 2025 is the first time you tried to interview 12B about the incident that occurred on November 6, 2021? Correct. Me personally, yes. How about anyone else from your police department? Yes. No. That would be the first time, correct. Why did I bring that out on cross? Why? search for the truth. Why is that not all coming out on the end? As opposed to leaving you with the impression, if I decided not to get up and cross-examine, or I was asleep, you'd be left with the impression, fairly, that 12 was not compliant, he wasn't cooperative, he didn't want to speak to me, he refused to be interviewed. That's not the case, as you see. And then 12 told you what happened. His testimony is consistent with what's seen on that video. Look, that's defense exhibit EE, and I will say this, thank God there's a video. Thank God there's a video, at least still more. Before you play, hold on. When I was listening to Mr. Preslom's summation, the first summation that they get, it was as if he never saw this video. This is the exact right time of what happened. Based on the video, based on 12B's testimony, based on the detective Flores saying that their video was a second too fast. You see really throwing haymakers in this video. Haymakers is an expression, just punches. Repeatedly. Let me show it to you. Then Mr. Preslom said in his opening statement, in his opening summation, that I said in my opening that I promised you I was going to bring in pictures of ills to show you. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't make promises I can't keep. And I promise you, I never said that in my opening statement. As a matter of fact, they get to go again after I come. I will not object if they put my opening statement up.
No, that's improper. It's sustained.
Show me anywhere where I promised pictures of ills. I never did. But that was argued to you yesterday. And why would they take pictures of Ill's bloody lip on November 6, 2021, just in case there was a trial in 2025? Okay, let's watch that defense exhibit EE. You'll see everything Shorty described in the video. That Relli acted as the aggressor, that he repeatedly hit Ills. Only after that, Rocky tried to defend Ills by firing the first warning shot. Sergeant Cook sort of suggests on his body cam. You see his arm extending to fire the props when you hear the sound. It's clear and obvious. You had a live witness who was also there. Let's look at it now. This is the REE. There's Rocky, there's 12B, there's Hills, and then there's Relli. And you see him going after, then boom. Second shot. Boom, boom. You see Relli's still going after Hills. Still going after Hills. Rocky's gone. 12's about to go. Hills is stuck in the upper left-hand corner there. Watch Relli go back after him one more time left before he goes right. Hills running away, he falls. And then Relli goes off to the right. Now, we have to break that down, go a little slower, it's very fast what happens. Again, guys, when you're deliberating, you get to see this. Judge, they get back in the room with them? Yeah. Does this get to go back in the room with them, the video?
Yeah.
Oh, good. So, you can see as much as you want, as long as you want, as slow as you want, as fast as you want. But look, that didn't stop Relli. I'm not defending the end. What you see is him repeatedly hitting Hills, move towards Shroby, and try to hit it. And look, you see Relli literally cocking his arm back and slugging Hills. I'm going to try and show it to you here. I'm going to get that pointer. I'm going to sit in this chair so I don't block you all in the back. Can everyone back to their seat? Yep, big head, okay. Wow. Be gentle on the screen. There's Rocky, there's 12B, there's Ills, and there's Relli. And boom, he's going after him. Look at him, he's tussling, and there's the first shot. There's the second. And look at his arm going back and forth here. Can you go back for a second, guys? Look, you see the arm going back and forth. Go back one more time, guys. A little further, please. Thank you. Watch his arm. boom, and you see the head of Bill's there, going back and forth. And why does Twelby tell you he ran? One more time, guys, please. He said he sees Relli coming at him, and he has that something hernia, renal hernia, whatever that is, and he couldn't fight. Watch. He's right there. Then he sees him coming, and he runs, because he can't fight. Look. It's over. Why is he still fighting? And he just knocks those down. DA cuts off this part. Boom. One more. Good graces, and then he goes to the right and leaves. Well, the good news is you get to take that back in the video. The jury, I didn't know that. So that's good. You can see as many times as you want. Whatever speed you want. Stop it wherever you want. I encourage you to do that. That's the fence exhibit EE. That's the right time. You see, Jack, we do one more time, just that shot part. It's out, it's what Twelby told you, but again, you have eyes. Rocky's arm goes like that. That's where the shot is. I really described that. That's what he was doing. He was shooting down, he said. It's after Relli attacks him. Boom, he's hitting hills. Boom, you hear the shot. Ladies and gentlemen, there's no real question that Relli was the aggressor here. The video from 1616 Visa Del Mar makes that perfectly clear. Perfectly clear. The real video, not the rough one that was off by a second, that makes the shooting all look ridiculous. I mean, their video, you hear a shot, and then Rocky shoots. That's the video that captures what happened. Twelby narrated for you, your eyes can tell you. He wasn't using hills as a human shield. He wasn't underneath or behind hills. He was on top of hills. That's not how you use a human shield. And Twelby told you that he told Rocky to leave because of the noise, because of the status of the high-profile person. And Rocky ultimately left, but still, after that, Relli continued to attack hills. They, as mentioned to you, they cut off their video, so you didn't see that anymore. Hoping no one knows. Let's play their video real quick. Can we play theirs? This is their video. Watch what's cut off at the end. Rocky's going. Twelby said he's checking to make sure it was okay. Then he runs. That's it. 1616 Vista Del Mar. 1616 Vista Del Mar is cut off. Go back one more time, just where it gets cut off. Combined surveillance video. That's the one. What you know happens next is Relli, they're out of the picture now. Relli goes back and hits hills again. Twelby described it for you. Why did that not make it into this video? Go ahead. Boom. Because I think this chair is little, there's a nail sticking out, by the way. Just so you know.
That wasn't me.
I know that wasn't you, John. That one I don't blame. Is there a bill I can send for this suit that you sent? Literally, it's a nail sticking out. Anyway, don't worry about it. Let me sit there. Not good. Okay. Anyway, the video, folks, the video itself by itself is reasonable doubt. It's a reasonable doubt in this case. Another reasonable doubt. It just makes clear that their case does not hold water, that Relli was the aggressor, that Rocky acted justifiably in self-defense bills. You know, he was carrying a prop gun, his ills would be dead. That was a real gun on that second shot. And again, the judge gave instructions on self-defense. I have to discuss it with you. What matters is the defendant's perspective is what matters. and what he thought was right at the time. Judge gave instruction on that, reasonableness and all that stuff. You have to listen to that. The prosecution must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that he did not act reasonably, Rocky. And have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that he did not act in self-defense of another. If you have any questions in your mind as to whether he acted in self-defense or defense of another, if you have some doubt or some concern that he just may have acted in defense of himself or another, you have to stop. Not guilty.
It's a correct statement of the law. It's true.
Is it staying on?
Yeah, it's what you said,
I'm sorry?
what you said, it's not accurate. Here's a jury instruction that's already been given to you, and this applies to everybody. You must follow the law as I explained it to you, even if you disagree with it. If you believe that the attorney's comments on the law conflict with my instructions, you must follow my instructions.
But I think I understand what Mr. Lewin's objection was. I mean, actually, he was right. I said some doubt. It's not some doubt. It's a reasonable doubt.
That is right.
It's a reasonable. Okay, here we go. See? No swap. So if you have a reasonable doubt that he may have acted in self-defense of another, you have to stop. Okay? And the judge, again, will define to you what that is. Even if you get that far, because you should, because the evidence is overwhelming, that's fine. There's a possibility he acted in self-defense, you must find him not guilty. Rocky, now we've got to address this, Rocky didn't testify in this case. When you heard the judge's instructions about that the defendant has a constitutional right not to testify, we spoke to some of you in jury selection about that. And that decision is not to be considered during your deliberations. With that said, during your deliberations, keep in mind that there was nothing more said than what was already explained to you by both our witnesses. So what we rated, you know that for a long time, hours. You heard from 12E, who explained what happened that night. And Rocky carrying the prop gun. You heard from Lewin, who explained how Rocky got possession of the prop gun, why he carried it, and where it went. There was really nothing more, aside from the video of 12E and Lou, for Rocky to have added to the truth about what
That's
happened.
an improper argument. It's just
Well, look, by the way, with regards to 12E and Lou, you heard the people say, and I expect they will say it again, the first time that we mentioned the prop gun was during this trial. Here's Detective Flores' testimony when they tried to ask him that or suggest that this had just come up. Question to Detective Flores. We're doing deposition criminal cases correctly here. Question. So basically, what you were being asked are questions related to discovery disclosure in a criminal case. And you said, yes. Okay. So these discovery-related matters, and because he didn't receive discovery notice, is not the same as it just surfaced at trial. Like it was just invented. That's not true. Lou and 12E Code, they told us about this last year. And of course, Detective Flores told you law enforcement didn't have a chance to speak to Rocky after he was arrested. And of course, there's no idea.
that will say it's the
No, who didn't say they had a chance to?
Do not debate. Just said this states the evidence. As I said yesterday, I don't know what the evidence is. I don't think anybody remembers every word of every witness. If this is something significant, as I mentioned yesterday, you can ask the court reporter to read it back. The court reporter will have every word that has been spoken. Go ahead.
Anyway, of course, Detective Flores had no idea what was said by Rocky to his attorneys back in 2022 when he was arrested. And ever since.
That's also an improper argument. The world side of the evidence.
In any event, there's absolutely nothing new, as they're trying to suggest. And look, they also brought up something that I now have to address, that Rocky had an outburst, so to speak, in trial. Okay? Knowing that he's innocent, he had to sit here and listened for more than 3 weeks, listening to
Your
Relli.
Honor, this is improper argument.
No, it's addressing what Mr. Prislovic had brought up in his argument. Overruled.
He had to sit here for more than 3 weeks, listening to Relli say the most horrific, most offensive things about him in messages, calling him horrific names. He didn't say a word. He sat in silence. Always composed and respectful to this court and to you all. At some point during a minor, unrelated question, unrelated to November 6, 2021, Mr. Lewin was asking 12E the meaning of an acronym in Rocky's bedroom. Rocky did something he wasn't proud of. He said, don't say. It had to do with his kids. It was personal to his children. And he asked not to say, okay. He regrets doing that.
Your Honor, there's no evidence of this.
Can you read that back?
Mr. Lewin was asking for the meaning of the acronym. And Rocky did something that it was private. He said, don't say it, it had to do with his kid. It was personal to his children. He asked him not to say it. That's it.
The jury heard what the question was. The jury heard what Mr. Mayers said. Leave it at that.
Look,
Go on.
that had absolutely nothing to do with the facts of this case. The truth, what happened on November 6, 2021, whether he carried a prop gun, he didn't commit a crime. And the fact that they actually argued that to you in their summation is indicative of just how desperate they are at this point. That was something worth mentioning to you in their summation. Let's talk about the crime of extortion by Relli. That was actually proven in this trial.
Your Honor, that's improper argument.
Overruled.
For legal conclusion, crime.
Overruled.
That's why Rocky told Relli in a text message that night, go to the police. Go to the police. But Relli didn't, not until he got civil lawyers 2 days later, because it was never his intention to go to the police. You heard that loud and clear. Instead, his end game was always to take Rocky's money based on false accusations. That was always his intention. And that's why that night, instead of getting the police involved, Relli, according to him, with his shell casing that he claims he found, texted the photos of his shell casings and knuckle scrapes to Rocky's manager, John Heyman, saying he was going to be rich. And that following message was sent to his own business partner, Justin Benea, saying, I want to get this end's money. Within minutes. That was in his mind. And you heard Relli complain in bitterness how Rocky didn't give him opportunities. So when the opportunity presented itself on November 6th, presented itself on November 6th, 2021, Relli jumped all over. Right from the beginning, Relli tried to get Rocky's money. Right from the beginning, without going to the police, without even going to a civil lawyer. So you heard from his own mouth what he knew that to be. Words so catastrophic to his claims in this case that his immediate reaction was to lie and say the tapes were fake. Fake. Get those away from me. You'll tell me, Nora. Fake. Look.
So you called him because we were presenting fake evidence to you? Yes or no? I don't know, man. This is a wonderful. This advise you guys to keep playing fake audio to him, like fake stuff. I never said none of that to him. It doesn't even make sense. It doesn't fit in with his tapes. You're trying to slip it in. Okay, stop. All right, let's answer the question.
Fake audio tapes. Fake audio tapes that the district attorney played yesterday with the Terrell Ephron name next to all his quotes. I mean, Terrell Ephron was sitting here yesterday, he'd be screaming, those are fake! During Mr. Prislovik's summation. I heard Mr. Prislovik say in his summation, who cares what he said to Wally? Who cares? Did he forget the import of that conversation? That he committed perjury to you? And said that they were fake when they were real? You know, during the cross-examination of Wally, the guy flew from Paris, by the way, on a subpoena because he had to be here. Okay, literally a 13-hour flight to testify and then take another 13-hour flight back. And the question was, you flew business class, didn't you? Like, as if that were the reason he took 26 hours of plane to get here to testify. I had him on direct examination for 10 minutes because he was here for two things. Do you know anything about this case? I know nothing about this case. Good. Is this tape real? Is that, do you make it? And is that your voice? And is that Relli's voice? Yes, it is. Bye-bye. Have a good flight back. No. 2.5 hours on cross-examination. But you know what was never asked on cross-examination? Not even once. Is the tape fake? Is the tape fake? Did you doctor the tape? Not even once. By the way, the tape they spent, I don't know, to portion destination playing for you yesterday, we provided to them. We provided them that tape. That they think it's so helpful for them. They know those tapes are death. Death to their case. First of all, their main witness, once again, committed perjury on a most important issue in this case. Those are fake, he said, fake. Get those away. He's a clown. Those tapes are death to Relli's claim and his credibility in their case. As Wallace and Jimmy made clear that anything but fake, you heard Relli tell him that you ask for a bag without a lawyer, bro, it's called extortion.
You know what I'm saying? You ask for a bag without a lawyer, bro, it's called extortion. You feel me?
But that's exactly
You
what
do
Relli,
everything accordingly.
that's exactly what Relli did. Because he didn't have a lawyer until November 8th, 2021, after he already tried to ask for money from Rocky and his manager. And after Relli lied about what he just told Wallace and Jimmy, we called Mrs. Jimmy just to establish the authenticity of those recordings. Nothing more. He knew nothing about this case. And because of the evidentiary rules, we were only allowed to ask Mrs. Jimmy about statements that Relli denied making.
No, that is untrue. Overruled.
So we had those 5 questions that we asked him. Did he say this? Did he say this? Did he say this? That's it. The prosecution played other parts of the recordings afterwards. And it wasn't a gotcha moment. It's repeating those things. At the time of their discussions, remember this, the Wallace and Jimmy discussions, that was in 2022, after Rocky's arrest already, after he filed his civil suit, Relli. They were about the events of November 6, 2021. They were of no significance at all what Relli said to him at that point regarding November 6th, at all. Because he had already been arrested, Rocky. Relli had already been telling his story for months. His fabricated story for months. So that he said it to Wally on a tape makes it more true. If you tell a lie 100 times, it doesn't make it more true. So in an effort to give weight to that story about the incident, those recordings, they played it. Rocky was already arrested and he already had a civil suit, claiming permanent disabilities from a bullet wound, and he needs $30 million. That was his story by then. Big deal, he said to Wally, in part. He still had no qualms lying to Wally at all on those recordings. When it suited him, of course, telling Wally that he was a millionaire and that he made Rocky's career, that was on those recordings too. That wasn't true, neither of those things. But when Relli didn't lie about, however, what he didn't lie was about his intentions to pay Rocky's money, which is why he falsely said the recordings were fake. He knew what was coming. And he just said, I say they're fake, they can't play them. They're fake, get those away from me. In other words, get away from me. So Wallace Jr. was an IP guy who came for one reason, authenticate tape, period, end of story. First question I asked him, do you know anything about the facts of this case? No, I don't. He was not brought in here to talk about the facts of this case. But the prosecution, in 2.5 hours of course examination, asked him about his motives for making the tape. Is he better friends with Rocky? That's not being a very good friend to Relli. It doesn't matter what he made the tape. Who cares? He could have, whatever his motives were, who cares? He made the tape. It was real. Those were really Relli's words that he said were fake. Whatever his motive was is irrelevant. Even if he wanted to help Rocky, he told you that's how it was, is that Relli was trying to get involved and he was calling, whatever. But whatever his motives were, doesn't make the tape less real, or Relli's statements less real. He was never asked one thing about those recordings being real on cross, which means they accept the fact that their witness committed perjury to you when he said they're fake.
That's improper argument.
Fair comment on the.
That should be offensive, and especially to you, the jury, trying to make a decision of such importance in this case. It's a lot on your shoulders. That should be, you should be offended by that, I would say. So what did Relli tell us on those messages? His earlier text messages to Rocky when his manager, when they were trying to get money before his lawsuit, that he never cared about the police. He still doesn't care about the police. Quote, the end game, I'm suing the shit out of him. That's my end game regardless. I don't give a F about no police, and those are his words on the tape. In fact, Relli only went to the police after his effort to extort Rocky failed, and Relli's civil lawyer said, unless you go to the police, I'm not taking your case. That's why Relli showed up at the police station in Hollywood with a civil lawyer standing next to him 2 days later. What victim of a crime was a police station report a crime with an attorney next to him? Judge, want to do it now? Rick?
If you have 2 more minutes, use
Go
that,
ahead.
otherwise you
Sure,
can break.
sure. Yep.
Say again?
I'll do 2 more minutes, just tell me when to stop.
Then we're gonna take a
Yep.
break.
As a quick aside, you heard, by the way, the prosecution questioned Relli about telling the police he heard 3 to 4 shots, but only giving them 2 shell casings before having seen the videos, as if somehow that makes him more credible. That makes no sense. He was there, of course. He knew it was 2 shots. By this time, he already saw the video. He knows it's 2 shots. And in fact, he would exaggerate when speaking to the police. Does not make him more credible. By the way, when we talked to Wally, he had up to 5 shots. He had up to 5 shots when he talked to Wally. So before Relli went to the police, even before he went to a civil lawyer, you saw the messages he sent trying to get Rocky's money. Part of his plan to extort Rocky, Relli sent a text message to him, falsely accusing Rocky of trying to kill him. Obviously, Rocky knew that was false and was shocked that Relli would even make the claim, so which is why Rocky wrote him back. I tried to what? Stop making shit up, he wrote him back. And now the prosecution has alluded to the fact that during this trial, Rocky didn't mention in his message anything about his prop gun. They don't consider one thing, though, about that. They don't consider one thing. Unlike Relli, Rocky didn't have a reason at the time he sent that message about stop making shit up. He didn't have a reason at the time, or think he needed a reason, to create a record of events for some later date. At the time he sent those messages, Rocky thought they were between the 2 of them. And he knew why Relli understood his claim wasn't true, because it wasn't true. Rocky didn't shoot him, and was aware that Relli knew he didn't shoot him, because a prop gun doesn't shoot bullets. A star pistol doesn't shoot bullets.
Tacopina,
Yes, sir.
it's time.
Okay.
You want to finish the thought?
If I could, just a thought.
Finish the thought, and then we'll take a
And
break.
then this is a perfect place to break. And that's why after learning soon thereafter that Relli was contacting his manager trying to extort money from him, Rocky was done communicating with Relli. He stopped answering completely and said, go to the police. And what kind of person tell someone to go to the police if they know they've committed a crime. Your Honor, I could resume from here and come back.
All right, we'll take a
Close
break
to the end.
until 11 o'clock. Folks, please make discuss the case amongst yourselves or anybody else. And we'll see you in 15 minutes.
Unequivocally, do not mention the prosecution's verdict. Here's a quote. On an objection, you overrule it. The prosecution accepts their witness committing perjury. It's improper, it's unethical, you said you're not going to tolerate it, and I object, and you make it clear to the jury that my objection you find annoying. It's very clear that the tone that we get when we make an objection that should be sustained is, what are you doing? That's what was said. You specifically...
Lower your voice and don't yell at me. I told you before, I'll listen to what you say, speak in a normal tone of voice.
Judge, we're doing the best we can to make sure that this trial is ethically conducted. They have repeatedly, I've objected, you told them it's improper. You overruled repeated objections where they are saying improper things. He just said a moment ago, this is a direct quote, the prosecution accepts their witness committing perjury. I object. You respond, that's appropriate comment on the evidence. It is not appropriate comment on the evidence, Your Honor. I don't know if you didn't hear it.
I didn't hear that.
So, Judge,
What I heard, I could have been wrong, what I heard was that Mr. Tacopina was describing Relli as committing perjury.
Judge, that's a direct quote. The direct quote was, the prosecution accepts their witness committing perjury. Here's another one. Relli committed extortion. There is no legal...
Do you think the jury's going to ask for what the legal description of extortion is?
Your Honor.
Forcing someone to pay money, that is, quote, extortion.
No, Your Honor.
Go on to something else.
I want to make my record. I mean, you're going to do what you're going to do, but I have a right to make my record. No lawyer can get up here, no lawyer can get up here and tell the jury that a crime has been committed when there is no instruction on that crime. When in fact, Your Honor, that's not the legal definition of extortion. We've objected, and the court again is basically telling me, don't worry about it, it doesn't matter. Your Honor, it does matter. After a while, when there are so many of these things, they add up. And when the court is saying, well, what they don't care about it.
No, I didn't say they don't care about it.
It seems, Your Honor, it's improper argument. And the problem is...
I don't agree with you. I think using the word, quote, extortion to describe the conduct is not improper. I think it's fair comment on the evidence. You, in your rebuttal argument, you can say it wasn't extortion.
Your
You
Honor,
can address it.
Your Honor, the bigger issue, as I said, is the court repeatedly told them, do not connect the prosecution to committing crime.
I'll tell you what, I didn't hear that. I'm going to ask Kathy for the exact quote. If that's what was said, I'm going to sustain your objection, and I will apologize for overruling.
Judge, can I respond, please, on that one issue, not
Yeah.
everything else you said. What I said was, and I agree with what I said, but understand the context of it, okay? I didn't say this is more perfect. I didn't say it yesterday, I didn't say it today. But one thing I said, and it was fair comment, was the prosecution accepts their witness committing perjury. And what I mean by that is in regards to one thing, and it's indisputable, Your Honor. It was regarding Relli saying the tape was fake. The tape was fake. They got up, cross-examined Mr. Sajemi, did not ask him if the tape was fake or not, okay? They then put up transcripts of that tape recording with attributions to Mr. Ephron. So that means by that, just by that very fact, they accept the fact that he committed perjury. I'm not saying they support it, but they accept that that witness committed perjury. They have to. Let me finish. There's no other way for them to move forward unless they say that wasn't perjury, but it was because he said that was fake. We know that wasn't fake, it was real, that was perjury. So by then moving forward with it, arguing that that tape is important for the prosecution, that Ephron said these things, that when they cross-examined Mr. Jemmy, that wasn't being a good friend to Ephron because he made a tape. All that is doing is, I'd say it's subordinate, it's different. I would never say that, I didn't say it yesterday. What it is doing is accepting it, because they didn't say, you know, we have an issue with this witness, he's committed perjury. I said they accepted their witnesses committing perjury. That witness committing perjury on that one issue. That's fair comment, Your Honor. It's not inappropriate, it wasn't disparaging counsel. I didn't say Mr. Lewin, I just said they accepted, and that is true, that there's no other way around it.
It is not fair comment, it is completely unethical.
Oh,
I agree with you.
So, Your Honor.
I agree with you.
What's frightening is Mr. Tacopina just stood up here and basically defended, said, yeah, I said it, but I can say it. He doesn't know or care about the law. That is clear. And Your Honor, when it's happened 25 times in this trial, with the hiding of evidence, with the late discovery, and with repeated, you told counsel before we started, do not disparage the other side. I said yesterday, you argue what you want about witnesses. You say a witness lied. You do not disparage counsel. You repeated it yesterday. He tried to explain how he didn't make mistakes yesterday, which he did. Now he gets up and he's now admitted, yes, I made that comment, here's why it's appropriate. Your Honor, it's not appropriate. It's completely unethical.
I can't hear you, but
I think we have
there you are. There we
a
go.
lot of people pushing buttons, and we're in, we're out, we're back, we're forth. What is happening?
I
Woo!
guess the court paused the camera on this.
Yeah, I don't know if that was a
I
court
don't
TV
understand.
feed thing or what.
I don't know what the heck has happened here.
Do
but
my best
but
to
if,
call
oh,
it as
wait,
is.
wait.
You have
Let's
made
listen.
17 objections. I have overruled 12. I have sustained 5. I'm doing the best I can. I will continue to do the best I can, and that's all I can say.
I just want to put on the record that, you know, these remarks about being unethical, it's not just about had it with him. This from a lawyer who, and I was saying yesterday on it, this from a lawyer who asked in front of a jury for a stipulation that a shooting range was not in California, when either he knew it was in California or had no idea that it was in California. Okay? So he literally asked for a stipulation in front of a jury that he knew was not true or didn't know if it was true. And that's unethical. That's unethical. And this is a guy who, the Ninth Circuit just said lied to a jury in the Brantford case.
Your Honor,
So
Your
I
Honor,
want to
Your
hear
Honor,
about him.
one more thing out of him, and we air everything that's happened in this case, which the court's aware of.
Stop
He might want to stop.
I'm so threatened. Like,
You should be, Joe.
oh,
it. Let's take a break.
You should be.
the public courts ever told me I was a liar.
Okay, Joe, ask him to take it out in the hallway. Go out in the hallway.
Stop it!
Oh
Oh,
my God. I think the judge needs to come back in like a referee, a fight referee uniform.
I know.
Yeah.
I think I tell you, I love it. I mean, well, this started out because after they started to take the break. I know you were watching, but for those of our viewers who are just coming in, Joe made the argument that we've been making because Relli said in the tape, "I need a lawyer to get the bag, or it's something called extortion," right? So apparently, because Joe was talking about this case is extortion. This case is about extortion. The prosecution said that does not satisfy what he did if he did it. The legal definition of extortion. Therefore, it's improper comment. Okay, that's ridiculous, Michael. It's ridiculous.
Of course it is. It's a desperate move, is what it is. And I guess what he would have felt better if he said it's a shakedown instead of saying extortion. He could say shakedown because that's not an official crime.
Right.
Yeah, I mean that's ridiculous.
So what is that? We keep saying it's extortion because that's what he says. He says it's extortion, and it's used as a shakedown, right?
And there's
It's
a common
interchangeably.
sense understanding and definition of extortion, and
Right.
Lewin is suggesting it doesn't meet the criminal definition. Big effing deal,
Right.
But
right.
that's what happens when you're desperate. That's what happens, and then Joe, he knows how to needle this guy. Obviously, they could go to blows, and I will still take Joe. But he talks about Lewin just had a big case reversed against him because of some unethical behavior. And so when he digs that up and throws it in Lewin's face, Lewin goes off.
Right,
So.
right, and then he goes off, and you could see him. Our chat was noticing that he started bobbing and weaving because Joe's taking probably a little longer. But I think what's happening is he sees that Lewin is going off. We went from the judge said there's 17 objections, which I kind of like because that was my number. And
Yeah,
he's,
but I have like 30.
I have 30 also. I have 30 with
So.
8 being sustained. So I have it a lot, but he doesn't. The judge. So I guess we have to go with the official judge.
And he said he's doing the best he can. Well, I think he nodded off during a couple of them. This is a closing argument, and the judge has admitted a few times, I don't remember everything that was said. I don't. If you have an issue, we'll have the court reporter. I think her name is Kathy. She's
right.
Probably thanks, Judge. Thanks for throwing me under the bus on this. We can ask her. She can read it back, and we can find out. I think, and I mean this with all respect to all judges, when they get to closing arguments, they feel like they can kind of take a breather, because it's closing argument, and there's usually more latitude, and very seldom are there 17 objections, 30 objections. And I think he's caught a little off guard because he's required to be a little more attentive than maybe he usually would be.
No, I think also he's just tired of it. I mean, you got the feeling
everybody's tired of it.
He's tired of not enjoying. He's tired of Lewin object. Lewin's going off now. He can't take the fact. See, Joe's hit the meat of the case today, right? He kind of set it up. He set the stage, and he's the meat of the case, perjury. And he went through they didn't show it to you. They didn't show it to you. They didn't, and then the judge at one point told Lewin, "Don't argue with me. Don't argue with me." Right? I mean, he said that to him, right? I mean, what are we doing here? I mean, if he's got a boss named Hochman, Hochman, I keep mispronouncing his name, and I apologize, DA Hochman, I apologize. I mean, this boss should, be calling him in right now because, in my opinion, he's embarrassing this office. They should have left it. They should have left it Paulie P doing this case because Paulie P had some credibility, right? I mean, Lewin is. I can't wait to see how he's going to go off on his rebuttal.
It's going to be crazy. Here's a phrase that you'll appreciate: Lewin is on tilt.
Right? I do appreciate.
Am I right?
Yes, because when poker players lose and they get bad beats, sometimes they go what we call on tilt, which means they then start playing hands crazy because they can't take it on tilt. Also, it's also if you play a pinball machine, right?
Yes.
Right?
Yeah, I think poker stole it from pinball because
right.
Back in the day, that's all we had as games were pinball games. I remember playing them at the ice rink, roller rink.
I love pinball. I still love pinball.
We would be so mad because I learned later when I bought a couple of pinball machines and was working on them. There's a little pendulum in there, and if it swings too rapidly, it'll hit the edge. It's a metal edge, and that'll tilt. And you can adjust that because it's like shaped like a cone. So if it's adjusted toward the bottom, the small cone, if it's toward the top, it's big. So, you would be mad if the management adjusted it too tightly that you could barely move it because being able to move the game is part of playing pinball.
That's right. That's right.
So, anyway.
Yeah.
But he's on tilt. There is no doubt about it.
What's the Rod Serling show, Twilight Zone? Because that's the pinball machine that we had. Actually,
you had a
my
Twilight
husband,
Zone
we had a Twilight Zone pinball machine, and I had the how you fixed it, and all the
Yeah.
drawings and all. Get in
It's
there and do it.
unbelievable
It's
what's inside
unbelievable.
there. Nowadays, of course, it's all on a chip the size, of your thumbnail. It's
Right, right.
tiny.
But
But yeah,
the old way was like, yeah,
wires everywhere,
right.
circuits. Oh yeah, it was
It was
fascinating. I
fabulous.
had a Playboy club one, so I don't know. It was basically the
A
same
little
game,
different
but
than
a little different.
Twilight Zone, but the same kind of thing.
Okay,
kind
can
of
I
fun.
say this about Joe?
Yes.
One thing he said today that I appreciated, because it was almost like he was listening to me. He apologized to the jury because he said, you might think I'm going too long here, but I owe it to my client to cover everything that I think is important that you understand. So this may feel a little bit, long, but I'm doing what I think I have to do for my client. I can respect that, and I think the jury acknowledges that. Doesn't mean they don't wish it was over, but at least they like that he acknowledged he's taking more of their time than maybe they think is necessary, and he's plowing through it.
Yeah, it says because that's going to be the last time I get to talk to you, and that'll become very clear when John Lewin gets on for rebuttal. Now, I have a question. Well, first of all, we should announce that we are going to be having, and Missy can update everybody with the time, Chris Tacopina, who is on X Twitter, Tacopina C, right? Isn't that right, Missy? And he is going to be on our show. This is an exclusive first time he's going to be on the air. He's not part of the defense team. He's not a lawyer. But he is Joseph Tacopino's son.
He's like a sports guy. I think he represents the
Florida
the
Panthers
hockey team.
right?
Yeah. They won the Stanley Cup last year.
Yeah, so we can't wait. We can't wait to have him on. And as soon as we have the exact time, because remember, he's working, so it's got to be during his lunch hour. For instance,
we'll work it out.
By the way, could you two please stay on camera and hold our hands while everybody? I said, didn't I say yesterday? Is there some kind of spray? I think I may have said it to you probably. Is there some kind of spray that consists of like lithium, Valium, and Xanax that they can spray in the courtroom before you get? We're all going to need it.
Yes,
I'm sitting here in New York.
Take one. Everybody take one.
And I can't wait till I get calls, because I'm going to get calls about our coverage. All right. I
hope so.
Yeah. Oh, I hope so too, because then we're going to say, let's go on the air and talk publicly, right?
So I'm looking forward to hearing from Chris, really on a personal level, like, what's Thanksgiving dinner like? What's it like in the Tacopina household? Those are the penetrating questions I have.
I want to ask him, first of all, how does it feel to watch your father on this, especially with Lewin? I think Joe held us cool, and then we get the end here now. This is unbelievable, this conversation, and the judge just the judge was like, stop it with Lewin, stop it.
Even as the camera pans up to the seal, even as the judge is leaving the courtroom, he's still yelling at them, just stop it.
Right.
He's going to go on vacation after this trial.
I think he may go on vacation.
What's interesting with Joe, it's symbolic, but Joe takes off his jacket. That's like what you do in a bar fight, when you're getting ready to mix it up. You take your jacket off. He's taking his jacket off in court because he is at least verbally ready to pound Lewin.
Yeah, I mean, Lewin said, "You're accusing me of unethical conduct. Are you accusing us? That's objection. This is unfair." Well, look. When you're a prosecutor, I don't know about you, Michael, but as a prosecutor, if you bring a case based on perjured testimony or there's perjury in the trial, you can't go forward. You got to go upstairs.
Not if you've got any ethics. Not if you've got any sense of right and wrong. Not if you try to do the right thing. There was a question here, and I think I lost it. I think
I was responsible for a unit, and when I watched a hearing one time, I saw that one of the investigators in that unit, they didn't report to me, I just was a lawyer, and then they report to their command chief, but I saw that his testimony was inaccurate, and I went upstairs and reported it to the prosecutor. Now, whether I said this is false, this is not true, this is not right, and then things happen after that. But you take your own career into hand, but you have to have that ethics. You have to.
Of course, and I always think, because I just finished my continuing legal education for.
Oh, did you? Okay.
Yeah, I just finished mine. It's every 3 years. It's necessary. I get it, but you have to have a certain amount. I think it's 1 or 2 hours. I can't remember of ethics training. That's part of it. It's also true for real estate broker license, which I have. So there's a real crossover there. My point is, I think I could take any ethics test right now without any sort of, planning or schooling, because to me ethics is in here, and you know it from the start.
You're right. Right.
You know,
right.
it's not like, oh, I'm going to learn something and now all of a sudden I'm ethical. Hey, no, I
Yeah.
think you either are or you're not.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I know. Oh my goodness gracious.
Okay, here's
It's
Sheila.
just,
This has your name on it, but we can both talk about it. Can really be charged with perjury. You know, can
yes.
is one question, will is another, right?
Right. Right.
Technically,
right.
yes. How often, if ever, have you seen a standalone perjury charge? Usually it's tacked on to some other series of charges that quite often goes away ultimately when things are resolved. What have you ever seen a standalone perjury charge pursued?
I have. I actually have. And I don't remember the circumstances about it, but I have. It
It
had
went to
something to
trial,
do.
or it just
Yeah, no, I think it had something to do with somebody going back on their deal and saying something that was different than was on a deal that they were supposed to give, and then got charged with perjury. So I think I've seen it. If I recall, I've seen it in that context, but
Yeah.
not just. But that's the kind of context. So AFI, Black Letter Law, is posted what this is about after and let me just read it and then give her credit. After a contentious discussion with the judge about the prosecution suborning perjury, here's what happened. Tacopina raised his voice and brought up the Branford case. I think that's the one in the National Enquirer article, right?
That's the one I mentioned. Yes, where he was. Yeah.
And it was reversed, wasn't it?
Yeah, because of his conduct.
His conduct. Lewin, one more word out of him and we're airing everything in this case and the court knows about it. Your time is coming, buddy. That's what Lewin says. Tacopina, oh, I'm so scared of you. Everyone's worried about you. Everyone's worried about your mental health. Lewin, any idea when you'll be finished? Taco, whenever the F you I want. Lewin, the steroids are really affecting you. Tacopina, you're hunched like a hunchback. The judge notes that Lewin has made 17 objections, over 12, sustained 5. Okay, so this is it. So he's got Joe has his number. Joe has him. He knows all about this guy, right? That's what's going on here. He knows all about him, and he knows what he's not going to take what Lewin usually does to other attorneys. He's just not going to take it.
And the thing with Lewin is he's got the dirty laundry.
Right.
He's got the history. He's got what people in this case can see.
Yeah.
And he's trying to. All he's got is to attack Joe physically, right? That's all he's got. When you got nothing of substance, you go after somebody's appearance or their style. But Tacopina has the goods on Lewin because he's been caught before.
Yeah, Crystal Allen says Lewin said all he needed to say first. Now his rebuttal won't mean a thing because everything Joe said are facts with no receipts. Well, the whole point is that Joe is trying to undo what he knows Lewin's going to do, which is going to get up there and rant and rave, right, about everything.
Of course, very loudly, very boisterous. Yeah, very dramatic. Yeah, it's coming. It might be entertaining, but for the wrong reason.
Right. Oasis Cat says, London Michael, I hope you have Afi on again. So she can tell us about what she just tweeted about the boys fighting again. I think we were supposed to have her on, Missy.
We did definitely ask her to come on when it was over.
When it was over, because
I know she was ill, missed a day or two earlier this week.
Right.
She's clearly there now.
Yeah.
But yeah, Missy, if we still have that contact info, because I don't remember if we kept it. I'm sure you guys did.
Missy has everything. Missy has, and Missy, you're going to tell us when Chris is coming on, right? Whether it be by phone, whether it be in person, but he is going to make an appearance today. Okay, so remember the judge said he expected the jury to get this case for the judge.
Oh yeah,
right?
they're getting it today. I just can't wait to see when he pulls the plug on Lewin, or starts leaning on him. I was actually surprised that Judge Arnold didn't say something to Joe, like, can you give us an estimate how much time he got left? Because I thought when they were looking at the clock about 11:45 Pacific time, the judge was asking, do we break here? And he asked Joe whether, do you have a few more minutes? And I know Joe was not interpreting that as to finish. It was can I do a few more minutes before we take a break? And that's what he did. A few more minutes, then they took a break. But I think the judge was asking, how much more time do you have in total?
Well, I was looking at his, because I've been there with the notebook, and that's, by the way, if you've ever worked with Richard Gabriel, that's what you have. You have that notebook in front of you and with the pages, and it looks like he's gone through most of his pages. So
yeah,
a little inside information for you.
There was, I always like to see the classic chestnuts that get that these guys drop in there. One of them was "Truth never changes." That's always a good one.
No, that was a good one, right?
That's
Yeah,
always a classic. The truth never changes. Yeah.
and Peterson, I've been watching your channel from my TV for a while. I just learned how to comment. You guys are so knowledgeable. I learned so much from you guys. I'm a diehard trial watcher. Thank you very much, because you
Yes.
know what? I had to be
Welcome,
told,
Ms.
because
Peterson or Ms. Peterson.
yeah, we stream on something, and then it gets pulled into YouTube by our great producers, Dizzy and Missy. And then, but I can see your comments, and Michael can see your comments, but we can't comment on your comments. So then we have to open our YouTube channel and open a chat box. And I was a little confused about that in a while. So now I too have now learned how to comment. I try to comment sometimes when we're not on the air. Okay. So, anyhow, so,
I don't know if I'm going to throw this up here, because I'm not
yeah,
sure if it came up earlier, but Brooklyn with
I
a
didn't see it,
super
right.
chat sticker thing. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. And I
Thank you,
hear the
Brooklyn.
mug is already in use. I hear that Brooklyn's mug already serving duty.
Yeah. Did we miss that? If you have a super chat and we missed it, please. We're trying to go through. We've been doing a lot of stuff here this morning, as you can imagine, and Missy and Dizzy have been helping, and Missy's been like doing artwork, and she's been talking to Chris Tacopina to get when he can come on, and keeping up with that. And
Yes, that's
we're
the great
trying to
interview
say,
coming.
so
I just
that's the
referenced
great
there.
interview coming. So if we missed one of the super chatters, please, I mean, try. Just tell us, to say I put a super chat up there, and go look for it or something.
Hey, happy Valentine's Day.
Thank you so much. Thank you very, very, very much. I appreciate it.
So I gave the bride, Lisa, a nice blue box, right?
Did you get a Tiffany box?
No, it just has some gummy bears in it, but it's a beautiful box. Okay, so check this out. This is how pathetic I am. Okay, check this out. Sometimes you find a card and it just feels like it's the right card. I mean, there are people that do greeting cards for a living. That's their life. And sometimes you just find one that seems to work. So I find this one. It's a cute little card. Talks about how we're so busy. Sometimes we forget to appreciate one another. Blah blah blah. Right? One of those. I thought it was such a good card. So I give her that card, and then she says, "Wait a minute, that's the card you got me last year." I got the same card twice.
Oh my gosh!
So
Well, I guess
I really liked it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I apparently have some short-term memory loss. So anyway,
But you
they
got
say
a
it's
little
the thought
blue
that
box.
counts. I must have given it not enough thought.
Whoop, I hear
Welcome
them coming back.
Okay, here we go.
Let's see.
Mr. Tacopina mentioned, and I missed this, the prosecution accepts their witness committing perjury. I missed that. There was an objection. I overruled it. I didn't hear the whole statement. I'm not accusing anybody of doing anything improper, but that statement puts the prosecutors in an unfair light. And that was improper. I overruled the objection. I should have sustained it. I don't want any side being disparaged or being put in a false light. So I made that mistake. I own it. I apologize. Go.
Thank you. Two things. One, by the way, I realized something. I said before that Mr. Ephron said he'd seen the video previously when he said there were 2 shots. What I was talking about was when he was speaking to Wally. He had already seen the video. This was obviously after Rocky's arrest and after the civil suit was filed. So I wasn't suggesting he saw the video when he went to the police on November 8th, in case that came out unclear. My co-counsel was so. Anyway, now we're back on the Wally's Jenny case. Look, all I'm saying is this. Their witness said those are fake. They played it as if they were real. So, whatever that means. But here, I'm going to go back to the crux of the Wallace and Jennings case, what we were allowed to play because they impeached the testimony of Ephron. And what I argued to you, and I'll say again, is the only crime that was proven here was Relli's extortion. He heard from his own mouth. And he boasted to Mrs. Jenny that he was getting $30 million. He said, I already know I'm getting 30 M's. And I told you at the beginning of this case, I said in the opening, that there would be clear evidence of extortion, and here it is.
You know what I'm saying? you ask for a background of lawyer versus court extortion, you feel me? He's gonna have to deal with that and his political ties and everything else. Because once I walk away, when I get my cash, the case gets way deeper. It's just like a domestic violence case. If you was to hit your bitch and your bitch was to keep on going through with the situation, you go down. But if you're not there, then you're going against the state and it's way weaker.
Stop for a second before we play the second one. You know, what he's saying is obviously he's gonna trade his cash for the case, he's selling the criminal case. So he'll get his cash and he'll disappear. The example he uses, the analogy he uses, is disgusting. Of course, that's who Terrell Ephron is talking about a domestic violence case. He references hitting, he said you're a bitch, but that's how his mind thinks. That's his example that he could come up with. But it really just goes to show you who he is and how despicable he is. That was the example he gave. But what he's saying here is, get my cash, I'm gone. Forget them. Play the next one, please.
If I'm not there, if he pays me out through my lawsuit,
Oh.
I'll walk away. Basically,
Oh, so then they gonna beat your case out
find me
clean.
because I'm gonna be on another island. Just relax. You get what I'm saying? They're gonna be scrambling to find me because now they have to go against Rocky, the state. And yeah, they have evidence and this and that, but it's not gonna be the same when you present it to a jury and you don't have a complaining witness.
That's it. Game, set, and match. That's extortion. That's him trying to sell a criminal case for $30 million. That he will go to an island, be relaxing, if he gets his money. Too bad for them. They'll have to go look for him. They have to find him. Imagine poor Detective Flores having to go search around, look for Terrell Ephron as he's on an island sipping pina coladas somewhere for just $30 million. That's it. That's evidence of extortion. It's his mindset. He doesn't care about this. He just wants money. And you're his vehicle. The only reason, and by the way, this transcript's a little tough to read, I think, because I can't see it, but you'll have to go back with you, and you'll have the transcripts. But again, remember, the only reason he's not on some island somewhere relaxing, and we're all here in the schoolroom, is because Rocky refused to be a victim of his extortion demands. It's that simple. And that's why he's using this trial, really, using these prosecutors. Now he's trying to use you, get him his money, because he knows that a conviction here will get him what he really wants in the civil case. That's it. This isn't about justice for him. It's about a payout and a payback. My last quote of some of the greats in our history, which I just love using some of the words of our founding fathers, Thomas Jefferson, said an ancient friend is the bitterest of foes. We saw that coming here, live and in color. Lest there be any questions about his true intentions, consider this. He sent an article, we heard this testimony, to Wally Sejek on December 24th, 2024, just before this trial started, entitled, Rihanna Fears Heartbreaking Consequence of ASAP Rocky's Trial. And he sent it with a smiley face. A smiley face. This parasite is happy if he can hurt that family, that woman, and her family by sending a smiley face. Like, that's funny. That's funny. Because she fears the heartbreaking consequence of this trial. So he doesn't care about this trial. He just wants his money. He wants to be on an island relaxing. And he's laughing and mocking what he can do for Rihanna and and he needs you to get that done. Ladies and gentlemen, the prosecution has not proven this case not relevant. And this literally, I'm not telling you what to do, this can be a 5-minute verdict. You take as much time as you need. I'm not trying to impede on your promise. The only thing proven beyond a reasonable doubt is that this Terrell Ephron is a pathological liar, a perjurer, and an extortionist. That's what's been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. And they know that. They know that because they asked Detective Flores the question that I just never heard. I used to be a prosecutor. It was a question that they asked.
That's improper argument. Sustain,
Which one?
that they know it's perjury. Sustain.
He used to be a prosecutor, Your Honor. It's not part of the evidence.
What was the statement?
What?
I'm sorry, what was the statement, sir? What was the statement? I didn't, what part?
That they know it was perjury.
I didn't say they knew. I didn't say they knew.
Go on.
I said what was proven beyond a reasonable doubt, because he's a pathological liar, a perjurer, and source. Didn't say they knew. I understand the court's rulings.
Yeah, we objected regarding him discussing him being a prosecutor.
Okay.
It's not part of the evidence.
All right. So, anyway,
Sustain the testimony.
what they know, they asked Detective Flores this question. Would you agree, Detective Flores, that you don't need Mr. Ephron's truthful testimony to establish a shooting occurred? Well, first of all, you do need it. You do. Remember, after breaking it down with Detective Flores, he made it clear to you they have nothing without him. We broke it down with him. We'll show you that transcript in a second. So you definitely need him, but he's just not credible. Why the heck do you think they asked that question? I mean, think about what that question screams out to you in the jury. We don't expect you to believe him, ladies and gentlemen. But it's okay. This is still proven. No, it's not okay. No, it's not okay. If you had to make a decision, the most important in your life or that of your family is on his word, would you do it? Terrell Ephron's word, would you do it? You all know the answer to that question. What you're being asked to do is make that decision the most important matter in his life, on his word. Please look at the evidence carefully, please. Evaluate it cautiously, and you'll see that there's not proof beyond a reasonable doubt. Rakim Mayers is innocent. It's not only not guilty, he's innocent. An innocent man's on trial with absolutely no concrete evidence against him, no reliable evidence against him at all. Of course he's innocent. He's not the luckiest man over the face of the earth, because there's absolutely no evidence of a shooting. And that heavy burden should not be yours to have to live with. On this evidence, it should not be. It's not right, it's not fair to ask you to do what the evidence won't, condemn an innocent man. And by the way, remember this, it's in your instructions, circumstantial evidence. If the evidence points to both guilt and innocence, you must, there's no option here, you must side with innocence. If there's two interpretations of the evidence, guilt or innocence, you must side with innocence. That's what the law is, the judge will tell you. It's in your little books, jury instructions. You must, it's not an option. Terrell Ephron, I mean, what kind of system, seriously, folks, do we have if this kind of witness came to take someone and destroy their life, with all you know about him at this point? I've talked about there not being any forensic evidence in this case, no fingerprints, no DNA, there's none. No independent evidence outside of Terrell Ephron. And ladies and gentlemen, the judge told you it only takes one lie under oath to throw this case out of court by you, if you choose, your decision. But just one lie. It's justification for you to say, I disregard all his testimony. You can't even count the number of lies he told under oath in this case. You can't. He lied directly, he lied to your face, he lied under oath over and over, he exaggerated, he gave runaround answers to try and avoid questions, he verbally assaulted me, he cursed in the courtroom, he threw a water bottle, flexed his muscles, he said he had enough, he was going to leave. how many does it take for you to know that this case is a fraud? To use Relli's own words, Relli's a fake. And he's just trying to profit off extorting A AP Relli. Just waiting for one thing, your verdict. Then he's got it. And if they come up and say, well, Relli's not on trial, that thought crosses your mind. It's true, he's not on trial, but he should be. He should be. Perjury, extortion. But he's not on trial. But what is on trial is his credibility. His credibility is on trial. And that you have to assess, and you get to assess, you must assess. The trial rises and falls on his word. With that in mind, again, I ask, what kind of system do we have based on the word of that man? That man. With all you know about him. The issue in this case is the life, future, and liberty of Bryant. And that's what will be placed in your hands very shortly. And the question I have before you is very simple. Do you believe Terrell Ephron beyond a reasonable doubt? We're going to keep saying that because it's really what we need to discuss, is beyond a reasonable doubt or not. If you don't, Rocky has to go free. And go home. He has to. Submit upon this testimony you've heard, the perjury you've witnessed, the lies you've seen, the destruction of pieces of evidence you've observed, the fabrication of others, Mr. Ephron's trustworthiness. There's no way in the world that you can find that he's trustworthy beyond the reasonable doubt. There's no way. On the important issues in this case, so let's see find out. He lied about everything. He lied about the important issues. And if you can't do that, if anything they said to you, if anything they presented to you caused you to pause or wonder what really happened, if you have a doubt, a reasonable doubt, Rocky must be acquitted. He must be. That's our legal system. You just witnessed extortion demands throughout the trial of Ephron, the lies, the hiding of evidence, the lying about being in Los Angeles 2 weeks before he sends him with 9 million of the shell casings, on and on and on. And if you think he was lying about these important issues, the prosecution's case fails. Fails. So it's very simple, ladies and gentlemen. If you do not believe Terrell Ephron beyond reasonable doubt, he must be acquitted. That's the law. A defendant in a criminal case is presumed innocent until the contrary is proved. In this case, it's not been proved. In the case of reasonable doubt, whether guilt is satisfactorily shown, until it is, he's entitled to murder. And the presumption placed upon the people that heavy burden of proving guilty beyond reasonable doubt. And why is that standard called beyond reasonable doubt? Why? Look, there are many, I just want to give you some sort of analogy on this, but there are many legal systems around the world who don't have this proof beyond a reasonable doubt standard. They don't use juries, they use judges 1, 2, 3, sometimes 4. But our country has a philosophy, and that is we cannot convict people who are innocent. We cannot ruin their lives because what happens is so harmful, devastating, brutal, based on anything but the strongest evidence. And what is being attempted here? It's so harmful, so brutal, so potentially devastating to him. That's why there's such a high standard. Standard is higher than what you find in civil cases when you have disputes over money or property. If you have a reasonable doubt about this case, about the testimony, about the double talk, about the lies, the perjury, the manipulation of evidence, the destruction of evidence, Ephron's motives, it's over. It's over. You must acquit Rocky. According to the law, it's that strict. Our system isn't perfect. You saw examples of people who were convicted in DNA later exonerates them because well-meaning juries didn't have evidence.
This is improper argument.
So you have those, you've heard of those things, like 250 less than. There's nothing to do with this case, right? But it's by jurors who meant well, and they were subsequently exonerated by DNA evidence. Nonetheless, we have a system, and it's the best system in the world. It's the best system in the world here. It can't be perfect, because human beings aren't perfect, but I'm begging you to honor that principle. Honor that principle of proof beyond reasonable doubt. Rocky must be acquitted under that standard with all the problems of falsehoods and the issues we've addressed. They cannot overcome them. They cannot overcome them. They can exaggerate. They can fling dirt. They can mock terminology of our witnesses. They can be sarcastic, repeating their unimpeached testimony. They can do whatever they want. They can't prove this case beyond a reasonable doubt. This case never should have been brought to begin with, based on Terrell Ephron, once they learned who he was. These are what we call burdens of proof in our legal system. In a civil case, again, which is a dispute over money and property, the one side that proves preponderance of the evidence, that's the standard. They get the verdict, okay? And it's often described in very simple terms. If you have a scale, like the scale of justice, if it just goes 51% to 49% in favor of one party, they win. That's a civil case. That's called preponderance of the evidence. That's enough to bankrupt somebody. That's enough to take away their business, leave them penniless. It is not enough to convict them of a crime. There's even a higher standard than that in law called clear and convincing evidence. And clear and convincing evidence, for example, in custody disputes, for example, where the custody of a child is at stake. Clear and convincing evidence in some custody disputes, you can take a child away from the parent if you prove by clear and convincing evidence that that parent should not have custody. They have not met the standards for the legal system requires for parenting. Clear and convincing evidence. Clear and convincing evidence alone is not enough to convict someone of a crime in the legal system. So take a child away, but not enough to convict of a crime. And let me ask you this, do you think you've seen clear and convincing evidence in this case that Terrell Ephron is truthful, that he's believable, that he's honest, that he's honorable, does not have a financial motive in this case, that is to be believed and trusted? They can't even meet the clear and convincing standard, let alone the highest standard in our legal system, which is beyond a reasonable doubt. It's not even close. To further explain beyond a reasonable doubt, the judge gave some great examples in his preliminary instructions and how high that standard is. If you think someone may be guilty, that's not enough. If you think perhaps they're guilty, that's not enough. If you suspect they might be guilty, that's not enough. Possibly guilty, it's not enough. Probably guilty, not enough. Guilty likely, not enough. Guilty highly likely, not enough. It has to be guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. Ladies and gentlemen, when you get into that jury room and ask yourself, do we have a reasonable doubt about Terrell Ephron in this case? Any. Because all it takes is one. Just one. Just one. You have 100. All it takes is one. Look, my time is almost up. I want to apologize to you again for letting that this journey has taken. But you know, you're seeking justice that really are no shortcuts. You would trade better with me. You would want to fight hard and vigorously, especially if it was for a person who's maintained their innocence from the get-go, from day one. And I hope and I trust that you understand that in a journey towards justice that there are no shortcuts. Let me tell you how this is going to proceed now. After I go, after lunch, I think, or maybe now, the prosecution will go again for another submission, so rebuttal submission. We have this one opportunity to address you because they have this very heavy burden, so they go first and last. They will seek to rebut, which I brought up. Presumably, they won't be back up here talking about all sorts of new things, or they'll face objection. But they have to seek to rebut what is being argued right now. And let me tell you up front, I'm loath to object during someone else's argument. I don't do it. I didn't do it once before. I'm sure I have to do it in this Lewin. But if something new is brought up, you know, he may be compelled to. Let me tell you also this, if he brings up anything, we may be precluded from standing up again and saying, wait a minute, here's an answer to that, wait a minute, ladies and gentlemen, you have an answer. But you can substitute your common sense. You all can substitute your common sense. Your judgment in that place, and that's required towards this journey. In this journey towards justice, you can substitute your common sense. You can respond for it. It's not out loud, don't do that, but you can respond. I'd like to remind you of something Judge Arnold told you. By the way, before I do that, I just want to also tell you that we're all very fortunate to have him in this church. I've been before many, many judges. His patience with us in particular, his humility, he's an inspiring role model for what a judge should be. So you're all very lucky to be in this world. I feel it. Anyway, his Honor told you in the beginning that Mr. Lewin will have the opportunity, the prosecution, Mr. Lewin will have the opportunity to sum up last. It's not because I lost the coin toss. It's not because of that. At the beginning of this thing. It's because that's the rules. They have the very heavy burden, and those rules established by the state. So because they have the heavy burden of proving someone guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, they go last, and that's a burden that never shifts to us. We have no burden. When a prosecutor has a particularly weak case like this, which stands or falls on evidence not worthy of belief, they always make some sort of pitch like, oh, the witnesses aren't on trial. I defy them to get up here and convince you that the evidence shows beyond a reasonable doubt that Rocky didn't act in self-defense, or defense of another, or that the starter pistol was a real thing, beyond a reasonable doubt. I defy them to explain to you why. Watch for attacks on defense, watch for questions posed by him, knowing we're not allowed to respond. The law says you can respond for me. One other thing I'm going to pose to them right now. Remember yesterday I was telling you about this issue regarding cartridges from a prop gun. Because you heard about prop gun can eject, does eject some sort of a casing. And I said to you, there's absolutely no evidence whatsoever regarding what blank casings from a prop gun look like. You heard evidence that from Lewin, who's the only one that was asked about it. There's paper and plastic in a prop gun bullet, so to speak. There's no evidence of how far or what direction they would be ejected to from the prop gun, whether they would still be intact or not, be split open. There's no evidence of that in this record at all. And certainly, there's no evidence that they would look anything like something that would be observable by the police, like those silver, shiny, metallic casings from a real firearm. No evidence whatsoever. I was told yesterday, there was an objection, I was told I was missing the evidence. I then said, first of all, I don't mistake the evidence, and I challenged the prosecution. Okay, if I'm mistaking the evidence, today, when they get up, show the jury.
Your Honor, this is improper argument.
If I mistake the evidence, show the jury when we stand up. That I mistake the evidence. Show them the evidence in this record that cartridges from a prop gun are metal or metallic or anything. Anything. There's no evidence in the record at all. I'm just told they mistake the evidence. They could probably should. Now, it comes a time for me now to conclude my remarks, and I may never have another opportunity to speak to you again, certainly not this setting, maybe when the case is over. And you've been told many, many times there are very heavy burdens based upon the prosecution of people for good reasons. To prove this case beyond a reasonable doubt. And as such, it is Lewin's duty to answer for you as best he can any legitimate questions arising from the evidence which we believe is cast doubt on Rocky's guilt. There may be 1,000 such questions in a case like this, which we could put to them, but we intend no such exercise. We'll be here until the summer. I do think after careful deliberation that it might be fair to suggest 10 questions that literally hang in the air in this courtroom at this very moment. And as the time approaches for you to decide this case, for us to hand the baton to you as you will, I offer these questions now as the most important challenge to the prosecution. Prosecution claims met its burden in this case. They claim that. Well, if the burden has in fact been met, then you'll be given logical, sensible, credible, satisfying answers to each of these 10 questions. On the other hand, the questions are overwhelming or unanswerable. Those questions will be ignored, or you'll be told that the prosecution has no obligation to answer our questions. If you're giving anything less than complete, sensible, satisfactory responses to these 10 questions, beyond a reasonable doubt, you'll quickly realize that the case is transparent and false, and false. We prove real hard things for you, things you can see, things you can take back to the jury room. And that is, you have to find Rakim not guilty. And when I'm concluded, and for Mr. Lewin's convenience, I should decide to deal with these very troublesome questions. I'm going to leave him the written list up here of questions when I conclude. Let's see if he wants to throw them or not, but I'm going to show you those 10 questions. Here they are. Let me go over them with you one by one, very briefly. Question number 1. Other than Relli's word, what evidence is there that he photographed shell casings at the scene? Okay, there is none. We know that. Because even though they had photographs from his phone, they didn't get the metadata. So it was shown where those photos were taken. We also know they didn't get his GPS location at 11:45 that was shown where he was when he took those photos. Number 2, other than Relli's word, what evidence is there that the shell casings even came from the scene? No evidence other than his word. Lydia Parker's not here. Just talk about the metadata and the GPS location. Third question I asked him to answer. Other than Relli's word, what evidence is there that he even went back to the scene? Because now we know he swears that at 11:09, that's not him. That's not him anymore. And there is no video of him going back to the scene. So now we're left with his word again. Because they got Ill's GPS location, but not Relli's. Number 4. Other than Relli's word, what evidence is there that he ever left Los Angeles after going to a shooting range, shooting off 9mm, by the way, 2 weeks before the incident? Again, it's just his word that he left Los Angeles 2 weeks before. So he took a flight, and he took a flight back. That would have been a very easy one to prove. But we just have his word. Number 5. Other than Relli's word, what evidence is there that the scrapes on his knuckles were gunshot wounds? Even have to comment on that. Number 6. Other than Relli's word, what evidence is there that a conversation ever happened on November 5th to set the tone for November 6th between ASAP Bari and Rakim? Other than his word, there was no ASAP Bari, there's no phone records, so we just have to take Relli's word that that happened. Number 7. In light of Lou Levin's testimony and in light of Lou Levin and 12B's unimpeached testimony, other than Relli's word, what evidence is there that Rakim did not carry a problem, other than Relli's word? There's none. No evidence of a shooting. Nothing from either video says that's not a problem. None. Number 8. Other than Relli's word, what evidence is there that he was shot by an operable semi-automatic firearm? Again, other than his word, no evidence whatsoever. Number 9, this one's my personal favorite. Number 9. How is it that you do not need Relli's truthful testimony, remember that question, to establish a shooting occurred when Detective Flores told you, A, the parking garage video does not show an operable gun. That's his testimony. So let me break it down this way. Video 1 alone, you don't know if the gun's operable, correct? Correct. B, the video from 1616 Beast Del Mar does not show if there's any gun at all. The answer to that was specifically just looking at that and not looking at anything else, no. Well, that's the video, just looking at that, no. And C, the sound heard on the video from 6200 Hollywood Boulevard may have come from a replica firearm, according to Detective Flores. So, no evidence of an operable gun in one video, no evidence of the gun at all, or any shooting in the second video, and the pop, according to that case detective, could have come from a replica. So, do you need Relli's testimony? Because if you just don't have it, if you take it out, like was suggested in that question, Detective Flores told you there's no evidence. No evidence that there was a shooting or an operable firearm. And number 10, given that Relli told you he will lie whenever he wants, you saw him commit perjury multiple times. Relli told you he will commit perjury when he doesn't want to answer a question. How can you trust Relli with a matter of importance in your life, the life of a loved one, or the life you sit in judgment of? I don't know how they answer those questions. They can't. I will leave these 10 questions right here. We'll see if you get answers. I don't think so. You have the capacity to transform his very dark 3.5 years into a bright tomorrow. You have that capacity. You have the power in your hands. It's up to you now. We're going to pass the baton to you now, or very soon anyway. And you will do the right thing, I'm sure of it. You made that commitment for justice, you'll do the right thing. I will go someday on to other cases, no doubt, Mr. Lewin, Mr. Siegel, Mr. Brisloman, Ms. Kaplan. We will, Judge Arnold will try another case someday, I hope. But this is Rocky's one day in court. By your decision, you control his very life in your hands. Treat it carefully. Treat it fairly. Be fair. Do the right thing. Remember the testimony of Terrell Ephron and ask yourselves if you would trust him with any matter of importance in your life. And if the answer is no, you can't trust him with a matter of importance in his life. The case rises and falls as you saw it with him. All you can do is try and get Rocky's life back. Imagine living under despicable accusation. 3.5 years. Facing what he's facing, knowing he didn't do a thing wrong. It's been my privilege, my absolute privilege, and honor to represent someone that I admire as much as, and I thank his amazing family for putting their trust in me. Ask questions in jury selection. And if you had a doubt, would you have any problem saying not guilty? Would you have the courage to say not guilty? Did you have the mental fortitude to walk back into this courtroom if they failed to prove him guilty? Do you have the courage to walk back in here and say we find him not guilty? You all said you could do that. You all said it. That's why you were picked. That's why the 6 of you are here. You know that was part of your job. You said you could do it. I'm going to hold you to that, and I hope you hold yourselves to it. That's what makes this system great. Your courage, your willingness to stand up for what's right. Look, this courtroom says Mark S. Arnold, judge. He's the judge. Judge Arnold's courtroom. But when it comes to the facts in this case, it's your court. When it comes to what's right in this case, it's your court. when it comes to what's fair in this case, it's your courtroom. No one will take that money. This is your courtroom right now. I'm going to tell you something. What happened here isn't pretty. Think about that. Because if the message was going to be sent out, that proof like this is enough to convict one of us, one of our citizens, none of us have a chance. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. Thank you, Ron.
All right, we'll take a break now, folks. Please be outside the courtroom doors at 1 o'clock, at which time you will hear from Mr. Lewin. So please remember, keep an open mind. We have not heard everything. Don't discuss the case amongst yourselves or anybody else, and we'll see you in about 17 minutes.
Well, I'm going to wait for my partner, my stream partner, Michael Bryant. He'll be right with us in a second because I want to talk about the dig that Joe Tacopina just made. And Michael, I can see you're wiring up because he had 10 questions and Michael's been busy writing them down.
Yeah.
And not only, but so the prosecution didn't have to write them down. What did he do? He said, I am going to leave those 10 questions right here and see if they can answer them. I thought that was what a stage move that was.
Yeah,
Even
it was good.
Lewin was tired to object on that.
How could you object?
How can you object? Well, you could. He was like, oh, well, I don't know. I mean, I counted like 32, 33 objections. The judge didn't have that, but who the heck knows anymore? All I know is that we'll talk a little bit about what went to, but talk about those questions because our viewers are voting like not guilty, right? They're
Yeah, in
voting
fact,
not
I was
guilty.
just looking at our poll that we've had on our community tab, and it's now at 85% not guilty, 7% guilty, and still not sure was 8%.
So that would be one juror out of 12 if you extrapolate it.
8.2% would be one juror. Yeah.
That's probably kind of
Could happen.
extrapolated. You never know what a jury is going to do, which is why Mr. Tacopina took a long time to go through every single bit of the evidence.
Oh,
but
yes.
Boy, Michael Bryant, talk to me about what happened in that courtroom.
Well, you want to get into the questions? Let me see if I need to notes.
Yeah, get into the questions. And we should note that right now the plan is, and again, it's around Chris Tacopina's schedule, 4 o'clock our time. He should be coming on the air with us. It may change a little bit, back or forth a little bit, but depending on his time. But you got to stay tuned to Justice Serve TV to see him.
Yeah, and then who knows when? I think the judge said they're coming back at 1, which is 4 here because he shortened up the lunch break. We'll see. They tend to, be a little bit mushy on their time, and if we get Chris on, we could probably live without Lewin for a couple of minutes, right?
I think so. I think we can live for a couple of minutes. I think it's more important to have Chris Tacopina on.
So the self-defense thing came up. I think that was good. One thing he mentioned, this was a little bit earlier before our first break, when Tacopina was up at the board there, and he's pointing out this blob is this person, this blob is this person, and then as he wanders off, he said, Judge, there's a nail sticking out of the like the wood there near the witness stand, and he just throws it out there. He's like, can I get my suit paid for if I snag my suit? I mean, that's the kind of stuff that real moment stuff that juries love.
Yeah, they do.
They just do.
They do. They absolutely love that. Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
I got notes everywhere here, but if you see my desk, I have notes everywhere. Like I'm trying the case.
So here was question number 1. And a lot of these were prefaced with other than Relli's word, because this gets back to the central theme we've talked about from the day one of Relli's, perjurious, is that a word? Perjurious testimony.
Yes.
How are you going to resurrect this guy? He's clearly not going to resurrect himself. What else can you do? And so Joe's points have been, other than Relli's testimony, answer these questions. So other than Relli's words, what evidence that there were any casings found at the scene? What evidence you have other than Relli's word? Okay. And these are all obviously designed to be answered with nothing. You got nothing. because if the jury comes to that
0.
conclusion, then obviously it's a not guilty. Number 2,
Right.
other than Relli's words, any evidence casings came, let's see, I'm trying to read my writing as I was jotting it down.
Any evidence that the shell casings came from the scene?
Yes,
That I
yes. Casings, first of all, casings came from the scene, second of all. And again, he was there, he wasn't there. That's still totally unclear. He's contradicted himself. Relli said he was there. That's me on video. Oh, no, it's not me on video. Number 3, other than Relli's words, what evidence that he even went back to the scene, right?
Right.
Other than his testimony, what evidence that this was interesting, I thought, that he ever left LA between the shooting range incident, which was 2 weeks before, and the night of the incident.
Yeah, that was interesting. That was really an
and I was trying to think,
thing.
okay, where's
Right.
he going with this? What's the real intent of this, other than to show that Relli lies about virtually everything? And I don't know if there is a substantive reason for it. I think it purely goes to his credibility.
I think he said he went back to New York. Remember?
Well, he said that, but
but
whether he did or
apparently
not, who
we don't-
cares? Except as to credibility, because
As to credibility,
substantively,
right.
it doesn't really affect what may or may not have happened that night.
And also as to how the prosecutors didn't get any evidence. They could have gotten plane tickets. They could have gotten metadata. They could have gotten all that. So I think it also goes not into credibility, but to the prosecutor's
true.
willingness not to check up on him.
It does
on his
support how horrible the investigation was. Yes, that is true. I have here number 5, other than Relli's testimony, what evidence is there that the scrapes were caused by a bullet?
Oh, that's a good one, right?
Yeah, that's
There's
a good
no medical evidence.
There's no
right?
doctor. There's no nothing. Number 6,
Right.
other than his testimony, what about a conversation between ASAP, and I couldn't hear which ASAP he was talking about, and Rocky. There was supposedly a conversation on the 6th of November, the day after the incident, or late into the evening after the incident.
I think it was right between Relli and Rocky.
Okay, and
Right.
so what evidence is there of that? Because that one was not recorded, and
There was nothing on the phone that they had.
Obviously,
Right.
Rocky didn't testify, so Relli's only testimony about it. Number 7, and he referenced Levin's testimony here, but other than Relli's testimony, what evidence that Relli did not know about the prop gun?
Yeah. What evidence that
carried.
Rocky did not carry a prop gun? Right.
Yeah.
What evidence was
And of
there?
course, Lou Levin said no. People knew that,
Right.
which of course explains why Relli would chase after, however he was going, walking fast, skipping, running. However, Relli was pursuing, following these guys.
Right.
You don't
Right.
do that if you've just been shot at. You just don't. Number 9, how do you not need his truthful testimony? Remember this, after Relli just lied left, right, and center. On redirect, he's asked by Paulie P. He was asked, this was Flores was asked this. Flores was asked, remember Detective Flores was asked,
Right.
if you ignore Relli's testimony, can you still get to your conclusion that a real
Right.
gun was fired in this case?
Right.
And the jury's got to ask themselves that question.
Right.
How would anybody get to that conclusion without believing Relli's testimony?
Right.
Then let's see what else I've got here that I can't read very well. Number 9. I did number 9, didn't I?
Yes, you just did number 9. You're on 10.
Oh, no. Number
Not
8
one.
was
No, you mean-
evidence
right.
that Relli was shot by a semi-automatic. That was number 8.
Yeah, we did that. Right. Yeah.
Other than his
right.
testimony. And then
Right,
number
that's right.
10, Relli,
Shot by a Glock, not just a testimony, but a Glock
yes,
semi-automatic. Right.
yes. And then my last one was really scribbled fast. Let's see.
Let's see.
If the really, how do you trust? It was a weird way he phrased the question. It was something like, how can you trust Relli on
right.
any point, having heard his testimony in this case? How can you trust him?
In an important decision for
in
life. Right.
Exactly.
Yeah,
And something
like
you would
that.
ask him
Right.
to do. Kind of a broad, kind of philosophical question.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
guy's a lying sack of dog poop. How can you trust him on any level?
Yeah,
And he
I
has
think that goes
told-
because there's a jury charge that may
Yes,
say
that's
something
exactly what I was
about,
gonna
right?
say.
In California.
The jury charge in California is very clear. It says, if you find that a witness has been untruthful on anything, you can find they've been untruthful on everything. Or you can find they've just been untruthful on one point. Well, with Relli, you've got 20, 30 things that he was untruthful about. In fact, I challenge people to find things he was truthful about, and they're going to be inconsequential, I think.
Well, maybe his name.
Well, again, inconsequential,
Yeah, that was good. Telling showed he was aggressive. Law nerd, PHL. Joe should said, "How do you think he was with Rocky? He'd react to Joe if they were on the streets." I think he said something about if he reacted to Joe this way in the court, this way. What do you think he's like on the streets? What do you think he's like on the streets?
Yeah, this is him controlled, right?
This is him
But
controlled.
that's what I said from early on, that this was not his comfortable place, right? Really totally out of control, and I mean that by having no control. Not that he was out of control, just it's not where he's running the show. And in his world, he's used to running the show. So he gets aggravated, frustrated, lashes out when he isn't controlling the show, right? And speaking of lashing out, I think one of the best points Joe made that the prosecution's really going to have trouble rebutting, I think, who was the aggressor, right?
Right.
Who was the aggressor?
That
If
grabbing
you look
of
at the video, even that part, at best, that's a push, right?
Right.
Think about who has the motive to be aggressive initially, right? It was Relli that was so mad, whether it was about the Josh's funeral expenses that may or may not have been promised and then not paid for, but he was anxious about what Rocky was able to have for himself and what he was maybe not sharing. Rocky clearly had risen way above Relli, and that angered Relli. That's his motivation to confront Rocky. What's Rocky's motivation to confront Relli?
No, he has no. There's no upside. There's no upside.
Yeah, I can't think of one other than being annoyed perhaps by him because he, was angry. Relli's angry at Rocky. So does that cause enough concern, anger on Rocky's part to go after Relli and say, "Stop bugging me, stop being a dick"? I don't think so. I think the jury would have to believe that to find that Rocky was the aggressor. The evidence suggests Relli was the aggressor for so many more reasons.
Right. Now it's Sissy says, "Where's Relli's girlfriend that supposedly went back with him to get the casings?"
Yeah.
Where is she? I would imagine her lawyer told her not to testify.
If you believe, and I want to make sure I get the words right here.
Yeah.
If I believe what Joe said, Lydia Parker. Let me make sure I have it here. She was doing what she does. She was busy doing what she does. Okay.
Yeah, but she's over there. She's right over there. There was also a fight in the courtroom. We're actually uploading it right now so we can show it to you. And then thank you, Katna Williams, for the first time she knew of the allegations that were made by Attorney Yokelson of the unethical conduct in a case that was reversed, was from Justice Serve TV. So we try to bring you what we know when we know it. Micah L said some people on TikTok found her adult website and she locked it.
Yeah.
And the problem there is that all
she was getting too much business.
Are gonna be with it. Hi, Moon Goddess. How are you? Totally agree with you, Michael. We mentioned you the other night, and when you weren't on. All good. Talking about how our viewers are great. Then you got Phoebe Purvis Lewin. Lewin he's taking this personal. Yeah,
There's no doubt about that.
Yeah, and he's just aggressive, and he really is, and he can't control himself. I received actually a text message, and you all love Neil Rockheim, who hasn't been able to come on. We try to get him on today, but he may come on later. But he said Lewin is out of his mind, out of his mind, because he's so aggressive. I mean, he's just so aggressive. I mean, where's the stop on this? And he finally, I think, met his match with Joe Tacopina. He just met his match. I mean, Joe's not going to back down with him. But then Lewin, we'll have the whole thing, and Dizzy, when it's uploaded and ready.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. I'm trying to pull it up right now.
You're
so stand by.
Okay.
I'm pulling it off our drive, and I'm trying.
Yeah, and if I, by the way, based on the girlfriend too. Relli said she went to the scene. If she didn't go to the scene, she's not going to get up there and commit perjury. And I'm sure that they
would have needed that. In light of that video, they would have needed her to do that.
Right, they would have needed her to come up. And
now talk about suborning perjury. There you go.
Yeah. Then you really had. There was always objections about the prosecutors about whether he was suborning perjury if you put somebody up and continue on with the prosecution, because He perjured himself. I mean, I don't see anything wrong with it. I know in California you can't disparage, because you can't disparage the other side. You can't disparage one side and say they're unethical. That's in the rules. All
Yeah,
right.
and
So
it's always subject to the judge's interpretation, about what is disparaging versus what is, aggressive advocation. It's the judge's call, as most things are. Okay, before I have this video ready. Before we play it, we want people to keep an eye on, as best you can, and ear on the back and forth between, the judges doing his best to calm them down. But look at the specifics being said by Joe to Lewin, and by Lewin to Joe, and we'll try and fill in those blanks if some of it is not able to be
Do
heard.
not mention the prosecution's verdict. Here's a quote. On an objection, you overrule. The prosecution accepts their witness committing perjury. It's improper, it's unethical, you said you're not going to tolerate it, and I object, and you make it clear to the jury that my objection you find annoying. It's very clear that the tone that we get when we make an objection that should be sustained is, what are you doing? That's what was said. You specifically...
Lower your voice and don't yell at me. I told you before, I'll listen to what you say, speak in a normal tone of voice.
Judge, we're doing the best we can to make sure that this trial is ethically conducted. They have repeated, I've objected, you told them it's improper. You overruled repeated objections where they are saying improper things. He just said a moment ago, this is a direct quote, the prosecution accepts their witness committing perjury. I object. You respond, that's appropriate comment on the evidence. It is not appropriate comment on the evidence, Your Honor. I don't know if you didn't hear it.
I didn't hear that.
So, Judge,
What I heard, I could have been wrong, what I heard was that Mr. Tacopina was describing Relli as committing perjury.
Judge, that's a direct quote. The direct quote was, the prosecution accepts their witness committing perjury. Here's another one. Relli committed extortion. There is no legal...
Do you think the jury's going to ask for what the legal description of extortion is?
Your Honor.
Forcing someone to pay money, that is, quote, extortion.
No, Your Honor.
Go on to something else.
Your Honor, I want to make my record. I mean, you're going to do what you're going to do, but I have a right to make my record. No lawyer can get up here, no lawyer can get up here and tell the jury that a crime has been committed when there is no instruction on that crime. When in fact, Your Honor, that's not the legal definition of extortion. We've objected, and the court again is basically telling me, don't worry about it, it doesn't matter. Your Honor, it does matter. After a while, when there are so many of these things, they add up. And when the court is saying, wow, what they don't care about it.
No, I didn't say they don't care about it.
It seems, Your Honor, it's improper argument. And the problem is...
I don't agree with you. I think using the word, quote, extortion to describe the conduct is not improper. I think it's fair comment on the evidence. You, in your rebuttal argument, you can say it wasn't extortion. You can address it.
Jack's coming up. Jacket's coming off.
Getting hot. Getting hot.
Not connect the prosecution to committing crime.
I'll tell you what, I didn't hear that. I'm going to ask Kathy for the exact quote. If that's what was said, I'm going to sustain your objection, and I will apologize for overruling.
Judge, can I respond, please, on that one issue? Not
Yeah.
everything else he said. What I said was, and I agree with what I said, but understand the context of it, okay? I didn't say this is more perfect. I didn't say it yesterday, I didn't say it today. But one thing I said, and it was fair comment, was the prosecution accepts their witness committing perjury. What I mean by that is in regards to one thing, and it's indisputable, Your Honor. It was regarding Relli saying the tape was fake. The tape was fake. They got up, cross-examined Mr. Sajemi, did not ask him if the tape was fake or not, okay? They then put up transcripts of that tape recording with attributions to Mr. Ephron. So that means just by that very fact, they accept the fact that he committed perjury. I'm not saying they support it, but they accept that witness committed perjury. They have to. Let me finish. There's no other way for them to move forward unless they say that wasn't perjury, but it was because he said that was fake. We know that wasn't fake. It was real. That was perjury. So by then moving forward with it, arguing that that tape is important for the prosecution, that Ephron said these things, that when they cross-examined Sajemi, that wasn't being a good friend to Ephron because he made a tape. All that is doing is, I didn't say this is warranted, it's different. I would never say that, I didn't say it yesterday. What it is doing is accepting it, because they didn't say, you know, we have an issue with this witness, he's committed perjury. I said they accepted that witnesses committing perjury. That witness committing perjury on that one issue. That's fair comment, Your Honor. It's not inappropriate. It wasn't disparaging counsel. I didn't say Mr. Lewin. I just said they accepted, and that is true. That there's no other way around it.
It is not fair comment. It is completely unethical.
Oh,
I agree with you.
So, Your Honor,
I agree with you.
What's frightening is Mr. Tacopina just stood up here and basically defended, said, yeah, I said it, but I can say it. He doesn't know or care about the law. That is clear. And Your Honor, when it's happened 25 times in this trial, with the hiding of evidence, with the late discovery, and with repeated, you told counsel before we started, do not disparage the other side. I said yesterday, you argue what you want about witnesses. You say a witness lied. You do not disparage counsel. You repeated it yesterday. He tried to explain how he didn't make mistakes yesterday, which he did. Now he gets up and he's now admitted, yes, I made that comment, here's why it's appropriate. Your Honor, it's not appropriate. It's completely unethical. It is immoral, and it's not correct.
Here it comes.
And again, Your Honor, the fact that he is getting up here saying, well, yeah, I said it, here's why, just demonstrates again, he doesn't know the law or doesn't care.
You're disparaging him right now.
I'm disparaging him because, Your Honor, he's not following the
There
rules
does not
of
be
conduct.
any disparaging of either side.
During argument, the jury's not here. I have every right, obligation, and duty to stand up here and point out that he was being unethical. The first time the court catches me being unethical, Your Honor, the court knows that'll be the first time. The court knows I don't do that.
Can't wait for the jury to see this after the trial ends.
I've heard enough from both of you. I missed the prosecution accepts their witness committing perjury. I don't think that's fair comment on the evidence. I think that's an improper statement. It infers that the prosecution is allowing perjury to occur. I'm going to sustain your objection, and I'm going to apologize for overruling it, and then move on. If I were the two of you, I would just move on and not make bring it to the jury's attention. I would point out, though, I told you at the beginning of arguments that if an objection is made, I'm going to do my best to call it as I see it. You have made 17 objections. I have overruled 12. I have sustained 5. I'm doing the best I can. I will continue to do the best I can, and that's all I can say.
I just want to put on the record that, these remarks about being unethical is not just about had it with him. This from a lawyer who, and I was saying yesterday on it, this from a lawyer who asked in front of a jury for a stipulation that a shooting range was not in California when either he knew it was in California or had no idea that it was in California. Okay? So he literally asked for a stipulation in front of a jury that he knew was not true or didn't know if it was true. And that's unethical. That's unethical. And this is a guy who, the Ninth Circuit just said lied to a jury in the Branford case.
Your Honor,
So
Your
I
Honor,
want to
Your
hear
Honor,
about him
one
getting
more
elected.
thing out of him, and we air everything that's happened in this case, which the court's aware of.
Stop it.
He might want to stop.
I'm so,
Oh my
I'm so
goodness.
correct.
You should be, Joe.
Oh, yeah.
Let's take a break.
You should be.
Don't tell the courts ever told me I was a liar.
Hold on, hold on.
Lewin pacing.
Oh, yeah.
It continues.
Stop it!
As he's walking out the door. Stop it, you people.
Think about this is what I don't get. Normal people say, if prosecution knows someone's lying, you can't say you accepted that they're lying and you put them on the stand. That's unethical. I mean, it seems to me that the normal people watching court shows think that if a prosecution knows a witness is lying and put them on the stand and they lie, that should be common, because isn't that what is in the scheme of what normal people look at ethics unethical?
Well, it's common sense. And just because you won't let him say it in a way that the judge thinks is unethical doesn't mean the jury doesn't already understand that.
Right.
They get it, right? But I thought, Lewin set himself up because he's saying to the court, if I'm unethical, and the court knows this, if I'm unethical, it'll be the first time. And then whoa, heads up, because here comes that Ninth Circuit decision, dum-dum, where you were found by the court to have lied to a jury, and the case was overturned as a result. So maybe you forgot that unethical thing that happened. So at least in this case, say to the judge, if I am unethical, judge, it'll only be the second time. Only
Right,
for,
right,
won't
right,
be the
right,
second
it'll be the
time.
second time.
I'm
And
doing pretty good.
And then Lewin yells at Joe, "There goes your steroids." I mean, this is
Just like
I think the
kids.
judges had it, but he was yelling at the judge. The judge said, "Low," and I'm going to shout it, "Lower your voice and don't yell at me."
Yeah.
I mean,
And,
just like
and
that.
the first
Okay.
time he said that, because Lewin's default position is loud like a maniac. That's his default. And the judge has told him many times, lower your voice.
Right.
And I don't know. I haven't been in a jury room there, but the building is not exactly soundproof. This is LA construction. If you go to New York, where the walls are, cinder block and super thick and probably deader sound,
Right.
in LA, when you're getting that loud, I'm not so sure the jury's not hearing that.
Now, I don't know. There's usually like a little
Some of it.
corridor down to the
Yeah,
down,
but
and with a bathroom in it for the jurors, and then they go into the jury room. So if they come out to go to the bathroom, you can kind of hear in that little corridor. That's how all the courtrooms
and
are
you could
usually
also
built there.
hear, the jurors. You can hear them in the jury room if you're in that corridor. You can hear if they get, if it goes to 12 angry men.
Right. Yeah,
I
people
remember.
always listening, right? People always listening. That's
Well,
why that's why they make sure people don't go in the courtroom when there's
I
deliberation.
know.
Right.
I remember covering a case for Court TV once where I had a source that told me after hearing jurors discussing things that they had a count basically of where they were in their deliberations. And for my source, I said, here's what I'm hearing is going on, because it was a case that had been dragging on, right? And I reported that. The judge called me in and kicked me out. You're out.
Did he really?
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
wow.
So I had to return to New York, and Savannah Guthrie, who I worked with at the time, who's now, of course, at NBC, she went down and was there to take the verdict. But I was reporting what was verified by a source. The judge, and I'm thinking, and I told the judge, I said, "You think the jury is watching us, watching Court TV in there while they're deliberating?"
No, that's the whole point. They're not supposed to.
So sometimes judges get a little carried away in terms of what they think is protecting the process, right?
Yeah, and then the other thing the judge said, which is what we're talking about, the judge said, well, Lewin said, he said that's not legal extortion, what he did. That's not legal extortion. The judge said, forcing someone to pay money is extortion. It may not be legal extortion, but
and he
it's
said
extortion.
It's an argument. It's an argument.
And it's an argument, which is what we're saying, that you force somebody to pay money when they're not supposed to. And the judge said he used his hand. It's extortion. And Lewin's arguing it's not legal extortion. It doesn't satisfy the definition of legal extortion. Therefore, it is improper argument.
Yeah, well,
give me a break.
Last time I looked, extortion is not in the indictment for anybody. So this is not a situation in which you need to prove elements of extortion to talk about extortion. Right.
Right.
And the court agreed. You throw it out there. It's an inflammatory word. So what? It is what it is.
Yeah.
And it was used by Relli. So,
yeah, I don't think he's fed up with the sound of his voice, because this is how he acts. This is how, apparently, if you read that article from National Enquirer, and you must read it. We posted it on our website because it came out just the other day. I mean, it's something. This is how he acts, and it's interesting. Joe doesn't put up with it.
Yeah, that's what he said was, hey, if we're just gonna air everything that's happening, and Joe was like, whoa, that's a bad thing. That's like, bring it on, dude.
Yeah, bring it on, because we know all about you. We know all about you and how you act.
Yeah, if you want to talk dirty laundry, my friend, Lewin does not want to open that can of worms.
And they're going to be interesting to see whether or not, because remember, he's got a rebuttal closing. Technically, the rebuttal closing is supposed to be just to rebut what the defense said, but the defense went everywhere, right? But it's not supposed to go over the territory that you had in your opening and restate it. So it's to show why it may have been good despite what the defense said. He's going to go, and he's going to want to go all day and into next Tuesday. You know it. And the question is the judge going to stop him? Is the judge going to say, no, I'm going to stop you. That's enough. You've had enough.
I mean, it comes back at 1:00 their time. Is there a chance he goes past 4?
Oh, God, chance? The judge, judge promised the jury they would be deliberating today.
I know. So what's the over-under on how long he goes?
4
o'clock?
4 o'clock.
Because the judge has already instructed them, so it would take 2 minutes for him to give them the case. The next question becomes, will he let them stay late?
Yeah, the exhibits also, because
the exhibits, which Joe
he asked whether or not they could see.
I guess he learned that. normally at the end of the case, when you're marking exhibits and everything, you kind of learn at that point, what's the jury going to get and what are they not going to get? Are they going to have a laptop or some other way to play
He
these
learned
videos?
they are. Yeah, he learned
They are,
are.
but usually you know by then. Joe apparently learned it during the course of his closing and said, "Oh, good. Oh, you're going to see this stuff." So you could run it like the Zapruder film, forward and back, and that's
And
good.
we've been calling it the Zapruder film, right? We've been like, but it's good. But they're going to want to do it. They're going to want to do it, no matter what they do, what they think. They're going to want to see the evidence because they've been sitting there, so they're going to want to see the evidence. So what's the likelihood now that they come back on Tuesday?
Yeah, I mean, if it comes down to a 4 o'clock, okay, here's the case, but 5 o'clock local time, we're going to end for the weekend. I'd say they're definitely coming back Tuesday.
Yeah, if the judge says that's it, because some people have plans. I think they have a one juror that does a child care issue.
Yes,
too.
because she actually had an issue getting there this morning at 9.
But she got there. She got there pretty close to 9.
Sometimes people just,
yeah.
It's inconvenient. And let's face it, I respect all jurors who do what they have to do. It disrupts their lives to get in that box and do their job. But sometimes you can kind of make it work if, even if it's a grumbling, as we say in the contract world, a grumbling acceptance. You're like, okay, judge, it's a pain in my ass, but I'll do it. And that person did.
Yeah. Afi did post it. I think we read it word for word. We're trying to get her on, but we have Chris Tacopina for. And even if Chris is on when Lewin starts, we're just going to mute Lewin for a while because the screaming. We want to hear from Chris Tacopina for 10 minutes. Lewin's going to be going on and on and on and on and on.
Yeah, we got a couple of options. We can pause it and push it, or we can just let it roll. And I suggest we just let it roll. And we're going to talk to Chris for 15-20 minutes and
just over it. Although Missy said she could let it roll at 1.25 times to catch up, right?
That's an interesting, that may be the best way to listen to Lewin in general, maybe 1.5 times. Yeah.
1 right. It's like, so pause it, but that's, I mean, it just, I don't even know what to say. What was your overall, and looking at our viewers in our chat, and we have 233 people right now chatting. If you're lurking outside, because I know there's a lot more of you outside, come on in. Missy says she'd rather talk to Chris Tacopina. Well, Missy's been dealing with Chris, getting him on the air.
Well, let's not get into the relationship between Missy and Chris. I think she's got a fangirl kind of thing going on there. I do credit her for stalking him though, and finding him and getting him into the mix.
Yeah, and getting him into the mix because he was on Twitter, right? Rice Street says the judge is going to shut Lewin down. He's tired, Bo. I mean, I think the judge is tired of him. I think the judge really is.
Yep.
And he's gonna. And Joe did take long, but part of him taking long was the 30-some objections. You got, that's at least 30 seconds a period of time, so, you're talking about another 15 minutes being added in, because of the objections. And sometimes it was more. So, it was ridiculous. And, the disparity, Joe only objected once yesterday, right? And just let the prosecutor talk, right? But I think the jury sees the disparity when they're starting to say, well, they let the prosecutor talk, but it's been this way the whole way. The prosecution doesn't want the jury to hear everything.
Yeah. And of course, Joe can't comment on that because they do have the right to make objections. And, about a third of the time they were sustained. So fine. But it's not a procedural question. It's a perception question on the part of the jury. What are they thinking about this guy that is objecting to what seems like to the jury innocuous stuff? It sounds desperate. And so when they hear him get up there and start beating his chest about how great the prosecution case is and how dumb you are if you don't convict Rocky, it just compounds their perception of this blowhard. That's what I think he's a blowhard.
It was gone really just, Sheila Duffy says if Lewin shouts all the way through his closing, he'll think the jury will believe everything because he's shouting.
Yes.
Do you think if he continues to shout because the judge said, don't shout at me, that the judge could say to him, that's it, time's up? Okay?
I don't know if he would do that. I think he could tone him down. So, Mr. Lewin, the jury's right in front of you. You really don't need to shout. I could see that. Yeah. I don't know if he would cut him off for shouting.
Yeah, Hashar Logan says the prosecution knew that really picked up evidence from the scene and came to the police without medical records and with a private lawyer. Lewin is yelling about ethics. So that's what I think driving people crazy.
Calling the kettle black. Oh, hey, look what I got.
Dunk. Oh my goodness, there you are.
Yeah.
What
Yeah,
a
well,
Dunkin' bag.
Look what was in my Dunkin' bag. Isn't that
Oh
weird?
my God, a shell. You're gonna show
The- the-
everybody shell. Now that's legal
yeah.
for you to have in
The-
Connecticut. You have the right to have that shell.
well, of course, this is
I just
actually,
making sure.
yeah, this, of course. Where are we? The Soviet Union? Of course. But yeah, that's a pretty typical Dunkin' bag.
Yeah, usually they're not brown or black plastic.
Yeah.
You know. And I've seen so many posts on X from people following this and talking about how there's no Dunkin' open at 11 o'clock. There was in 2020. There just wasn't because they
Just
couldn't go out
another
and get the
little,
Dunkins.
with all the crap that really spread, it's just another little, what a surprise,
Yeah, Lisa says the prosecutor reminds me, and this is not your wife, Lisa, I just want to make that clear. The prosecutor reminds me of Patrick Bateman in the movie American Psycho. I guess the Psycho part, right?
American Psycho, yeah.
Yeah,
He's gonna have to
so
get into better shape, but yeah.
because he again says, "Where's the charge for Relli for perjury on the stand?" You know.
We've talked about it, and you can be literally convicted of perjury if the facts suggest, and they do in this case. It just isn't very often pursued. It just isn't. Not as a standalone.
It's just I want to talk more about the what happened though in court. I mean, this whole they were at odds earlier in the week, but you think that Lewin got worse today because he felt that Joe Tacopina just I use the word kill, but not in the sense of somebody's killed, but killed it in the closing.
He crushed him, and I think as much as Joe went, in my opinion, longer than he needed to, repeated too many things that he didn't need to repeat, it did have the effect of grating on Lewin, more and more and more. And maybe that was part of the plan.
Maybe that was part of the plan, right? Who knows? Because it did. As we went along, we started out, and we were kind of kidding when you were out initially early on about, well, there's 17, with 15, 16, 17. And then it exploded me. It exploded. It just exploded, right? In terms of how many objections, and they kept coming, and they kept coming, and they kept coming, and they kept coming.
Yeah, I think the judge undercounted for sure.
I think he did
missed
too.
a few.
Yeah, a few. I think he did too.
I mean, I thought it was well over 30, and he's still.
Yeah, we had 30.
That clip we just heard was prior to the last part of the argument, which had a few more.
Right.
So even by the judge's count, it's over 20.
Yeah. So here's according to according to Afi, this is what happened. Let's repeat it. After a contentious discussion with the judge about the prosecutor suborning perjury. Now, what does suborning perjury mean? It's a legal term, right? That you actually, it's not that you put them up knowing they're going to perjure themselves, but you ask them to perjure themselves. That's the distinction legally. But most people think if you put somebody up who's lying, you're suborning perjury. You and I, as defense attorneys, if we did that, we'd be like, in the Hooskow. Lewin won, and he shouted it. More word out of him, and we're airing everything in this case, and the court knows about it. Your time is coming, buddy. Tacopina, oh, I'm so scared of you. Everyone's worried about you. Everyone's worried about your mental health. Lewin, any idea when you'll be finished? Taco, whenever the F I want. Lewin, the steroids really are affecting you. Taco, you're hunched like a hunchback. The judge notes that Lewin has made 17 objections over Rule 12 and sustained 5. This is in. There was some more said, that we didn't, that Afi didn't get because it was going fast and furious in there. And the judge, I think the judge had it, right? I think he had it. He just said, "Stop it."
It just seems he's had it a number of times, and he just wants this done, right?
Right.
It'll be very interesting in that hearing after the fact where they tally up these sanctions. If he softens a little bit, I guess it'll depend on when he has the hearing. The sooner it comes after the trial, I think the hotter he's going to remain. But, he just seems like a guy that's pretty even measured, and it took Lewin and the fight with Joe Tacopina to really get his hackles up and to make him. I think the judge is uncomfortable in this setting.
I think he's tried to keep control of it.
Yeah,
and he can't. And it's not that it's Tacopina, because Tacopina didn't do the objecting. It's Lewin. It's Lewin. He's crazed at this point. He's crazy.
Yeah, but once they start going at one another, as they did in that most recent break, the judge is in his spot. Nobody's comfortable in that spot. It's unprofessional by both sides. It's unprofessional, and the judge it doesn't like to be put in that position.
Well, I tell you what, though, Lewin has gotten away with it for so long. I just say, come at me. All right, you want to come at me?
Oh yeah, I don't blame
He's
him.
gotten away with it for so long. I think people are scared of him, and judges are scared of him, or he seems to be on the right side of a very popular case, and he's just gotten away with it. He's gotten away with this, you know. I mean, even when he called me from Law and Crime, I had some very nice conversations with him about, you know, some commentators on the air don't know, you know, what they're talking about and all. But the fact that he called to suggest that, you know, one of my commenters was, you know, an idiot, basically, you know, didn't know what he's talking about, didn't like him, and all, or complain about the bent of something, you know, that who picks up the phone and does that? Who picks up the phone and does that?
I think
You
a
know,
very insecure person.
right?
That's what I think.
Most people would be, shall we say, maybe they'd be more careful. Not careful is not the right word, but be scared or be pushed back, right? Because they feel it more threatening than I would. I just feel that this was somebody who just couldn't control himself for calling, you know. So that's where we are. And Tubi's feeling the same way. Hi,
Tubi is
Tubi,
too.
would you like to come on in?
Hey, here's an important note from Brooklyn. Missy, I got a card in the coffee mug to take a picture and post it. Didn't understand what that means. Missy, can you help Brooklyn? My best explanation is just take a picture of you know, the mug with your favorite beverage in it and put that on social media.
Right. I think
that's it.
that's what it is.
Yeah.
We're about how far
I
away
put
from
that
the
in. I put that in
5,000?
all of them, just to, you know, to promote the fact that we, you know, gave away the mug for the Where in the World is Justice thing.
Yeah, yeah, and Justice will be on the road soon. Again, right now there was no reason to go to California. Oh, we're having a little Tubi issue outside. Tubi
Yes.
Tubi wants to play with his mother because he says his mother's been
Yeah.
forgetting him.
I think Tubi's
These
doing
times.
his Lewin impression.
Yeah. No, please don't say that about Tubi. Tubi is adorable. Elisa points out the judge needs a long vacation after this trial. Missy, I'm sorry, not Missy. Let me look at this. Majani, and then there's an @P. Says, does the squabbles affect Rocky in any way? I thought Rocky stood there very nicely. You know, I think they took their jackets
Did.
out initially because they thought they were going to lunch, right?
Mhm.
And then all of a sudden, you saw Rocky had to put his jacket back on, but Joe didn't bother because they thought they were leaving for lunch. And you leave for lunch, you're leaving for lunch. There's very few places to eat there. You either eat upstairs in the courthouse or there'll be a local restaurant close by. But by the time you get to the restaurant and come back, it's time to get right back to trial, which is why there's really nothing that close to the courthouse to eat. So, but I think they thought
No, it's a
that.
nasty area to be hanging out.
Right. You
not
know
good.
better than I do.
Yeah,
You know
it's not
better
good.
than I do. But no, I thought that Rocky handled himself very well. Joe was like, you know, yeah, it's there now, you know.
Yeah,
You know,
I would
I'm
love
waiting
to
for
have a
this again.
conversation with Rocky about, you know, how this whole thing is playing out in his head. You know, what's his reaction to everything? You know, as somebody who's kind of involved, you know,
Right, right.
in what's happening and his fate.
Right. I mean, he's sitting there. Right. Exactly. He's just sitting or standing there, being very, subdued. And this is, I'm sure this is his life and it's worrisome. But yes, you wanted the conversation because all this is going on around him. Like there's a hurricane going on,
Yeah,
or a
and it's
tornado,
almost
right?
like, hello, this is my freedom, you know, my life going on here, and you know, to some degree, it may feel like it's devolved away from him as the defendant in the case. It's all become about these big personalities.
But that may
So
be good, though. That may be good
it
in
may
this case.
be. I would
I
just
think
love
that's
to get
very,
his take on it, and I'd
yeah,
love to
yeah.
get Rihanna's take on it. In fact, she's here. Just a minute. Oh no, she's.
Oh, stop. Stop. She was in court
We're
yesterday. No,
babysitting for her, so it's
no,
okay.
come on. I would do the same thing. I mean, the jury has to see. You know, he said that. You know, the thing was that Relli was jealous, according to the defense, of everything that Rocky had, and it was the prosecution who puts up the picture right in their opening of Rihanna, and then when the defense says object, he's married to a beautiful superstar, and the prosecution goes
Okay.
objection, right?
Okay, I have the proverbial bone to pick with you on this because
Okay.
I think you were taking what I believe is a legitimate attack on the bias of a witness and you're turning it into some sort of criminal allegation against Rihanna. I think that's crazy. What they were doing was saying you have to acknowledge that Rocky and to a greater degree Riri had the ability to squash somebody's career. Not that they will, not that they did, but that it could affect the testimony of that person. I think that's perfectly legitimate. And
I think that you're bringing Rihanna into it. She is not on trial,
no,
right?
and it's
There's
not
been no
accusing her of anything. It's just
and,
stating the
well,
reality that these people in power can affect this lowly witness.
but there's no indication that she would affect this lowly witness. There's
No, but it's an
indication that this
argument in
low-
closing. You could make that argument.
Oh, I just think that yeah, I do. I think that you
I
take
don't
the
think you're
woman,
accusing
the
somebody of a
self.
crime by
Well, you're taking the
suggesting
self.
that their
Wait a
position
second.
is in
Wait.
power.
You are accusing them of a crime. You're accusing them of a crime of because they didn't testify.
What crime? Okay, what crime is
on
that?
the thing.
What crime? What crime?
That retaliation of some sort, right, under the law.
I
some
could see
kind of
maybe a
payback.
civil action for maybe some sort of interference with prospective economic advantage. You know, hey, you lost a job because we suggested somebody not hire you. That's not a crime.
Well,
That's
it's
a
kind of
civil
like
tort.
it's almost like
It's
a
a civil
blackmail
tort.
type thing. I'll find a crime.
But they didn't
I'm
even
gonna
go
find a
that
crime.
far. If they'd
Yeah,
gone
but
that far, I might
they
feel
shouldn't have
more
done it
about
at
it.
all. But they
I
shouldn't
think
have
it's
done it
a
at all.
perfectly acceptable argument to leave the jury with to suggest that this witness may not be truthful because he's afraid. That may be fear on the part of the witness, and that means no action. That means no action on the part of Rocky or Riri. But in the mind of the witness,
he didn't say anything. We're gonna fight here. We didn't say anything about he never said anything about
No.
Rihanna. It was the prosecution who said it. So I
It's-
think when you're the prosecutor, you bring that up. I think that's totally inappropriate.
I think in the mind of the witness, whether it's true or not, whether it's happened or not, whether it will happen or not, if this witness thinks that these people can affect his livelihood, it could affect his testimony. That's legitimate.
Oh, I mean, the 30 million certainly didn't affect his testimony with the perjury and asking for 30 million. He didn't think they were that important. He didn't think they were that powerful.
Well, he was talking about it too in the sense of the other witnesses, Lou Levin, Wally, those other folks who were in some position of gaining economic advantage.
Wally?
Well, yeah,
Wally's a tech person. He made $20,000 from ASAP.
Hey,
He flew from Paris.
20,000 here, 20,000 there. Pretty soon it adds up to real money.
Yeah.
For some people, 20
yeah.
grand is a chunk of money.
I think when you I think that when you say that's kind of like tampering with witnesses. I think that's exactly the
You're
situation.
focusing on the other end of the argument. I'm talking about in the witness's brain. If it potentially affects that witness's testimony, even if they're out of whack about what these powerful people can do, it affects their testimony, and that's a legitimate.
All right, so we agree to disagree. Obviously, it was an appropriate question because it went out. But I think
Yes.
that
It wasn't objected to. Interesting.
Yeah, interestingly, and I think that's because you take. She's not on trial. She's his wife. She's sitting there with somebody's wanted $30 million and trying to put her husband in jail. Oh, she's so powerful that you're going to accuse her of trying to tamper with this witness.
See, that's where you've taken it off the rails. It's not an accusation on them. It's the witness's belief that something could happen. Not something that did, their belief. Okay,
Right. So
I think we've beaten that to death.
We've beaten that to death. I just think that you don't try to demean a woman who's a self-made person, like she is. And
it's not demeaning her. It's
I know
the
you
witness's perception of power.
As a juror,
I know you're very sensitive about it. You're very defensive on her behalf.
Oh, sensitive, not defensive.
Riri's going to be fine. Riri will be just fine. Don't worry.
Okay, so Miriam McPherson asks us to get back to what this case is about. If Rocky is found guilty, can he appeal? Let's first somebody had a question about what were the options of the jury. So why don't we do that and then talk about whether he could appeal if he were found guilty. The options for the jury are guilty. There's 2 counts. On each count, it's guilty, not guilty, or they have a hung, right? There's no lesser included on each count, right? And then, yes, if he's found guilty, he can appeal.
And we're assuming, and correct me if I'm wrong in my assumption here, the 2 counts is because there were 2 shots fired.
Right. That's what they said. The 2 incidents, the 2 shots
fired. That's what
fired.
I assume. Okay.
That's apparently what the indictments. That's apparently what the indictment says. That's for that. Isabel asked, "Do you think Joe was too long?" I think Joe did what he had to do. I think he made a judgment that he had to cover all the areas. And also, as he saw Lewin getting more riled up. That
was the side benefit of it, I think. And obviously, I think he did go too long, but I'm not in his shoes. And the worst thing you want to do as an attorney is sit down and start thinking, oh, man, I should have covered that. Or what if especially if you get an adverse result, then you really start second guessing it, right?
And we've all done that where we sat down and said.
Well, I always call it the 8 seconds of happiness. The 8 seconds of happiness is when you're done, you sit down, 8 seconds, and then you start thinking what you screwed up, what you should have done, what you should have covered, what you wish you'd covered better. Yeah, so I get it, but just my opinion, it was too much for this case. And
Yeah.
I heard you, another thing I heard you talk about earlier was the Spectre case. And you said you did 6 hours over 2 days, as I recall.
Right.
Perfectly acceptable, makes perfect sense, but it also makes my point. Do you think this case is 75% 4 hours versus 6, 75% as complicated or difficult as Spectre? I don't think it's you. I think
No,
it's
we
10%.
were in court with the jury picking the jury, I think in April,
Yeah,
and then we finished in September.
that case is in orbit compared to this very simple case that seems to be.
I could have registered to
complicated.
vote. I was there so long. Yeah.
Exactly. So you're making my point, and that makes perfect sense. So if people get a chance to go back and look at that closing, get 6 hours, do that.
Okay. Why can't the judge throw Mr. Whining out, Michael?
Mr. Whiny, throw him out of the case.
Yeah, throw him out of the case. That's
no.
it.
No, I mean, I don't think whining is not. I guess if you whine enough, you can be held in contempt, and if that's throwing somebody out of the case, you could have them removed, not during proceedings, not to prejudice this attorney against him, by the jury. You can't do that in front of the jury. You can punish him. You just can't pluck him from the case and say you're done.
Although right now I think everyone wants to pluck him from the case, although because we have to go through what he's going to do on his rebuttal argument, and gosh knows, I mean, it's going. I don't know. Angela Cote says, how can an officer of the court threaten another officer of the court to break a gag order placed by the court and not face any kind of sanctions? I'm not sure what gag.
I'm trying to interpret this, Angela Cote. I think the interpretation is that when Lewin said, we'll let everything out of the bag, or whatever he said, that was somehow breaking the gag order. Right?
Got it. I got it. Right. I think that's exactly what she's talking about. Right.
Yeah.
But you know what? We have asked the LADA's office a number of times. We have tweeted at them and we asked them to undo their gag, undo the gag, so these things can be addressed, open their files up, find out who made the discharging decisions, who put John Lewin on the case, when did that happen, why did that happen? We asked them to open that up, and they're the ones who asked for the gag. That's my recollection. Because Joe Tacopina was I mean, it's not that he was not saying nice things about it, but he didn't like with Tacopina's access. I think it was to TMZ or something like that.
Yeah, it was just that was the initial crying of Lou Weiner. That's what led to the gag order. They both being Tacopina, then started talking about Hockman, who had made public statements about the case, going beyond what Tacopina thought was appropriate. And so that's when the judge said, okay, that's it. Everybody, and you're all gagged.
You're all gagged. So Sheila Duffy, Michael, this is going for you. Will Joe object to Lewin's closing just to be
I think
spiteful?
Will he? Should he? I'll answer the should he. No, he should not, unless it's outrageously objectionable, because I think he just looks like the cooler head, the calmer dude, the confident guy, the guy with the best case, the guy with the best client. But will he? I don't know. Joe's not shy, and he can get caught up in this stuff. Who knows?
Yeah, no, I think he is. I think he knows. Well, you know what? I think he's got Lewin down. Okay, I think he's definitely got Lewin down. So I think he'll know if it's the right time to object. SNW Love. If Rocky is found guilty, would he go to prison right away?
I doubt it.
Yeah. I doubt so. Would his bail be revoked?
That's questionable. They'd certainly argue for it, and maybe, but I think that what they do is have a limited time where he would, be allowed to get his affairs in order under the current bond at best.
Right.
Because it's not. Remember this: if it were a murder case, they'd put the cuffs on him and haul him out in the back room. But this is an assault case.
Well, Jason Hodges, Joe brought a jury expert with him today, according to people inside the courtroom. So the question is, did he bring Richard Gabriel, the trial consultant, or did he bring bring Michel? Right, Michel Ward, Dr. Michel Ward. So that'd be an interesting. We'll have, since I can't. So we should. I think
they've been there most of the day, most of the court.
I think they had to. I think
one or both.
One or both. Usually, that's been my experience. One or both is in the courtroom most of the time. Sometimes not, but in most of the time. Oasis Cat said they're still watching Inspector Trial Weekly on Murder Church. It's a Sunday morning. Well, I hope you're enjoying it. I hope you watch the movie afterwards too. You can see the differences. All right, Philadelphia has another good. These are all great questions. Do you think the prosecutors will try if hung or not?
Oh boy, I think we would agree that they'd be dumber than they were this time in bringing the case.
Right, right.
I mean, they shouldn't have brought it this time. How could they possibly retry it? Now, I say that with the Karen Reed case hanging over us, right?
Right.
Where similar thinking might prevail. I see that Chris is going to be on at the top of the hour. It looks like at this point, audio only.
Okay, so he's going to be
traveling and
he's traveling, and as he says, working. So he'll be on the audio audience, but he's going to be. But like we had Moon Goddess was on the other night with audio only,
right.
and it was just fine. We'll see his picture. Hopefully, we'll see a picture of him, and we're going to thank him obviously for making the time because. He does have a job. He does have a job.
And
we're so thrilled that he's willing to come on with us first of all the streamers.
When we see the picture, it will be difficult to deny the heritage.
Yeah.
Would you agree with that?
I agree. And then we're also working on doing an on-camera interview with him that Michael and I will do separately, and that we will then play for all of you subsequently. So we're trying to get 2 shots. By the way, at Chris Tacopina. But we
now we got this, end of the case pending versus next time we talk to him might be after
right, exactly. So maybe or maybe we'll talk to him more. We'll see. Kind of an interesting thing. I mean, I've asked. We're also trying to get some other people on. I'd love to have the attorney Yogelman on that the article was on, and also the attorneys for the 2 DAs that have said they're going to sue John Lewin for retaliation because of their position on Menendez. Oh, brother. But this is what happens. How does an appeal work? Does it mean the case has to go on trial? Go ahead. It's a good question.
Well, many things could happen, because obviously it'll depend on the grounds for appeal. There will be many. If there is a conviction, there will be lots of grounds for appeal. And the appellate court looks at it, and they look at the trial court record. That's what they have to rule on. They don't ask for more evidence. They don't have witnesses come in. They look at the record, right? And they will either decide there were no errors, conviction confirmed. There were errors, but they were harmless. That's where it gets real dicey. Or there were errors and they were reversible. And if that happens, then there's generally a remand. And the remand could be either for a new trial, or it could be to flesh out an issue that the appellate court felt was not properly presented. So those are all the options.
Yeah. Hey, Neil Rockhind is in our chat. Hi,
hey,
Rock and Neil. Hi, Rock and Neil.
The Rockweiler is here.
Yeah. Let's settle this like civilized individuals, and maybe Neil will come on later on and answer your questions. Lewin, I'll hear everything. Hey, I'm thrilled for that. Let's
bring it on.
That. I've asked him to undo the gag order, Neil. Right? I read before. You think that he's kind of like Neil also says that I think Joe would win in a physical fight, but I think John wins with the phrase, "Your Honor." How about the one about sit down and stop yelling at me that the judge said to him? How about that? I mean, that was it's just I had no words, and I mean he keeps
that
going
doesn't happen very often. Oh, wait a minute, we have Lewin is going to reach out to us here. There you go. Okay, well said. Well said.
Oh, that's Lewin. There we go. Yeah, no, you think about that, right, Neil? And Neil said it well also on what really had that pause where if I thought it was going to be this difficult, pause, right?
So damning.
It's so damning, right? So damning, Creed, we're going to air everything that happened in this case, and he can get away with it because he's a jackass. Nobody wants to discuss stuff with more than needed. Oh, tell us how you really feel. It's just I had no words. I have no words. Okay, I can't. So we talked about the hung jury or not. We talked about whether Rocky can appeal or not. We talked about whether there's an officer of the court or not, and whether Joe is too long. I know you're putting your questions in here. They're fast and furious, as you can see. Neil Rockhind, I love it. An exclusive interview with John Lewin. Neil, we're gonna let you go find to get that.
It would be fun. I'd be happy to do one. It would be so fun.
Yeah, it would be. Well, you never know. He may, because he may say he wants to, depending on what happens, set the record straight. Because no matter what we think about this case, There's a jury there. And we've had a poll, and like 85% say not guilty, but I think 50%, was it 15% or 5%?
It was 8%.
8% say
8% didn't know, and 7% said guilty. So
yeah, so you have 8%, maybe one
and all you need is
juror,
one person.
all you need is one person to hang this jury in favor of a guilty, and it has to be retried or dismissed. So whenever you try a case to a jury, you don't know. You just don't know. You
Neil,
know?
this is better than a soap opera.
Yeah.
It has, as we've said before, it's kind of grown beyond the underlying case, right?
Right. Right.
And in most cases, this would never be in trial,
Yeah.
even if it
Yeah.
was a more legitimate
Yeah.
assault with a
Yeah.
deadly weapon case.
And N. White Del Sol says Lewin just won't stop once he's made a point. He's the definition of beating a dead horse. Okay. Oh, wait a second. This is great, Creed. But if we have an interview on, we'll have to lower the.
That's right. How about this? Is there a time limit on the rebuttal? Unfortunately, apparently not.
Apparently not. So, Neil. Plus, since when one can't a lawyer say that is a reasonable doubt? I've never heard a worse objection. Right. Lewin was arguing that because Joe would say that this fact is a reasonable doubt, it causes the whole case to fall. Lewin would say, objection, Your Honor. The jury charges that you have to take all the facts together, and if they form reasonable doubt, then you have reasonable doubt. It's ridiculous.
Of course, because if you find reasonable doubt on one of the items, then you have the reasonable doubt that you need.
Right.
But the court corrected him and sort of referred to the instructions, which they will get.
Yeah, and so
he's read them, but they'll get them.
They'll get them too. Yeah. Is Angela Cote? How long will into Lewin's closing does he start to yell? Okay, so now we had the bet on the. According to the judge, I win. There's 17.
No, he didn't give an updated. It's gonna because there were some after that.
We had like 33. We
did
33.
He had 17 before that break, and then there were more after that. So he's got to have 20 even by the most favorable count.
Right. Exactly.
Nobody went. Well, somebody said 55.
Bob Mata's here. Bob, we are so sorry about your uncle. As you know, Bob Mata's uncle died.
Right.
I'm so sorry about your uncle. Bob O'Reilly, I'm not sure which one, but our closing's done. No, John Lewin has to go, and we are going to probably listen to part of him. Yes, but we're going to do the interview with Chris Tacopina, even if it comes into we pause and then we go at 125 speed or whatever, or let it run. Even if it goes into that, because we want to hear from Joe Tacopino's son. I think I tweeted out earlier today my favorite, and I don't know which one of you did it. I have it here somewhere. Okay. Let me see if I find.
Is this the ASAP taco?
Yes. Who called?
I think
Joe
it was
a nickname ASAP Taco.
It starts with an M, short name.
Matter of fact, I think I do have it here. It was Micah.
There you go.
Micah. Okay. Nickname Joe. He's going to give ASAP Taco. So I guess, Chris, if you're listening, we're going to have ASAP Taco Mini. I don't know what ASAP Taco Grassers. I don't know what you call it.
ASAP Taquito.
ASAP Taquito. Okay, that's good. I love it. ASAP Taquito. Missy will tell us we're hopefully about 5 minutes away before. Remember Chris is driving out in somewhere in Florida, and so we're going to be so defense diaries. Any other questions? Here we go. Here's a great cop. Holy shit!
Yeah,
you had to see.
That sounds like Bob.
You had to see holy shit. You had to see holy shit earlier, and we have the clip. I know Dizzy. Thank you for Dizzy. She's going to post it on Justice Serve TV at Justice Serve TV or on our YouTube where the boys were fighting. Maybe on our YouTube. I don't know. You had to see what happened in court, including the judge yelling, Bob, to Lewin to lower your voice and stop yelling at him. That's the judge telling Lewin, because Lewin won't accept what the judge had to say about his rulings.
And Lewin will say, Judge, the jury's not here. I just want to make a record. And the judge said, well, you can do that, but just lower your voice.
Yeah, it's been holy shit. It's been like nothing you've ever seen. You couldn't make a movie about this. And when they make the movie about this, whatever it's going to be, I don't know. First of all, I don't know.
Here's how part of it goes. I'm out of order. You're out of order. This whole courtroom is out of order. There.
But and also in fairness, I don't think I don't think Lewin has ever encountered somebody as going to stand his ground as Joe Tacopina. And Joe did a masterful job. I've said this a number of times. He was able to pull back. He knew, you know, how to deal with the California jury and how to address them and all. But when they were out of the presence of the jury, when Lewin went after him, he got on Lewin's nerves. Lewin got on all of our nerves. So we're all thankful, I think. I mean, certainly our viewers are thankful for it. Play the clip. We played the clip once. You want to play the clip again for, you want to play the clip again?
We could do that while we wait for Chris to come on. And then if he pops on, we can.
Ray Pacino, Michael. Yeah, look, say.
Hey, there you go. Your boy.
There he is.
Okay, I'm going to play this again.
Do not mention
For those who didn't enjoy this before.
Here's a quote. On an objection, you overrule. The prosecution accepts their witness committing perjury. It's improper. It's unethical. You said you're not going to tolerate it, and I object. And you make it clear to the jury that my objection you find annoying. It's very clear that the tone that we get when we make an objection that should be sustained is, what are you doing? That's what was said. You specifically...
Lower your voice and don't yell at me. I told you before, I'll listen to what you say, speak in a normal tone of voice.
Judge, we're doing the best we can to make sure that this trial is ethically conducted. They have repeated, I've objected, you told them it's improper. You overruled repeated objections where they are saying improper things. He just said a moment ago, this is a direct quote, the prosecution accepts their witness committing perjury. I object. You respond, that's appropriate comment on the evidence. It is not appropriate comment on the evidence, Your Honor. I don't know if you didn't hear it.
I didn't hear that.
So, Judge,
What I heard, I could have been wrong, what I heard was that Mr. Tacopina was describing Relli as committing perjury.
Judge, that's a direct quote. The direct quote was, the prosecution accepts their witness committing perjury. Here's another one. Relli committed extortion. There is no legal...
Do you think the jury's going to ask for what the legal description of extortion is?
Your Honor.
Forcing someone to pay money, that is, quote, extortion.
No, Your Honor.
Go on to something else.
Your Honor, I want to make my record. I mean, you're going to do what you're going to do, but I have a right to make my record. No lawyer can get up here, no lawyer can get up here and tell the jury that a crime has been committed when there is no instruction on that crime. When in fact, Your Honor, that's not the legal definition of extortion. We've objected, and the court again is basically telling me, don't worry about it, it doesn't matter. Your Honor, it does matter. After a while, when there are so many of these things, they add up. And when the court is saying, wow, what they don't care about it.
No, I didn't say they don't care about it.
It seems, Your Honor, it's improper argument. And the problem is...
I don't agree with you. I think using the word, quote, extortion to describe the conduct is not improper. I think it's fair comment on the evidence. You, in your rebuttal argument, you can say it wasn't extortion.
Your
You
Honor,
can address it.
Your Honor, the bigger issue, as I said, is the court repeatedly told them, do not connect the prosecution to committing crime.
I'll tell you what, I didn't hear that. I'm going to ask Kathy for the exact quote. If that's what was said, I'm going to sustain your objection, and I will apologize for overruling.
Judge, can I respond, please, on that one issue? Not
Yeah.
everything else you said. What I said was, and I agree with what I said, but understand the context of it, okay? I didn't say this is more perfect. I didn't say it yesterday, I didn't say it today. But one thing I said, and it was fair comment, was the prosecution accepts their witness committing perjury. And what I mean by that is in regards to one thing, and it's indisputable, Your Honor. It was regarding Relli saying the tape was fake. The tape was fake. They got up, cross-examined Mr. Sajemi, did not ask him if the tape was fake or not, okay? They then put up transcripts of that tape recording with attributions to Mr. Ephron. So that means by that, just by that very fact, they accept the fact that he committed perjury. I'm not saying they support it, but they accept that witness committed perjury. They have to. Let me finish. There's no other way for them to move forward unless they say that wasn't perjury, but it was because he said that was fake. We know that wasn't fake. It was real. That was perjury. So by then moving forward with it, arguing that the tape is important for the prosecution, that Ephron said these things, that when they cross-examined Mr. Jemmy, that wasn't being a good friend to Ephron because he made a cake. All that is doing is, I didn't say this is warning, it's different. I would never say that, I didn't say it yesterday. What it is doing is accepting it, because they didn't say, you know, we have an issue with this witness, he's committed perjury. It's accept. I said they accepted their witnesses committing perjury. That witness committing perjury on that one issue. That's fair comment, Your Honor. It's not inappropriate. It wasn't disparaging counsel. I didn't say Mr. Lewin. I just said they accepted, and that is true. That there's no other way around it.
It is not fair comment. It is completely unethical.
Oh,
I agree with you.
So, Your Honor,
I agree with you.
What's frightening is Mr. Tacopina just stood up here and basically defended, said, yeah, I said it, but I can say it. He doesn't know or care about the law. That is clear. And Your Honor, when it's happened 25 times in this trial, with the hiding of evidence, with the late discovery, and with repeated, you told counsel before we started, do not disparage the other side. I said yesterday, you argue what you want about witnesses. You say a witness lied. You do not disparage counsel. You repeated it yesterday. He tried to explain how he didn't make mistakes yesterday, which he did. Now he gets up and he's now admitted, yes, I made that comment, here's why it's appropriate. Your Honor, it's not appropriate. It's completely unethical. It is immoral, and it's not professional. And again, Your Honor, the fact that he is getting up here saying, well, yeah, I said it, here's why, just demonstrates again, he doesn't know the law or doesn't care.
You're disparaging him right now.
I'm disparaging him because, Your Honor, he's not following the
There
weirdness
is not
of
to be any
Rocky's
disparagement.
had enough. He's had enough.
during an argument. The jury's not here. I have every right, obligation, and duty to stand up here. And
Right,
point
obligation,
out
and
who's
duty.
being unethical. The first time the court catches me being unethical, Your Honor, the court knows. That'll be the
First time.
Court knows. I don't do that.
Oh,
Court knows. Court's already made
I've
their
heard I've heard enough from both of you. I missed the prosecution accepts their witness committing perjury. I don't think that's fair comment on the evidence. I think that's an improper statement. It infers that the prosecution is allowing perjury to occur. I'm going to sustain your objection, and I'm going to apologize for overruling it, and then move on. If I were the two of you, I would just move on and not make a, bring it to the jury's attention. I would point out, though, I told you at the beginning of arguments that if an objection is made, I'm going to do my best to call it as I see it. You have made 17 objections. I have overruled 12. I have sustained 5. I'm doing the best I can. I will continue to do the best I can, and that's all I can say.
I just want to put on the record that, these remarks about being unethical is not just about had it with him. This from a lawyer who, and I was sustained yesterday on it, this from a lawyer who asked in front of a jury for a stipulation that a shooting range was not in California, when either he knew it was in California or had no idea that it was in California. Okay? So he literally asked for a stipulation in front of a jury that he knew was not true or didn't know if it was true. And that's unethical. That's unethical. And this is a guy who, the Ninth Circuit just said lie to a jury in the Brantford case.
Your Honor,
so
Your
I
Honor,
want to
Your
hear
Honor.
about him.
One more thing out of him, and we air everything that's happened in this case, which the court's aware of.
Stop.
He might want to stop.
I'm so threatened.
You should be, Joe.
Oh, yeah.
Let's take a break.
You should be.
Don't tell the courts ever told me I was a liar.
Hold on, hold on. Hey.
Oh, yeah. I'm so scared of you.
Stop it!
One last stop it.
Stop it!
From the judge.
Stop it! But that's Lewin. Lewin who's doing this. It's Lewin who's doing this. I mean, you know what? I am so thrilled that Joe Tacopina is not kowtowing down to him, and I'm also thrilled that the judge tells him to stop it. Stop it. I guess the judge is handcuffed in the sense of he had to bring him to contempt. But this is this is crazy. It's ridiculous. It's not befitting of someone being on trial. If you have a man on trial that can go to jail for what, 10, 24 years, all right? And this is the kind of trash that we're going to talk about. And I'm not saying to Joe, I'm talking about Lewin. And you want to call me after this finishes, Mr. Lewin, again, like you did in the Durst case when I had the special on another channel? Please feel free. Release the gag order. Let me know whether anyone asked you whether you should continue with this prosecution based on ethics. I really want to know that answer. Okay. All right.
Now, the judge
So,
bailed him out a little bit there by suggesting that if you say the prosecution's okay with a witness who perjured himself, you're basically attributing that perjury to the prosecution. And the court said, no, that you can't do that. And the court then, this was a break before Joe finished up, and the court then apologized to the jury, said, hey, I missed the wording on that objection. I overruled it. I should have sustained it. And then they kind of moved on.
yeah.
Hey, I
yeah.
believe we
Yes.
have Chris Tacopina here. Is that true? Let's see what's going on. Well,
There you
there he
go.
is. Chris, can you hear us?
Yeah, can you guys hear me?
You bet.
Yes,
Where,
yeah.
where are you right now? And what are you driving?
I am driving back from a meeting right now, back to the office, or the arena.
And
Yeah.
we have to thank you for coming on the show. I know it was hard to get your schedule because I said to people, you work for a living.
I do.
We kind of stalked you. We kind of reached out to you, Missy, Marissa, at all. But you know, we've been following your dad on this case, and you know that I know him personally, teach with him, and we really wanted to get your take on what's happening from somebody who knows him better. He's been labeled by our viewers as ASAP Taco. So we've said you're Taquito or something. I don't know, Michael.
So Chris, nice to meet you. Appreciate it. I only know your dad from a case many years ago. It was in Jersey. It was called, it was in Essex County, I believe.
It was in Middlesex County.
That was in Middlesex. Anyway, it had to be 20 years ago when I worked for Court TV. Anyway, he was a presence then. He's certainly a presence now. And for those who haven't been familiar with his work, they're getting a dose of it now. What do you think of Dad as things are unfolding?
I mean, this is Joe. This is who he is. He is, fiery. He is intelligent. He is disciplined, and he is going to make sure all the facts come out in light of and lack of facts in this sense here, with having absolutely no physical evidence. If I may, the fact that this is even where they are this far in court with this trial, with having absolutely nothing behind it, is just because of who the defendant is and who they are tied to. I truly believe that.
Yeah, as you're watching it, I mean, we were talking this morning. The prosecutor's making a distinction. Well, what Relli was doing was not the legal definition of extortion, and the judge kind of just put him down on that. Put Lewin down on that. Your father's done a great job saying this case is about a shakedown from day one. Give us your thoughts, if you could.
I don't want to slander anybody involved with the case. But I will say that I've thought the judge has handled things, the best that he can in this sense. But as you saw in his summation, there is clear evidence of extortion, and he even explained it himself in that recording that the prosecution forgot to submit. Play during the other 2 hours that they played in their summation. I forgot that one little clip.
Yeah, he got that. So as you see, our Sheila Duffy, Chris, your dad, is doing a great job defending his client. And, exactly. Nice to meet you, Chris. And everyone is, please tell your friends about the wonderful channel. Thank you very much. And that our viewers they're in love with your dad. I mean, they're in love with your dad here. I mean, we've been accused of being biased, and maybe you are, but we're biased for justice, we say.
And doing things the right way. Chris, you're not in the biz. You tell us exactly what you do and how you avoided getting into the practice of law.
I work for the Florida Panthers, the NHL team. I'm the strategy and insights manager down here in Florida. And law is something that I was interested in college. I actually went in for pre-law. That was my major initially. I took the intro course, and I said, "Oh, way more." Well, not the glory that I thought it was. It was seeing my dad's trial and everything. Of course, that is the top echelon of it.
Right.
But I've always been a sports fanatic, and I just figured that is kind of more the route for me. So I kind of carved my own path a little bit and went in the sports world, but I've always had an interest in it, and I've followed his cases always, and it's always been something that I'm extremely proud of, because he is, in my opinion, the best lawyer. He really is. And
He's really showing it.
it is really cool to see, and then when it's you have the instances like this when the trial is on TV, it's a different light. It's really cool for everyone to see the day to day how it happens. And yes, a lot of it does drag on and everything, but that's part of it. And it's a battle. The court is a battle, and it's really cool to see, the tactics of both sides, see what they do, see how they, look at the exact same picture and then they tell you, oh, here's how you see this picture, here's how I see this picture, but it's the exact same thing. It's just seeing things from different perspectives, and I think that's really, really cool.
And the prosecution, well, tell us, your dad brings an intensity and preparation. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
There's the same intensity in raising you and in teaching you about the law to get your
I will
first
tell
interest
you
in the law?
something. I am one of five.
Oh,
We
wow.
never got away with a thing growing up. So, uh,
Yeah, but how about
yeah,
teaching about the law? Because I know you've been tweeting about the burden of proof, that it's the prosecution's burden of proof to prove the case beyond a reasonable doubt. What in this case you think is the most important fact for the defense?
that they have no physical evidence tied to Rocky.
Good. That's
None.
very
Are you surprised that
And
the
then when you see I'm sorry to cut you off.
No,
They
I
have
was
that.
jumping on you, but I was adding to your point. Go ahead and make it.
They have the video that they love to play, but then you have these 7 police officers who search the scene immediately after. They can't find they can't find casings or anything like that. Put that aside. They can't find any semblance that a shooting occurred. They can't find any, bullet holes in anything. They can't find gunpowder. They can't find anything that these trained police officers are looking for immediately. And then this guy comes back. First of all, when has a victim in the history of victims ever gone back to the scene of crime? Like, let me go pick up the bullets. Let me go get the casings. I got this. Never. That
yeah.
doesn't happen. Come on.
That's Inspector Gadget. That's why I call him Inspector Gadget. He did everything that 7 cops with spotlights couldn't do. So were you
Yeah.
surprised, Chris, that in the prosecution's closing, they basically said, hey, this case is about whether or not you believe the defendant had a gun, a real gun. Well, if that's the sole question, how do you get to yes, beyond a reasonable doubt, he had a real gun?
Yeah. I actually thought I didn't get to see the full summation of the prosecution, I will admit, because I do work. I get pulled into meetings quite often.
Right.
But I had my laptop with me 24/7 during this whole thing, like I'm like, oh, are you talking to me? I'm sorry. Like, pause the stream really quick. What'd you say? So I'm staying up to date as much as I can. I will say it did seem like that summation, from what I gathered from it, was a lot of, let's put the burden on the defense. Why haven't they presented, the evidence that he didn't do anything? Well, it's not their job. That's your job. You're bringing the case. Prove why a crime happened. Tie the physical evidence to the defendant, or don't bring the case.
Yeah, we did a thing that I thought that yesterday when Michael was getting ready to do some more interviews, that was burden shifting. I really did. That was burden shifting. It's their job to prove the case, and your dad's done a great job bringing in evidence to show otherwise. I mean, those tapes from Wally. How could you ignore it? To me, once Relli said that the tape from Wally was AI. That's it.
Yeah,
Case over. Case over.
It's crazy. It's
That's what we
absolutely
thought.
crazy. Immediately, as soon as they heard his voice, no, it's fake. That's fake. That's not me.
Yeah. That's not me on video. That's not me on audio. That's
Those texts aren't me. No, this
Yep,
is
texts are not me. Yep.
The other siblings, are they into law? Is everybody in the family watching your dad, or at
We're
least at
we're all
nighttime? Or
watching. Yeah, the
yeah,
family group chat is extremely active right now. We're all watching. But no, none of us are went down that path.
yeah.
Interesting.
I want to say that your father has a reputation of being like a bulldog, and I've heard they always a bull in the shop. I have found your father, and I've known him for a long time. He is one of the nicest people I've known. He is a gentleman. He always asks politely about everything. It's just that if you're represented by him, he's going to do his job. And I get the same thing sometimes. You're a witch. You're a the D word, whatever in
Hey,
the courtroom.
hey, that's just me telling you.
Yeah,
Oh, I'm
yeah,
sorry.
that's. But I just want to tell people, because you're on, and that he's such a gentleman. And when he, teaches him, when he teaches at Harvard, when we see each other, even though we weren't in the same group this year, we were in the same week, but not the same group. He has great points, So Brooklyn wants to know, what do you think of your father's new name that this chat has given him as ASAP Taco?
Yeah, I've seen ASAP Joey everywhere.
Okay.
I haven't seen ASAP Taco. I guess that's exclusive to you guys, but
Yeah.
it also is fitting.
Yeah.
It's hilarious. It
Yeah.
absolutely is hilarious, and it's appropriate.
I hope ASAP Rocky feels that way when hopefully there's a not guilty. Oasis Cat has question. Does your dad play hockey? He certainly is checking Lewin in the courtroom. LOL.
He does. He does play hockey.
He
He
does.
does.
Okay.
Yeah, he's a big. By the way, there's a big fan. There's the Aussies. It's Miss Shorty down under watching him, and they're a big fan of your dad weightlifting. I assume that he does weightlifting and boxes and all, but because they all want to know, they want to know all about your dad. How can he put up with all this stuff in the courtroom? How does he deal with it? How does he deal with the stress?
Well, I mean, I gotta give a lot of credit to my mom. My mom has been the my dad is, the best, and he's done a wonderful job, with everything he's done, providing for us and everything. But my mom is really the backbone of our family,
Go,
and
mom.
she has always been there to kind of been the voice of reason, and always, make sure you leave that at the office, come home, this is the home,
Yeah,
and
yeah,
my
yeah,
mom's
yeah.
always kept everybody in line. And I think that's kind of in it. My mom's always been just kind of the optimistic voice that you need to hear
And
from time to time.
mom has a name. Mom has a name.
She does, Tish.
Tish.
Oh, great. That's great.
Chris, one of the things about your dad is that he's just real, and that resonates with the jury. He's a personality, but he still seems like a real person, right? Not just a character. And I think that's so important, and helps him be so successful. I wondered, where are you in the five? Where are you in the birth chain there?
I'm the second oldest.
Second oldest. Okay.
So my sister's the oldest, and then my other sister is the youngest. So the three boys are in the middle.
Okay. Wow. Wow. That's great. I'm glad that you're all such a support team. If you had to say one thing to the prosecutor right now, who's about to sum up, what would you say?
Cool it with the objections in the summation, buddy.
I think you just became a trial consultant there.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we do, as I said, we've been accused of being kind of a bias for the defense, but we're biased for justice, and we're biased for what
Yeah,
we
we
see.
call it like
as
we see it,
we call it like we see it.
when we see things going sideways, we don't really care which side it is that's going sideways. We're going to point it out, and we're going to suggest maybe something should be done differently. And in this particular case, there's been so much to talk about. Unfortunately for the prosecution, and most of it is against them, because this is a horrible case that most believe should never have seen the inside of a courtroom.
Yeah, and let me point out that Chris is not a lawyer. He's not part of the defense team. Therefore, he's not subject to the gag order. He's here because we stalked him down on Twitter.
Yes, he did it.
Because we wanted to get the information about how he, as a family member, views his dad, and it's obviously the same way that we're all view him. Joe has become all of our dads, Chris. I'm sorry to say, we may take him from you.
No.
Put some more seats at the Thanksgiving table. So, wandering over. Hey, we'd love to talk to you when the verdict comes in. So don't mind Missy if she comes looking again.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. I feel really good about it. I really do, especially after his closing. I feel
Good.
even better, to be honest
Yeah.
with you.
Cool.
Well, too
And
bad he's
I
gagged
hope
because he
that's
can't
not
tell us.
sorry.
Too bad he's gagged because he can't tell us how he's feeling.
Yeah. Well, we'll take his son, and we appreciate you stopping by and sharing your thoughts about him and the case. And we'll see how it goes and talk to you again. We thanks again, Chris.
Really, really appreciate it.
Absolutely, guys.
Okay,
Thank you,
take care,
Chris.
bud.
Chris
Take care.
Tacopina.
Bye bye. All right, then. That was good. Are we back yet? I don't know where we are in the process. Where are we,
Yeah.
Missy?
Chris Tacopino for talking about his dad and talking about the case generically. All right. It looks like there is a judge there, and that was such a pleasure. And we'll probably post this as a standalone and get it out, and so everybody can see this interview with Chris Tacopino. Whereas he's now ASAP Taquito. Is that what you call it?
Taquito.
Taquito.
ASAP
ASAP
Taquito.
Taquito. Okay. Thanks, Chris. All right. Let's go back to court, I guess.
Floor is yours. Good afternoon, everybody. Over lunch, I had a nightmare that when I was going to come back up here, that Mr. Tacopina was only half done. I think, I'm not sure, but I believe I had a birthday and at least one grandchild during that closing. And I bring that up for a specific reason, and that is, do not confuse the length of that argument with the persuasiveness of it. What we kind of have gotten away from is why we're here. So this is a case of People versus Rakim Mayers. This is not People versus Mr. Ephron. It's not People versus John Lewin. It's People versus Rakim Mayers. And the reason that I point that out is because if you didn't know better and you listened to the closing, you would think that either Relli was on trial, maybe I was on trial, and we're not on trial. And I think it's important when you are listening and really going through these arguments that you understand what this case is about. And for that reason, I'd love to say that I'm going to be very brief up here. And the reason I'm not going to be is that, unfortunately, I've got an obligation to make sure that I address the points that defense counsel made. Whether those points are relevant, whether those points are persuasive. I can tell you this, I won't be as long as Mr. Tacopina was, and I'm confident that you will get the case today, this afternoon. But that's where we are. I want to start with, this is Randy's Donuts. This is Randy's Donuts. This is on the corner. You're looking at Randy, this is in Inglewood, on the corner of basically Florence, and excuse me, Manchester and La Cienega. This is the exit from the 405. If you come in, we're looking northbound. And 30 years ago, when I was a young deputy DA in Torrance, I used to drive from home, and I would have to take this route on the 405. And I would, every day, I would get off on the 405, and I would tell myself that if God wanted me to get a donut, he would make sure that the light that you can't see right here was red. As you can see, God wanted me to have a lot of donuts. I ended up most of the time, I stopped. But there came a time where it just wasn't good enough for me to take the chance on the light. So what I would do is, it's a really long straightaway, and you can see when you're getting off the freeway, you can see that light. So what I would do is literally, I would coast my car at 20 or 25 miles an hour, making sure that I hit the red, and then I could go in and I'd get that donut. And I bring this up because passing up that donut was extremely difficult for me. Very, very difficult. And most days I wasn't able to do it. And I always thought that that's probably one of the hardest things that I would have to do. And then I became a trial lawyer. And then I started trying cases. And then I started trying serious cases. And I can tell you that what it takes to pass up that donut is nothing compared to what it's like when I have to sit here during a closing argument, and the defense is up, and I have to listen. And I want to get up and I want to scream, I want to yell. I can't do it. I try to do different things, try to focus on something else, try to go to a little happy place. It's really, really hard. It's especially hard when, as in this case, Mr. Tacopina makes an argument. And I want to be clear about something. I'm going to attack the arguments that Mr. Tacopina made.
because that's what lawyers do, that's what's fair. I'm going to attack the arguments that he made. I'm going to attack the case that the defense put on. I'm not going to attack Mr. Tacopina personally. I'm not going to cast aspersions on evidence that he put on. In the end, witnesses, we don't vouch for our witnesses, ladies and gentlemen. What that means is that we put on witnesses, and those witnesses testify to what they're going to testify to. So I'm going to go through, and I'm going to very critically point out what this case is about and what it isn't about. And kind of before I get there, I want to talk a little bit about your role as jurors. So you 16 people, we started in what year? And I know many of you, probably most, maybe all of you, none of you wanted to be here. Okay? And I get it. It's understandable. But you were chosen. It wasn't simply magic that you ended up as jurors. Both sides chose you. And honestly, and one of the few things Mr. Tacopina and I probably agree on, is that in our country, it's an incredible honor to be able to be a juror, because in other countries, we don't have jury trials. We don't have any system of justice. But you were selected, and it literally is an honor. But along with that honor comes a duty and a responsibility. And I'm not going to understate it. I'm not going to pretend it's anything other than it's not. I will tell you, Mr. Prisletic and I, we have done our duty, our responsibility in putting on this case. We have given you a case, and we have proven it beyond a reasonable doubt. It's going to end up going into your hands, and I'm going to explain to you what the evidence demonstrates and what the verdict in the case should be. Some of you might be saying, wait a minute, I don't understand why we had a trial. Because let's face it, no matter how much the defense wants to talk about how this is all about Relli's credibility, it isn't. It's on video. What's amazing about this case is how little in the end Relli's credibility for anything that matters in the case is really an issue. Now, it certainly could have been an issue. There could have been a defense in this case. There could have been, where the defense put on evidence and they said, hey, listen, Relli, you can't see it, but Relli, when he came, had a weapon. And he said, I'm going to kill you. And the defendant at that point in time pulled a gun to defend himself. And the situation ended, and Relli followed. And he threatened again, and he pulled out another gun. And that would have been difficult for us to counter, not because it's true, but because the evidence that you would have been given would have been much more problematic, much more difficult. That's not the defense they chose. The defense they chose, and I'm going to get into this in a little more time and more detail, but I want to make sure you all understand it right off the bat. This case comes down to one issue and one issue only. They are saying it's a prop gun. If it's a prop gun, he is absolutely not guilty of the charges. Not because he didn't pull it, not because he didn't fire it, but because under the law, if it's not a real firearm, it's not a violation of Penal Code Section 245, and it's not the personal use of a firearm. Now, here's what's interesting. Again, I'm going to explain this in more detail. Mr. Tacopina got up here and he says, absolutely, hey, listen, he did not have a real gun. It's a prop gun. But it's still self-defense. That's not true. If it is a prop gun, there is no self-defense. And the only way you can get to self-defense in this case is you have to find, one, that it was a real gun, which it clearly was a real gun. There's no question there. It was a real gun. The prop gun is a figment of the defense and the witnesses who testified to it. You have to find that not only is it a real gun and that it was fired, but that the defendant was defending other individuals or himself, and that the force that he used was necessary. And ladies and gentlemen, he wasn't defending anybody else. The force was not necessary. It's a sad situation, and I'm going to confront this head on. It would be easy for you all as jurors to say, wait a minute, I don't get it. This is a guy who's got everything. He has everything. He's successful. He's got a beautiful wife. He's got 2 children who were here. And some of you might be saying, gosh, you know what? Why would he risk that? And that's a very good question. It's just not a question that is for you to consider. Because in the end, the issue is not why did he risk it? Why did he do what he did? Because what the evidence shows is that is what he did. This is also not let me repeat, not about Relli and his civil suit. And let's talk about that for a moment. And let's talk about exactly what we are dealing with here. I want to go forward here. As I'm talking, again, some of you might say, hey, listen, Mr. Lewin, we've been listening to this case. Why are you even up here arguing? We get it. If I were in charge of the court system, which I'm not, I would make an adjustment. And what would happen is there would be a scoreboard right on top of between where juror number 4 and juror number 5 is. And I could look up and I could see, okay, we're up 42-0. I can take a knee, I can run the clock out, but I don't have a scoreboard. I have no idea what you 12 jurors are thinking. I have no idea. I have no idea if some of the crazy arguments by the defense, gosh, maybe somebody believes them. One of the most difficult, frustrating things that can happen is, and I try not to do this, but I will see jurors taking notes, writing things down at certain points where I'm thinking, oh my gosh, why are they writing that? That doesn't make any sense. Of course, I don't know what you're writing. I have no idea. You could be writing down a point, you could be writing down, that doesn't make any sense at all. I have no idea. But here's what I do know. I've got an obligation to make sure that I address everything that the defense has brought up. Good points, bad points, irrelevant points, nonsensical points. I have to address it all because I don't know where each one of you are at. And the reason is pretty simple. There is no way that I can ask you 12 jurors to do your job if I haven't done mine. So that's kind of the background of where we find ourselves. All right, let's talk for a second about the defense closing argument, and I think it's important. So what they've done, and listen, I get it. Relli, in a lot of ways, was a very problematic victim. Why is he problematic? Well, one, in a lot of ways, he's not very sympathetic. And I'm not here to get you to like Relli, to get you to say, you know what, Relli deserves $30 million. Because unlike what Mr. Tacopina said, you're not here to decide that. You are not here. I'm not Relli's lawyer, and you're not the jury who's going to decide what damages he's going to get. Evidence has showed he has a civil suit. You're aware of that. I'm not telling you anything's not a part of the evidence. And if that civil suit goes to trial, as you all know, there will be a jury that will decide what, if anything, he gets. That is not U12. I don't need to shortchange you alternates. Being alternates are really, I'm not going to lie, it's a crummy job. You get to sit through everything, and then you don't get to vote. I think I said this on Body. I would have held my hand up and said I cannot be an alternate. I can't do it. I need to be able to vote. So when I say U12, I really mean U16. You never know who's going to end up on our jury. But what is important to keep in mind is that you're not here representing Relli. But you know what I do want to explain? I want to explain for a second what happened with Relli and who he is and what he's been through. And I think it's really important, and this kind of goes to what the defense is in this case. This is a picture that if you look at it, very blurry, okay? You can't see what's going on. Why is that? Because what the defense wants to do is they want to zoom up so close on every irrelevant fact that you forget why we're even here. And what's an example now? I'll tell you right now. Mr. Tacopina spent time pointing out the fact that Relli was not honest about buying a property in Miami. Now you need to ask yourselves, what does his property in Miami have to do with what happened on November 6th? Nothing. But he would say, well, but wait a minute. If Relli is not being truthful about that, you don't have to leave about anything. I'm going to get to why that is not what the instructions actually direct you to do. But I want to do something more. I want to do something better. I want to explain to you from the evidence why Relli was up there doing what he did. So let's first talk about the fact that Mr. Tacopina spent a lot of time talking about, hey, the defendant, he just sat there, he was dignified, he didn't make any fuss, etc. That's all true. That doesn't mean anything. The defendant is an extremely powerful individual. His wife is even more powerful. Relli found himself in a situation where he was on the wrong side of that power divide. And by the way, it doesn't matter why he got there, but you know why. You heard it. There was a disagreement about ASAP Josh and about what happened to him and what was going to be paid for and what wasn't. And what's important is that Relli and the defendant had a disagreement about it. That's what happened. And because of that disagreement, and because of ego, this is what happened. Now, some of you might be saying to yourselves, well, wait a minute. I mean, in the end, what really happened in this case? Okay, it wasn't a prop gun, obviously. The evidence demonstrates, and by the way, we don't have to prove that Relli got shot. The reasonable inference from the evidence is that he's got a wound on his hand that he didn't have beforehand. I'm going to address this again, but every time you hear the defense say, where was the witness to testify to that? You need to remember something. They are the ones that are arguing that this was a prop gun. They are the ones that are arguing that Relli didn't actually sustain these injuries from a gunshot. They are the ones arguing that casings would not have been found. You got how many lawyers over there? How many people? There was a point in time during jury selection where they almost had a football huddle. There were like 8 or 9 of them over there. Do you think for one moment, 1 millisecond, that if those individuals had something positive to say to help the defendant, that they would have called those individuals? If, for instance, Relli's injuries could not have been caused by a graze wound, they would have called a witness. So what you're left with is, Relli didn't have that wound when it started. He testified that he felt heat going through his hands instantly. So the idea that, well, it's a minor wound, and that's true. But we're not here to talk about the consequences. I want to really point out something that's really important. This was 10 p.m. on a busy Saturday night in the middle of Hollywood. And what happened? And you know this. I'm going to go through this evidence at length. But the short story is that the defendant, because he was angry, because of ego, because of the fact that he is who he is, he decided that he was going to have a confrontation with Relli. That's what happened. We'll go through the video. It's very clear. The defendant goes there with a gun. He's got 2 guys with him. He grabs Relli. He initiated this incident. And what I don't think is being addressed enough, and Relli talked about it, is that, remember, Relli has no idea before this is happening. He doesn't think it's this severe of an issue. They've known each other half their lives. They understand they're upset with each other. That's clear. You have a text back and forth. But at that moment, and I'm not talking about when the defendant fires the gun. I'm talking about the parking garage. When the defendant pulls out the gun, Relli's entire future flashes before his eyes. And do you know what that future is? He's done. It's over. What makes it over? Well, he understands that if the defendant is upset with him enough to pull a gun on him, that he's going to ruin him. As he told you, that means no more artists will sign with him. That means record deals will go away. He's done. And he doesn't know this is coming. He doesn't have time to contemplate it. And what's his response? It's shock and it's anger. And it's not really thinking about what is smart. The argument that Mr. Tacopina makes is, well, who would go after somebody who's pulled a gun on them? Well, that's not quite a fair argument, because it's not somebody who's pulled a gun on them. It's someone that was a close friend. And Relli told you he really wasn't thinking about the consequences. He was angry. He also told you that, you know what? Rocky had pulled a gun on him, and he put it back. So he realized at that point, his life as he knew it is over. By the way, he was right. So we're not here to talk about what damages Relli should get, what damages he shouldn't get. But let's remember something. That man shot him. That man took away the career that he had. I don't know what that's worth. 30 million sounds a bit excessive to me, but I'm not the lawyer in that trial, and you're not the jury. So that will be hashed out, that will be debated, and that will be eventually decided upon. But there's no question in that moment, he realized that he was losing something very, very important, very precious. And so what does he do? He follows, and we have the second incident. Now, what started the second incident? We'll never know. We know that Relli is yelling out. Relli is saying very unkind things. And we know, there's no question, the defendant is proud. Okay? And I'm gonna give you another word because I'm not gonna hide from it. He's entitled. All right? Everybody runs around. He is a big, important man, and everybody serves him. This is just a small example, but it's important. The witnesses who came in are dependent upon him financially. They're dependent upon him for their careers. And what happened in the middle of a trial with 12 on the stand? 12's asked a question. Has anyone ever seen or heard a defendant yell out to a witness in front of the jury, "Don't answer that"? That's what happens when you have a lot of power. And no one has ever told you, you know what? You can't do that. So why did the defendant, why did he take out the gun and fire those shots? I don't know. But you don't have to figure that out either. Because in the end, and I covered this in jury selection, I asked each one of you, if I prove to you, Mr. President and I, if we prove to you what happened in this case, beyond a reasonable doubt, and you don't understand why it happened, it still happened. But that's not where the story ends. Because that act, and the first act's important too, when he pulls the gun out, I'm going to go through the video, but it's very clear that that incident ends because a couple of people walk by. That's very clear. Their witness, one of the witnesses, I think 12, I believe, even mentioned, yeah, there's people walking by, but that's not what ended. Well, you can see where they are, and you can see that right after, that's when he puts the gun back. When they get to the second scene, something happens. And one of the things that makes no sense in the defense argument, 0 sense, is that they keep talking about the timing of the shots. Okay? It's not when the first shot was fired, and you're going to see it. You can see, you can't tell what it is, but you can see Rocky make a movement behind his back and pull out a firearm. Pull out, you can't tell what it is, but he's going to pull that item out, and at that point in time, he's going to start advancing to where Relli and Ills are. That is what Relli responds to, is that firearm being pulled out. Yes, he grabs Ills before the first shot is fired because he's trying to avoid getting shot. So again, the timing of which shot it is it 1 second before or after? That's an irrelevancy. It doesn't matter. It's not even the defense theory. Another thing that is really, really important, and again, I'm going to call it out, I'm not going to hide behind it. That man decided that his ego and his vendetta and his anger at Relli was important enough that he was going to risk not only Relli's life or Ill's life, but he was going to fire 2 shots from a 9mm firearm in the middle of Hollywood. Now, I don't have to tell you, because you all know it's common sense. Bullets travel until they hit something. That's what happens. They're fired at very, very high velocity. They're coming out at an incredible speed. And they travel until they hit something. Sometimes what they hit is the ground. And they ricochet. Sometimes what they hit is a car. Sometimes what they hit is the person they're aiming at. And sometimes some tourist walking down Hollywood Boulevard with her family all of a sudden drops dead because they've been shot in the head by a bullet that somebody selfishly fired to settle a childish dispute. That's what he did. That's the conduct in this case. It's not about what injury Relli received. It's not about how much money he's going to sue for. Those are not in the jury instructions. You're not going to see a jury instruction on, quote, extortion. Because that's not what you're here to decide. That's what happened in this case. That man decided, you know what? I'm angry, and I'm going to show him. The defense argument, as I listened, it was almost like Mr. Tacopina took off in a plane with no flight plan, and he flew around in circles. Circle after circle after circle. And eventually, he kind of just ran out of gas and kind of just crashed the plane. There wasn't much direction. There wasn't much focus. And there wasn't an emphasis on the actual facts you're here to decide. Now listen, he's got a tough case. In opening statement, my partner got up here and he told me this is a simple case. It is a simple case. I'm going to tell you, this case could and easily could be a 5-minute verdict. And here's why. Because once you decide that this was not a prop gun, and ladies and gentlemen, it's not a prop gun. I'm going to go through all the reasons. And once you decide that, this case is done. It's over. Because that's the defense in the case. Not, as Mr. Tacopina tried to argue, well, it's self-defense. If you notice, Mr. Tacopina didn't actually reach the next step. He talked about self-defense, but he never explained to you, for it to be self-defense, you have to find that it was a real gun. That's what you have to find. If you have a question about that, you ask the court. You have to find, to get to self-defense, that it was a real gun. And their defense in this case was, it was a prop gun. That's the issue in this case. Was it a prop gun or was it not? If you find it's a prop gun, all I can say is, you know what? You really need to examine why you're getting there. And I'm going to bring up something that's really important. The defendant is a celebrity. His wife's an even bigger celebrity. Many of you know who they are. They brought in 2 adorable children yesterday for closing argument. Now, they haven't been here at any other time. And you have to ask yourselves, those kids have a right to be there. Why children that age would be here in a situation like this, don't know. But you have to ask yourselves, am I going to let my feelings of not wanting to convict the defendant? And Mr. Tacopina made it very clear. If you notice in closing today, he literally brought up Rihanna, he brought up the defendant's family, and he basically was saying, hey, listen, if you convict him, it's going to be very difficult on the family. That is not something you are allowed to consider. So I'm not telling you I don't think you should consider it. You are not allowed to consider it. If you think you are allowed to consider it, ask the question of the judge. When you go back, you can send out notes, you can ask questions. You are not allowed to consider how this might affect Rihanna or his kids. And there's a very simple reason. We are all in the world responsible for what we do. And I'm going to add something else too. There was testimony from ASAP Lou. And ASAP Lou, even though it wasn't a question, ASAP Lou wanted to get in front of you, I think 2 times at a minimum, that the defendant is looking at 24 years in prison. The defendant is looking at whatever Judge Arnold decides he's going to give him. So you are not allowed, by the way, to consider, oh my gosh, if I convict, he can get 24 years. You're not allowed to consider, even if that was true. But in the end, Judge Arnold will decide what the sentence in this case is. So if any of you go back there and say, well, you know what, I just don't think that this crime, I'm just not comfortable with 24 years, you can't do that. If one of the rest of you does it, guys, it's misconduct. You can't do it. You got to stop yourself, you got to stop the person next to you, you got to say, you know what, we can't do that. All right, you've got to base your decision on this case on the facts that have been proved from the evidence. Now, this is really important. The instruction does not say on the facts that have been proved from the people's evidence. That is hugely important in this case. There is no question whatsoever that our case got immeasurably stronger because the defense chose to put on a case. No question. Even if some of you were saying to yourselves, you know what, I don't think based on just what the prosecution put on, that I would convict him. And let's think about that for a second. Until the defense case, now they mentioned in the opening, but remember, opening is not evidence. Until the defense case, we don't know what the defense is. It could have been self-defense. It could have been any number of things. It wasn't. They chose to put on a defense. They didn't have to. You remember what here, I asked you all, are you going to give any points to the defense if they choose to put on a defense in their case when they don't have to? Or are you going to look at their evidence as critically, as importantly, as you do for our evidence? You all said you would do it. They elected to put on a defense that killed their case. It destroyed it. And I'll go through it. It started with Wally. The best evidence from the victim. This is probably the second thing I agree with Mr. Tacopina. Mr. Tacopina put on Wally to impeach the defendant, to impeach the victim on an issue of whether it was his voice. And obviously, it was Relli's voice. And obviously, he was uncooperative. But let's take a step back and ask ourselves, why was Relli uncooperative in this case? Relli told you, and you saw evidence of it, in April of 2022, when it came out that Relli was the individual who reported the defendant to the police, he's facing death threats. His family is facing death threats. So he is up there not wanting to answer any question about his family. He doesn't even want to give his girlfriend's name. He doesn't want to say where he lives. He doesn't want to identify anything about my aunt. You got to ask yourselves, first of all, is it understandable why he didn't want to answer those questions? Of course it is. You have to ask yourselves, Mr. Tacopina repeatedly asked those questions. Listen, that's his right as a lawyer. He can certainly do that. But it was very clear that the result of that, if not the intention, was to get Relli upset, to get him agitated, and to shut him down. And that's what happened. But even more importantly, none of those questions, none of those answers matter. And what's amazing is the defense, their witness, they put on the evidence from Wally, which is some of the most crucial evidence in the case. And again, I'm going to get there. So the defense had no obligation to put on a case. They could have done nothing. But do not be mistaken. Some jurors go back and they say, you know what? Well, because if I only look at the people's case, they haven't proven it beyond a reasonable doubt. That's why this says prove from the evidence, not prove from the people's evidence, all of the evidence in the case. So we've got a duty, and we don't hide behind it at all. We have a duty to prove the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. And by the way, it's interesting. Mr. Tacopina keeps talking about, quote, reasonable doubts. There's no such thing as reasonable doubts. They are not individual pieces. Reasonable doubt is an overall view from all of the evidence. So when he says, well, listen, if you have a reasonable doubt about Relli's credibility, then that means it's a not guilty. That's not true at all. The question is, when you look at all of the evidence, if you find that Relli's credibility is really material, if you find that there isn't other evidence that overcomes it, does the overall collection of the evidence cause you to have a reasonable doubt? There is no such thing as reasonable doubts. They are not like pieces of a cookie where you pick up one and go, oh, here's a reasonable doubt. It's not how it works. And you got the instruction that shows it. We have to prove every element of the crime's charge. No question, that's our burden. But this is really important. Not every element in every case is in dispute or reasonably in dispute. So what does that mean? So for instance, we would have had to prove that it was the defendant who was at the scene. That's our burden. But the defense has already conceded that. We would have had to prove that the defendant had a gun. They've already conceded he had a gun. They say it's a prop gun. We would have had to concede, we would have had to prove, that the defendant assaulted Relli with the gun. Well, they've conceded that. They just say it was a prop gun. We don't have to prove whatsoever that the defendant shot Relli, although that's what the evidence demonstrates. So very little in this case is in dispute, and that is hugely important. So let's talk about the relevant evidence in this case. So the day before the shooting, November 5th, 2021, Relli's in a car with Bari. Again, I got to talk about Bari for a second, ASAP Bari. The defense is saying, well, why didn't you bring Bari in to us? Bari is the guy, if you remember, who posted, who is calling Relli a rat or a snitch. I can't remember which it is right now. The people's position is that Bari is not credible. If the defense wanted to bring him in, if they thought that he had evidence to add to their case, they would have brought him in. They flew in a guy from France, okay? Let's just take a step back. They flew in an individual from France at tremendous expense on almost no notice. And they flew him in because they wanted to prove that that was Relli's voice on the tapes. Now, one has to ask themselves, did they listen to the tapes? Because the tapes are some of the best evidence we have in this case. And you know that they only played for you a little snippet. I'm going to play the whole first part of that call, uninterrupted. I'm not going to give a snippet. So what happened in this case? Day before the shooting, there's an issue between the two of them. Okay? The defendant is upset with Relli. That's not in dispute. He's upset with him. I have no idea whether Relli was right about this dispute or the defendant was right about the dispute. But here's what I know for sure, it does not matter. It's not an issue for you to even consider. If, let's assume that Relli paid for every part of ASAP Josh's funeral, okay? The most expensive funeral in the history of mankind. He paid $20 million for the funeral. Let's assume that happened. It doesn't change the fact that he can't assault him with a firearm. I don't know. We have no idea who was right on this, but it's very clear it doesn't matter. But what's important is there is a dispute. And by the way, if that call did not take place, do you believe for a second that they would not have brought ASAP Bari in? And what do you think would have been the response from the defense if we would have brought ASAP Bari in, and ASAP Bari would have lied the same way that Twelby lied, and Wally lied, and ASAP Lou lied? So he's his close friend. If that guy was going to help him, they would have called him. And they have the power of the subpoena just like we do. And in fact, he's the defendant's friend. They know where he is. They're able to access him. So the fact that he's not here, do not get caught up in that game. But, again, the relevance of this is simply that they had a dispute the day before. And the defendant, who is clearly a proud individual, got embarrassed by the fact that Relli is hearing him talking about him behind his back, which, let's face it, it's not very manly, okay? It's just not. And it's clear that the defendant is embarrassed by this. He's embarrassed by the fact that Relli knows he is talking about him behind his back. And Relli doesn't like it, clearly. So this is the day before the shooting. You can see what's going on. I'm not going to repeat the language. This will, and by the way, at this point in time, this is a stupid little incident, okay? The man's a multi-millionaire. Why on earth is he going to take it to the level that he took it? I don't know, but that's exactly what he did. So what happens? Well, the day of the shooting, we know that Relli is receiving a bunch of calls from the defendant, from Ills, and from Twelby. And if you don't think that Ills and Twelby know what's going on, I got a bridge to sell you, okay? If you think, as the defense argued, that those were credible witnesses, Relli was angry and he was hostile. They weren't angry or hostile. They were just liars. Start to finish. So what happens? Well, we know shortly before the shooting, let's get to it, stop ducking my calls. Now, by the way, Relli says, hey, listen, I'm not really sure what's going to happen. And when you look at it, it looks like they're going to have a disagreement. But this is really important. Relli can kick the defendant's ass all day, okay? That's clear. But if Relli does that, he loses his life. He doesn't have any interest in doing that. He knows it, the defendant knows it, everybody knows it. Even those lying witnesses, Twelby and Lou, eventually had to concede that the defendant has a lot of power in the industry. The industry where Relli works, the industry that he is dependent upon for his livelihood. So he's got not only no motivation for getting into a fight with the defendant, he can't do it. He's got to sit back and take whatever he's going to take. Because he's power. That's who he is. He's got power. There's Rocky and there's Relli. Rocky knows it and Relli knows it. That's just the facts of life. So what happens? We have this incident. Now, thank God we have video in this case. Okay? Because without video, we all be in trouble. This video is very clear. And when Relli is walking, there's a couple things you want to consider. I'm going to get to this again. The idea that the defendant is bringing a gun to this meeting makes no sense at all. He's got two guys with him. He's not afraid of Relli. Relli's not looking for a fight. And you're going to see that the first action is the defendant grabbing Relli. That's what you're going to see as they're walking up. And I have this is slowed down so you can see. So what you saw, the defendant grabs his arm. Now the defendant is pushing him forward. Relli is holding him back. Now this is really important. Stop it for a minute, please. Do you mind stopping it for a minute? So this is really important. Some stuff in the trial is almost funny. I would ask Twelby, so what was the weather like that night? Man, it was cold. Man, Relli, he's huge. He's got muscles all over his body. They made Relli out to be the Hulk. They made that happen because that's the narrative they wanted to create. But the problem is if you watch, Relli clearly is stronger than Rocky is. He's stronger than Ills is. Yet he's letting Rocky push him back. If he had wanted to, he had his hand available to punch Rocky. He didn't do it. Probably not because he didn't want to. Because he's a grown man who understands that if he does that, it's over. He's got no career. He's done. What he doesn't understand is that in the next moment, Rocky's going to take out a gun, and Relli is going to realize, oh my God, it's over anyway. Please play it. Tell you what, stop it. Stop. I don't know if you remember, but when I had 12 on cross-examination, and he is saying that he's trying to pull the Relli off of Rocky. And I had, I think, this same image, and I'm asking him, well, wait a minute, how are you trying to pull Relli off of Rocky when you're in the middle? You're trying to keep Rocky off of Relli. No, I'm not in the middle. Of course he's in the middle. Keep playing it. And now watch the gun. Stop. It is true, we do not see the gun come out. But we know from before that the gun was not in Rocky's hand because we saw his hand before. Now, if you remember, what was 12's version of how the gun came out? I mean, guys, I'm not making this up. He said that Relli lifts Rocky off the ground. His pants fall down, and Relli reaches back to pull his pants up and happens to end up with the gun and what looks like his finger on the trigger. That is more absurd than, again, the tornado example with Bill. It's absurd. It insults your intelligence. And the only value that it has is if you are going to try to find a way to let this man get away with what he's done. And this goes back to what your duty is. You're here to call balls and strikes. What happens to Rocky is not your responsibility. Not whatsoever. Your responsibility is determining what happened. It's almost like what an umpire does, okay? When an umpire calls a strike or calls a ball, he doesn't own what happens in the game. The players decide the game. He's just making the calls according to the rules. Do not be fooled into the idea that, quote, Rocky's life is in your hands. Rocky's life is not in your hands. The determination of what Rocky did is. And what happens from there, that's on him, and that's up to the judge. So what happens? So he's got the gun out. Continue to play, please. Stop. So if he was trying to put the gun back, why is the gun now from behind him to in front of him? So they're going to say, well, you don't see what he does with the gun. Well, if his gun fell out accidentally, why doesn't he put it back? Well, it's because it didn't fall out accidentally. He pulled it out, and now he's going to assault Relli with it. And the fact that you don't see the assault because of the cameras, ask yourselves, logically, he took the gun out. He switched hands. The gun is now in front of him. What's he doing with the gun? He's doing exactly what Relli said he was doing with it. Now, by the way, nobody said that the defendant tried to murder Relli, intended to murder Relli. He's not charged with that. So the gun comes out. Continue to play. Stop. Okay, now, if you notice, he's about to put the gun back, and you're going to see the people crossing because, keep playing. So the gun went back because you see the people that are on top? They are walking from the direction where Rocky just was. Now, why Rocky put that gun away, we're never going to know. I can't prove to you beyond a reasonable doubt why he put the gun away. No one can. I can tell you that the evidence suggests, clearly, it's undisputed, there's a couple of people walking right by. It's in the middle of Hollywood, and Rock's a pretty famous person, and if he was planning on shooting the gun at that point in time, that would really seem to be an ill-advised place to do it. You have to ask yourself, do you think it's a coincidence that when Rocky ends up actually shooting the gun, that the gun is shot in a place where Rocky reasonably doesn't believe anybody's watching him. He doesn't know about the cameras. He knows there's a crowd of people here. Can you play, please? So this is how the first incident ends. Okay? This is how it ends. So, when we're looking at this, that's count one. That's the assault with a firearm. That's the personal use of the firearm. We don't have to prove any more than what you've just seen. Now, we do have to prove that it's a real gun. And here's what's interesting. Why are we unable to determine definitively? We certainly have strong evidence that it's a real gun based on what happens in the next scene. But who is in control of that gun? And let's think about what the argument is. They're saying that's a prop gun. Where's the prop gun? How are we supposed to prove that it's not a prop gun when they've got the gun and they got rid of it? It's impossible. There's no way for us to do anything more than what we've done. So what happens at the next scene? Part two of this. Now this is going to be important because what you're going to see here is you're going to see that the incident starts before Relli ever grabs Ills. By the way, Ills is the guy he likes. He doesn't like 12-8. So you want to just ask yourself for a second. He never tells anybody, hey, Ills had a gun, Ills had a knife. Here's why I assaulted Ills. He's not assaulting Ills. He's not punching him. He's not doing anything to Ills. He's using Ills as a shield, just like he's going to say. But let's look up to the top left corner what's going to happen. Oh, no, okay. So here we go. Back it up again. Start this one over. So when you're watching this, what you're going to see is not as the defense described, that Relli grabs Ills and then Rocky defends him. What you're going to see is Rocky is going to reach behind and then he's going to advance towards Relli. That is clearly when Relli sees the firearm, and that's when he ends up grabbing Ills. So the idea that, well, the gunshot doesn't happen until after he grabs Ills. It doesn't matter. Relli's responding to the fact that Rocky's pulled a gun on him for the second time. And by the way, this is a lot scarier than the first time. Because now they're by themselves, and clearly Relli is concerned he's about to get shot. Now, I'm going to get to it, I'm going to address it, but this doesn't even begin to cover the idea that their defense is not just this was a prop gun, which is absurd. It's an absurd defense. Their defense is it's a prop gun, and Relli knew it was a prop gun. And even though Relli knew it was a prop gun, Rocky pulled it on him to scare him, even though, by their own admission, he knows it's fake. And you can see Relli running around, and you can see what 12 does, and you can see what Rocky does, and no one is acting like it's a prop gun because it isn't. So let's watch it. Boom, guns out. By the way, at one point in time, one of the witnesses, I think it was 12, he said that the defendant fired a warning shot. You don't fire a warning shot with a prop gun, it doesn't fire anything. Also, you can see that on that shot, the defendant has the gun out, facing forward, appearing to target Relli. And by the way, he moves into a better position in between the shots. And the only reasonable conclusion you can reach from that is that he is trying to get a line of fire onto Relli. Relli didn't suffer the minor injury because the defendant didn't try to shoot him. He suffered the minor injury because he used ills as a shield, and for whatever reason, the defendant didn't hit him. And Lee didn't hit him other than in his hand. But the idea that you need to look at the gunshot and the fact that Relli is already grabbing ills as a shield, that's just misleading. It just doesn't work. I'm going to play this now in half speed. Oh, this is going to be the same. And the idea, by the way, that that 12E is running away because Relli is trying to attack him is absurd. If you knew nothing, all you saw was this video and somebody told you, hey, listen, that's a fake gun, and everybody knows it's a fake gun, you would go, well, wait a minute. If it's a fake gun, why is everybody running around? Why is Relli grabbing ills as a shield? Why is 12E running away? By the way, how does this incident end? This incident ends not because the defendant voluntarily says it's over. 12E literally is blocking him and pushing him away. The defendant is fired up. He's angry. We don't know what was going to happen next, but it's not as if the defendant decided on his own, you know what, I'm done. 12E pushes him away. So this is the close-up. And again, this is a little bit harder. This is going to be played at half speed. I got it. It's going to be played at half speed. Again, we already know that we've got. By the way, the only thing that Mr. Tacopina did not accuse Relli of was planting the nail on the seat. And I was waiting for it. I was waiting for him to say, Relli planted the nail. He was trying to get me. So we know who we have, defendant, 12E, and we've got, which is hard to see, we've got Relli and ills. So what happens? You watch for yourself. You're going to see Relli reach and then move. When Relli reaches and moves, I'm sorry, when the defendant reaches and moves, that's when the gun is out. Whoops. Sorry. Okay. So here we go. Boom. You see him reach, guns out. 12E moves. Relli is running, trying to get behind ills. He's not beating ills. And what is Rocky doing? He's running around, trying to get a shot, and he's going to fire. And when he fires a second time, the gun is outstretched, aiming at Relli. And now look, there's 12E grabbing him and making the defendant go away. That's how this thing ends. Again, and I understand it. You guys don't want to believe that this man who has everything, is going to give it all up for this. I get it. But that's a decision he made. I didn't make it for him. You didn't make it for him. The judge didn't. Mr. Tacopina didn't. He made that decision on November 6th. And what's crazy is that apparently Relli would have been more than willing to take the money and not cooperate with anybody. And by the way, why is that? Do you think that if you are in the hip-hop rap community, that going to the police and filing a case against A$AP Rocky is going to help your career? It's done. When Rocky was saying, and you heard it before, hey, I'd be on the beach, he would have been on the beach. So not only did the defendant commit this violent crime, but in the end, his attitude was, no, I'm not giving you anything. Now, that's arrogant, but it's what happened. And I want to make sure that no matter how successful he is, how famous his wife is, how cute his kids are, how much they giggle here during closing arguments, that you guys are not going to say, you know what? We're going to give him a little extra. He needs to be treated like you would treat any other person. Because in the end, that's all that he is entitled to. He doesn't get to be the big celebrity in a jury trial. He's a defendant like anyone else. Okay, so what happens after the shooting? Immediately, Relli understands what's going on. So we had, and this was very interesting, we had the officers called, and the whole idea is, we know that this incident never happened, meaning it was only a fake gun because they didn't find the casings. But what became very clear, ladies and gentlemen, is the defense did not realize until we called our witness, started questioning Lewin, they did not realize, uh-oh, it turns out that the prop gun, which was apparently a 9mm prop gun using 9mm ammunition, prop ammunition, is going to have the same brass, maybe lighter, but it's going to eject the casing the same way a real 9mm does, because as Lewin told you, and I think as 12 told you, who knows less about guns, the point of those prop guns is they're supposed to look realistic. And if they don't eject a casing, they're not realistic. And any of you who've ever seen a firearm, any semi-automatic firearm, understands that in order for a second shot to be fired, unless you're going to manually take a round out and put it in, which you don't do in a semi-automatic, it's got a chamber and cycle around. That's what it does. They didn't realize that. So what happened is they spent a bunch of time talking about the incredible investigation that the LAP officer did on the scene. I asked you during voir dire, are you going to be able, in this case, are you going to be able, if you don't have every question answered, to come to a verdict if the evidence demonstrates to you beyond a reasonable doubt that the case has been proven? Each one of you said, no, you know what, I don't need every question answered. Let me tell you a question we can't answer. I cannot tell you why LAPD did not find the casings that night. Don't know. They certainly looked. But here's what we know. They didn't find any casings, meaning if the defendant's position is correct, if the defense position was the prop gun is correct, there should have been casings there for the prop gun. They weren't. And what we know is Relli went back and he found them. And I'm going to go through and explain to you why that's credible evidence. So what happens? He goes back, he texts, and he says, hey, you know, you tried to kill me, okay? What are you talking about? Why are you telling people I shot at you? Is what the defendant says. By the way, the defendant's position now, their defense is that he shot at him, it was just a prop gun. So the question isn't that the defendant is lying here. He clearly is lying. He's just saying, oh no, it's a prop gun. So, Relli says, you tried to set me up and take me from my daughter. He is saying, you tried to kill me. That night, in that text, Relli doesn't know we're going to trial. And what's the defendant's response? Not, hey, that was a prop gun. It's, stop making shit up. So, this is what they say is the big evidence in this case. Yes, Relli decided that rather than cooperating with the police, he was going to try to get a bunch of money. Is that the honorable thing to do? Is that the good civic-minded thing to do? Of course not. Because the defendant firing his gun in the middle of Hollywood jeopardized everybody. It's not just a crime against Relli, it's a crime against us all. But Relli didn't care about that. And by the way, eventually, when there's a civil trial, I'm sure that the civil lawyers will be arguing that Relli doesn't deserve anything. And luckily, that's not my job. We don't represent Relli. We represent the people of the state of California, and we're here because the defendant committed a violent crime. We're not here asking for money for him. I'm not gonna sit up here and tell you what he deserves. I have no idea. So, what's important here is he's explaining in this text that he wants to get the money, but he's explaining why. He shot at me. Relli never, ever, ever has been inconsistent in the fact that the defendant shot him, that he got hit. Never. Sure, was he not upfront about owning property in Miami? Some of the questions, how did you make money in 2021? Is this a picture of your girlfriend? Imagine if you are sitting here on a case that is being live streamed. You got the camera here. You've already been threatened. Your family's been threatened. Your daughter's been threatened. Your girlfriend's been threatened. And now someone is going to ask you, defense attorney, what's your girlfriend's name? Let me show you a picture of her for the world to see. What do you expect Relli to do? Okay, now we're going to get to the most important statement that Relli gives in this case. And let me tell you why it's so important. And again, some of you might be asking yourselves, why did the defense bring in this evidence? And let's be clear. When the defense says, well, we only brought Wally out here to testify to one thing, that's true. They easily could have played the call. There's no magic form where we got to play and they don't. They're arguing that Relli is inconsistent.
The objection to not play that whole ball.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you. What was it around?
The entire call.
We played.
By the defense.
Oh, no, that's what I'm saying. The defense could have played the entire call. They didn't.
That was the objection.
But objection sustained, go on to something.
So we decided that we were going to play the entire call. And you can listen to this call. And let me tell you what's so important about the call. Relli does not have any idea that he is being recorded. He's not talking to cops. He's not talking to a prosecutor. He's talking to someone who he thinks is his friend. Now that person isn't actually his friend. That person is an agent of Rocky. How do we know he's an agent of Rocky? Well, we know it for a couple of reasons. One, and again, this is how just lack of credibility filled Wally's testimony. Wally says that basically he just happened to record him. And when I'm asking, wait, why are you recording him? Well, he had like 10 missed calls from me. Wait a minute, so your friend, you have 10 missed calls, you decide I'm going to record his call? He recorded him because he was trying to get information to help Rocky. And you know that because what does he admit that he did right afterwards? He calls Rocky and tells him what he said. But here's what's incredible. When you listen, I'm going to play it. Wally's testimony was he knew nothing about this incident before this phone call. Yet, you're going to hear him say, I'm not here to pick sides. So that's a straight lie. Of course he knew about it. He's Rocky's good friend. It's already been in the media. It's been blown up in hip-hop websites. Of course he knows about it. And when you listen, what is so crucial about this statement is this is Relli live, not in a courtroom, not to a police officer, to a friend where he's got no motive to make up anything, where he's explaining what happened. And he is literally incredulous. When you listen to this, what's going on is Wally is trying to get him to try to settle this thing for money. That's what's going on when you listen. And Relli's like, hey, I tried to settle it for money. He didn't want to do it. But in terms of the facts of what happened, he is crystal clear and consistent about everything that matters. So listen.
Yo, bro. Yo.
You.
Shit, bro, Jay, my bad. I'm with my girl and shit in bed, so you feel me?
Oh, yeah.
What you doing?
Shit. And Craig.
What happened, bro? Zay? You know I'm not trying to pick sides and I'm mad at both y'all niggas for letting that shit happen, you feel me?
Oh, it ain't no picking sides. That nigga 100% crazy and wrong.
Yeah.
100% wrong. And he got 12 years mixed up, bro. I'm not. You gotta understand, Racky been on his high horse for a very long time, you feel me? He didn't have to do what he did. I don't have, he forced my hand, you feel me? I got over 20 missed calls between him, Hills. Why is Racky going out his way to do anything like that? You get what I'm saying? I'm pretty sure you didn't hear the story or whatever it is. But you gotta look at it like this. Why is he going out his way to call me 20 times? Got Hills and 12 you with him. Text messages saying link up, where you at? And all of this is because of I pressed him about Josh, him not doing right by Josh, and he spoke to Josh long and lied. You get what I'm saying? So I wrote him about that. He hits up Bari later about that, but I'm with Bari. Bari got the phone on speaker. You get what I'm saying? This shit didn't fit well with me. So Rocky talks about me within that conversation because he sees I text him about Josh. You feel me? And told him taking ASAP out my name. This was 7 months ago. I took ASAP out my name. You feel me?
Yeah.
He's a bitch, so he goes in and hit Bari because Bari an influencer a whole week later doing that complex con shit. You feel what I'm saying? Just so happened I'm with Bari while Rocky hits her. Rocky says my name. You get what I'm saying? Real Money 12-year bills is at his house. I hit Real Money the next morning, tell Real Money. I heard Rocky bitch ass tell him I don't fuck with him. Whoopty-woo, whoopty-woo, whoopty-woo. You feel me? No fighting words, none of that. Just basically, nigga, I heard you. But in Rocky's head, he was like a bitch because Bari had him on speaker. Rocky don't know who else heard that conversation, but he know I heard him talk about me. And I told Rocky over the years, nigga, if you have a problem with me, let me know. Stop rocking me to sleep. You feel me? Boom, boom, boom. Next thing you know, I guess that was enough for him. He felt like a bitch because he knew I heard that conversation. I wasn't supposed to hear that conversation because Rocky never, ever, I never heard him say curse words or even have that type of energy towards me. You know what I'm saying? So now I know the real him. I tell Real Money, tell that nigga fuck him. You feel me? Boom, boom, boom. Shit gets related to him. Next thing you know, I get over 20, 30 missed calls between him, Ills, and Rocky. Text messages. I'm staying at the Lowe's. I tell him, he calls me. I finally answer because I'm sleeping.
Yeah.
I answered. He's like, where you at? With a slip voice. I'm like, huh? Where you at? Nigga, I'm at the W. I'm not really at the Lowe's. You feel me? You know, Hollywood Boulevard. They all look the same. You're like, no, you're not. Nigga, that's a bum-ass hotel. I'm like, huh? He said, show me outside. Okay. All of it look the same. I showed him outside. What he does, be there in 5 minutes. I'm like, alright. My girl like, what the fuck is going on? I'm like, I don't know.
Yeah.
He calls me. Those calls me. Yeah, I got all these text messages, bro. These niggas is dumb. You and a couple only people who heard this story. Rocky out here thinking it's all sweet, but his life is really, and bro,
That's what I wanted to ask you, bro. Like, why the boys though? You feel me? Why take it to you know the guys? You feel me?
Who, me?
Yeah, if anything, on how the boys meet.
Why wouldn't I, bro? He's a multi-millionaire. He blamed at me. I'm no longer on his level. Everybody turned on me. Everybody. Rocky had everybody turn on me that day. Plus, what the fuck am I doing? Spin on his block and go shoot him up? Or do I cripple him? Because he's a multi-millionaire, bro. I'm not having nobody shoot at me where I'm taking him on the chin. And two, I'm not about to spin on Rocky's block. I'm already a millionaire, nigga. You get what I'm saying?
So what you looking for? You think
you're a black nigga? I'm teaching everybody how to get money, how to do this. Do Rocky do that? Do you have a foundation for black people? Do you have a foundation for anybody? No, this nigga's greedy. You get what I'm saying? So I can't sit here and be like, oh, how how you meet somebody like that, bro? You take away what they have, dogs. You feel what I'm saying? I'm not doing it on some like this, that, and the third, or some police shit. Nigga, I would have had to got a lawyer the same day because he reared at me 4 or 5 times. I had to use ills as a shield or I'd be dead.
I feel niggas ain't trying to like, you feel me? You not trying to end squash this shit, get some paper or something, or what, you know? Like,
bro, it's too late. He told me suck a dick. Boom, boom, boom. I hit up John the same day. Bro, that's all on him. He had nothing but time, bro. When I got the best lawyer in LA and worried about my business. You feel me? He told John to stop contacting me. I sent him the pictures of the bullets, sent him the text messages of him, letting him know how serious this is. You know what he said? Nigga, fuck you. So what I'm supposed to do? I accept the nigga shooting at me 4 or 5 times, but I almost died, or sue this man. Now coming with suing, of course, the severity of the case, he tried to kill me. So that's what he gotta read. You feel me?
there ain't no way niggas could squat, like, you feel me? No paper, no nothing, bro. Like, you feel me? Like,
Bro, he's a grown, he's 33 years old. He got other things talking for him. He know what he did. You hear what I'm saying? He had more than enough time. This shit happened 7 months later. He wasn't trying to reach out to me. He still didn't reach out to me.
legal shit involving out of borders, you know, so.
That's on him. I didn't want to go about that way. I would have had got a lawyer. When you get a lawyer, that has nothing to do with boys. And Jabari is his friend. He might as well thank him for him not being late in the field because those are allegations. You feel me? He got enough, and you're part of the PR team. He would have had enough people to block that if Jabari didn't say nothing, bro. Those are allegations. Jabari made it official.
Yeah, so what's the next, bro?
And Jabari's getting sued too. Jabari's getting sued for defamation of character.
Because everybody look bad, bro. You know, I'm just trying to.
He was bad. He did that, bro. I didn't call him. I didn't have a gun. He left his Hollywood house. Right? Everybody saying everybody looks bad. Everybody points the finger because if I take, bro, I got Hollywood. I got so many people.
Niggas grew up together, bro. Niggas grew up
That's
together,
why niggas
bro.
niggas hanging. He's in a mansion. Nigga, I paid my way around him every single time. That's him. He uses niggas. He used 12-year ills, nigga. That was the whole joke about the whole shit with Barbie and the whole game. You get what I'm saying? The nigga asked his Barbie, is he coming to the complex car? Nigga, Barbie laughed at him. Like, nigga, you're not using me. Nigga, the next conversation went about how he got 12 and ills on his jet on some whole shit.
Because y'all niggas grew up together, man. Like, you feel me? Like,
I made that nigga. Fuck growing up. I made that nigga. Not no 12, not no jams. He didn't know jams. Jams popped up at my crib on purple swag. I made that nigga. That's why you feel like that, bro. I've been powerful. I've been that. Jabari never did, bro. I put every last goal on that.
I just want y'all niggas to kind of end this shit and, you know, find out.
And he could have ended it when he shot at me. Who ends anything when a nigga shoot at you 4 or 5 times? You gotta grab another member to protect yourself. He called me out my living space. Called me, told me stop ducking him. He planned it. That's called premeditated, bro. You feel what I'm saying? He didn't give me a chance. He told me I'm gonna come to a gun battle. I came to link him to see what the fuck this status was about. He pulls out. He tries to chest bump me. He tries to chest bump me and then pull out a gun for self-defense. He's a pussy boy. And me and Ills is standing in between while he's trying to shoot me. He didn't give me no seconds. First shit happened like that. And I got it all on camera. You don't want that, like, trust me. You stupid. He did it all on camera, champ. So the world looking at me because of Bari's mouth right now, but in a few seconds, if I wanted to do an HBO or do anything, his whole career is fucked. Everybody's looking at me like the man.
That's what you, what's your, I guess it was the end game here, bro. Like, you feel
The end game, I'm suing this shit out of him. That was my game, and regardless, I don't give a fuck about no police, nigga. I'm going against a multi-millionaire that tried to kill me.
So it's really to get paid for her, or you just trying to move on and shit?
Besides suing somebody like that, you feel me? That he got to face the consequences of with that because he wanted to be a gangster and run out his crib like that. That has nothing to do with me. You feel me? I did my part. They do it on my end. What else am I supposed to do?
Yeah, I mean, like, splash that shit in the streets type shit, like, man.
He ain't no street nigga. Bro, what the fuck?
I feel, bro.
You know who my family is? This ain't no street nigga. They ain't got ASAP Rocky, bro. The face of Dior, like, come on, stop it. This ain't a real.
Nah, I'm just trying to, I'm just, cause I fuck with you heavy, bro. Zay, you know I was always love every time, nigga, and I fuck with you.
I'm trying to let people know, and the ones who's close by him, this ain't no, he ain't no gangster around doing, bro, this ain't no gangster. If this was a gangster, this would be handled in the streets.
Okay. So how niggas play?
They got 3 or 4 bodyguards from 24/7.
So like, what's next though, bro? Like niggas go to court, you feel me? Like, why not just watch this shit?
He's finished.
Why not just ask for the bag or, you know?
I tried already, bro, and you don't ask for the bag because that's extortion, bro. When you got somebody that's shooting at you, you ever look like, I'm smart, bro. You gotta understand, I'm not a dumb black nigga, bro. You know what I'm saying? You ask for a bag without a lawyer, bro, it's called extortion. You feel me? You're gonna do everything accordingly. Everything accordingly, or it's gonna catch up with you.
All right, folks, this time take 10 minutes. Please be outside the courtroom doors at 2:45.
Are you sure? Are you sure? Are you sure? Sure? Are you sure?
You on drugs?
Wake up. Hello.
Hi, yeah, I'm right here. I'm putting my earpiece back in. Actually, my earpiece was. Wake up! I think someone said the judge was nodding off.
He was definitely zoning out. Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
I mean, were you zoning out? I was zoning out.
Well, you know, especially when he went to
bit.
that call, which he promised to and did play nonstop. You know, it was too much. It was too much. I thought, you know, I took some notes here where I thought he did okay in making a couple of points. You know, he was actually less in the jury's face than I thought he would be.
Me
at least
too. Me too.
initially.
Right.
But he had a couple of things that he said that were just ridiculous. Let me get to those.
Okay.
His argument that the defendant was the aggressor, and he's using that blurry video to somehow suggest that without explaining why he would be the aggressor.
Right.
To me, that's a bigger question. I understand why Relli would be the aggressor. He's pissed off about being, shunted to whatever he is.
And that came through in the call that he used 12, he used me, he's this, and now he's on top.
Yeah.
That came through in the call that the fact that he thinks he's worthless now, right? So now that
And
Rocky's
it's his
the big
fault,
one.
and therefore, I mean that is just so clean. You got to address that. You got to come up with an alternative reason. And all I hear is, the defendant was the aggressor, and here's the blurry blobs that show you that.
Right.
The other thing he goes on and on about is the bullet, and we've heard this before in Polly P's version of closing. How this is a busy area, Sunset, Vine, Hollywood's 9:30 at night, people all around. Great. You're right. It could have been far more serious if, in fact, a real gun had been fired, which is the key to the case. Was a real gun fired? But there's still, last time I checked, no evidence of a projectile being fired anywhere, unless it truly scraped Relli's knuckles and then just disappeared into the ether.
Right, right.
It's a dissolving bullet of some sort.
I love they go magic bullet. I like the dissolving bullet better. I think you put it much better. But yeah, and the same thing, he said you have only one issue to decide. If it's a real gun, if it's a real gun, we win. And then he goes on, and he wants to show about this. And I said to myself, you got those jurors have been sitting there all day, right? And I think I even tweeted you about this. They are. We discussed jury composition. They are not African American. They're not black, right? They're sitting there listening to this, and then I hear over and over, you feel me? You feel me?
You feel me?
That Lewin said he didn't understand. I can't touch you.
That was really foolish.
So he knows that, and the jury's hearing that. They knows that he knows that what that means. You feel me? You feel me? And then what do I hear? I hear self-defense. I hear just hostility against Rocky for using him, ills, and 12B. And I hear extortion, bag, and lawyer. Hello.
You know what? He also suggested that the jury should not nullify because Rihanna was in court. Rihanna and Rocky are big time celebs, and because she's in court with the kids. Now, I had different issues with the kids, but he's saying, don't let that blur your judgment in this case. So he's already suggesting this jury, if they found the proper evidence to convict, would nullify because a celebrity's involved and a celebrity's wife's involved. So
well, he said that a number of times. Rihanna.
Yeah.
Rihanna. They can't keep Rihanna out of their mouths. They really can't. I'm sorry. And maybe
I'm sorry. Is Will Smith here? Is Will Smith here?
Who else is from Hollywood is in this courtroom? I mean, she is his common law wife. The whole issue. There were hearings on that they try to. Is it privilege? Is it not privilege? It was all. Excuse me. Bullshit, okay, in terms of what the prosecution was seeking. And then rather than focusing on Relli lying, rather than focusing on what we're all focused on, is this an ethical prosecution given what we now know about Relli? Not that whether people are doing wrongdoing, is there perjury? And the burden of proof. Let's discuss Rihanna and the kids. I mean, she has a right to be here. Her significant other, the father of her children, can go to jail for a very long time. And that's what you want to talk about?
Yeah. I mean, it was just so defensive to think that in his brain, nullification is a possibility because of the celebrity status of the defendant and his family. I thought that was odd. Then he talked about how, the defense really made the case for the prosecution. And he's suggesting that because they brought in through Wally, who they had to use to lay the foundation for the audio. Why? Because it was AI. Because Relli testified that was all imitation, some sort of AI.
Yeah.
So Lewin is suggesting that the defense getting that in makes their case. And that's why he was playing that long, you feel me, phone conversation.
Yeah, you feel me? You feel me? You feel me? Yeah,
I was feeling something.
I feel something. I think
more
it
like
was
indigestion.
Boredom. And then the whole thing, they had a football field of lawyers over there, 8 lawyers sitting over there. Yeah, he didn't say
He
lawyers,
was
he said
including your friend, I'm sure the
trial
trial
consultant, probably,
and
right?
Michel.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure all of
right.
the whole team.
They always do that. Here's the office, and I think our viewers looked it up. It's got millions of dollars with a budget, millions of investigators, millions of not millions, a lot of prosecutors. Not millions. I'm
Plenty of
exaggerating, but
bodies. Plenty
a
of
lot
bodies.
of bodies. And you're telling me, and then it turns out that Lewin is using the same slide that he used with the treetops, what the fence is doing in the Robert Durst case. And he made an argument about a donut shop, but not Dunkin' Donuts, not the one that's important in this case, about how he
With the
has to,
hole?
yeah, you're right. Yeah, he has to have this, he has to have restraint when he goes in, so he doesn't eat too many donuts, blah, blah, blah. So he's restrained when he brings the prosecution. Just spare me.
Yes, a lot of it's just cliche and doesn't really resonate in this case, I think,
Yeah,
There
I
are,
don't
he's talking about, he's using the woods picture, the old, can't see the forest for the trees, that
Right.
analogy. Don't get all swamped in by these little details that don't matter. This is, in the words of the prosecution, a simple case, right? So there aren't very many trees. I don't even think it's enough to call it the woods. It's like a nursery that's running out of bushes. There's not much growing in this case. So I don't think the jury's going to be confused by the facts that are in front of them. There just ain't that many.
Yeah, no, you can't be confused by the facts. But I have to say that he's a lot more restrained than I thought he would be.
Yep.
There was one objection by Joe Tacopina, and he makes them very rarely.
Yeah.
And I think the judge sustained it because it was improper.
Yeah.
But it wasn't a big deal like, Your Honor, like Lewin was making. So that I think they see the difference in comparisons between the two lawyers.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Measured, reasonable, professional.
Yeah.
Okay, here's one point I thought was brutal for Lewin, and I'm not sure if he really understands what he said, because I think it sinks them. He said, "Why are we unable to determine definitively it was a real gun?"
Right. I heard that. I wrote that down. It's the only thing I wrote down.
You're admitting that you could not definitively, you can't prove it.
Beyond
Why are we
reasonable doubt.
here?
Right.
Why are we here then?
Yeah, he said that. When he said that, that was the only thing I wrote. I said, wait a second.
And I guess, is he now going to try and convince the jury that definitively is different than a reasonable doubt? I mean, he's dug a huge hole there. That's like easy for them to say, yeah, you didn't definitively find it was a real gun.
Right.
Bye-bye.
We didn't definitively find it because he took it away. That's what he sold the evidence. He did this, and if we had that, we would have been able to show you it was a real gun. Hello.
It's just
Oh
weird.
my goodness.
Just a weird phrase to use.
My head did pop up, and but he said, why couldn't we definitively show you it was a real gun? When they said the only issue for you to determine is it a real gun, but then if we determine beyond a reasonable doubt, right? That's the burden of proof. Yeah,
what was the other thing he said? Oh, the casings. He talked about there's evidence that a prop gun would eject casings, and he's suggesting that, hey, we couldn't find any casings, therefore it was not a prop gun. What kind of weird inverse logic is that? The only casings found, we know, weren't from the only gun that we believe was there at the prop gun, but they've not attached them to any gun. So who cares whether the prop gun ejected casings or not? You didn't find them.
Right, you didn't find them. Right, you didn't find them, and it's not the same type of casings. Not the same type of casings that
that Inspector Gadget found.
The Inspector Gadget found that would even match, which was the magazine, which they're saying that Rocky had a 43 Glock. They weren't the same.
No,
they weren't the same. So if you're going to say Rocky had a 43 Glock and he got rid of everything, including his magazine, but he left the one that you get the extra one in his bedroom, just where everyone could find them, right, in his bedroom. Those didn't match. Later.
Yeah, it's just it just begs the question. Okay, if you're going to say it was a real gun, what do we have to go on for that other than Relli's testimony? I don't know what else you got.
I don't know what else you have either, because Ills didn't come in. 12E came in and said it wasn't. The prop master, tour manager came in and said it wasn't. So you have two people saying it wasn't. And then you have 12E and you have, Relli, who says it was, but what?
And then I think it was, I can't remember if it was Wally or somebody talked about a warning shot being fired, right?
Somebody, right.
And so Lewin is suggesting, well, you can't have a warning shot unless it's a real gun, because a prop gun obviously doesn't fire anything. First of all, I think that's kind of superficial and naive.
Right.
If somebody doesn't know if it's a prop gun or not, and you fire it, that can be a warning shot.
Right, and it's especially with the sound. Right, exactly. That was the
It
whole point.
sounds like a gun, and unless I know for a fact in my heart that it's a prop gun, that could be a warning shot. There's no doubt
Yeah.
about it. So I'm not so sure that helps them as much as they think it does.
Yeah, and so here we are now. He said he told the jury when he started, "Well, don't worry about it. You're going to get this case today." What does he think?
I'm not
5
going
to
as long
5?
as the defense did. No.
You know, so he's coming back. So when they come back, oh, they're
I
back.
think they are coming back.
All right.
Let's let him get done. Let's do that.
Let's let him get done, and then we'll see after.
Reference
Let's
to
see.
Rihanna being in the courtroom and the kids being in the courtroom. The manner in which you did it, I don't think was improper. However, for the balance of your argument from here on out, there is to be no mention of Rihanna being in the courtroom or the kids being in the courtroom.
Just them not being in the courtroom, but I can mention, here's the problem, Your Honor. The defense got up at the end of the court, and they talked about the impact of this case on Rihanna.
I said in the courtroom.
Oh, just don't mention it in the
Do
courtroom.
not mention again Rihanna being in the courtroom or the babies being in the courtroom. There should be no mention of that again.
Right, I'm just trying to understand, but I can mention the issue, just not talking about being in the courtroom.
Mr. Tacopina went into that.
Okay.
You're entitled to.
I wasn't
No
trying to-
mention
I
of
wasn't
them
trying
being
to
in the
argue
courtroom.
report, I just wanted to understand what you were asking.
There should be no mention.
We'll do it.
All right, let's bring the jury.
Yeah. Try to be very.
Yes, let's add us to the stage. Let's add us to the stage. Come on, let's go before they start.
What's happening? Is the jury coming in? What are they doing?
Yeah, but
that was a little quick argument outside the
I'm hoping that they Missy can add us to the stage real quickly, because that's just what we were talking about.
We can hear you.
Just
There
what we
you
were
go.
talking about, right?
Yeah.
Keep Rihanna out of your mouth. Keep Rihanna out of your mouth. The judge told him there should be no mention of her being in the court.
Of
Right?
her
Because
or
she
the
has a right-
kids
or the
being there.
kids.
Yeah.
Yeah, because she has a right to be in the courtroom.
Look at this. Fiona says that Nathan Hochman is in. Your buddy Nathan Hochman's in the courtroom.
Yeah, so
It's a proud moment for the new DA.
I'd say not. If I were him, I'd go the other way. But he's embraced, apparently, Lewin. Remember, according to the article
Yeah,
we've read.
well, he's in a weird position. If he's truly, supportive of Lewin, because Lewin supported him, what's he going to do?
Yep.
So that was the key evidence in this case regarding Relli. Could not have been more plain in what he said. Could not have been more credible regarding the issues that matter. And what are the issues that matter? The defendant shot him. The defendant brought a gun, a real gun, to the scene. What's interesting is that it's very clear, and you heard the testimony from Wally. Wally said he was, quote, mediating, which, please. At one point in time, what you heard him say, he changed the word, which I hate to say. Also, I'll think of it in a second. This is what happens when you get on the north. Mitigating, thank you. Later on, he said no, he was trying to mitigate. Sometimes that's called a gaffe. A gaffe is something that you don't mean to say, but which turns out to be true. He was trying to mitigate for Rocky. And how do you know? Because he called Rocky immediately afterward. And then he's saying, I don't remember what Rocky said. I couldn't tell you. Why is he calling him? Why is he taping this? And why during this call, repeatedly, he is telling Relli, ask for a bag, meaning ask for money. Relli's telling him, I asked for money. He doesn't want to give it to me. Wally continually says, hey, basically, why are you taking it to the guys? Why take it to the boys? Meaning, why'd you bring the cops into it? He is doing the bidding for the defendant. And what's amazing, and again, it's not right, but the defendant, according to Relli, could have eliminated this whole situation by simply taking care of it with Relli. It wouldn't have been right. It wouldn't have changed what he did. But Relli apparently would have been on an island where we couldn't have found him. He didn't want to do it. His choice, his option, his consequences. Now, the defense said that we believe, this is a quote, that that tape is, quote, death to our case. I don't know what he means by death. That is not death to our case. That tape was the key to Relli's credibility if you believe it is important. In other words, that tape backs up every material point that Relli has made. Okay, believability of witnesses. In determining the believability of a witness, this is California 226, you may consider anything that has a tendency to prove or disprove the truthfulness of the witness. Again, I'll be very clear. Twelvey and ASAP Lou came in there, and they repeatedly lied. Just about almost everything. I'm not going to go through all the inconsistencies. Twelvey didn't want to concede that he's reliant on the defendant. Didn't want to admit that he's talked to the defendant. If you believe Twelvey and Lou, they've had almost no conversations about what happened in this case since the start. And if you believe Wally, even though Wally is, quote, mediating the situation, he's never talked to Rocky about it. He's never talked to Twelvey about it. How do you mediate a situation when you're only talking to one party? It's just not true. They lied. The difference between Relli and the defense witnesses is Relli was hostile. Relli was angry. Relli threw things. Listen, that wasn't appropriate conduct. You saw the judge. The judge was very frustrated with him. Everybody was frustrated with him. Listen, Mr. Proslemek, that was his witness. That's no easy task for him. But in the end, his credibility about what counts in this case was absolutely proven, and it was proven through their own witness. The evidence in this case, remember, we didn't have that tape. That tape came from Wally. We heard that tape only slightly before you did. Wally comes in and testifies, they play a snippet, and we play the rest. So when you're looking at the factors, you're looking at what witnesses are to be believed. They called 3 witnesses. All 3 of them perjured themselves. All 3 of them lied. All 3 of them came in to protect the defendant. And although they were calmer and more respectful, they perjured themselves in material areas. Relli, on the other hand, was truthful about everything that counted. So the defense focused on the fact that basically you can reject the testimony of Relli if you find that he lied about anything. However, California 226 tells you do not automatically reject testimony just because of inconsistencies or conflicts. Consider whether the differences are important or not. So listen, is it true that Relli, at points in time, was untruthful during his testimony? Absolutely. When he's saying, I don't know my girlfriend's name, of course he knows his girlfriend's name. When he's saying he doesn't know about a place in Miami that he purchased, of course he knows. But those differences, those inconsistencies, those conflicts, they're not only not important, they are completely irrelevant. In talking about ASAP Lou for a second, I'm gonna come back to that. Okay, let's talk about the injuries to Relli's hand. Now, the defense said, hey, prosecution, you did not call a witness to come in here and say that that is a wound from a gun. How is somebody going to be able to come look at an injury and tell you where it came from? Now, here's what you have to ask yourself. If there was something about that injury that was inconsistent, where it could not have come from a firearm.
On that, it's. Is this an exhibit? It's not evidence.
I believe this is the correct exhibit. Is this a?
It's the incorrect.
Oh, you know what? Hold on a minute, let me back it up. That's my fault, I have the wrong picture, excuse me. The same, let me change it, thank you. Okay, this is the correct exhibit. So, we're still talking about the injury of the hands. And you know, without question, that if there was an expert who could come in here and testify, you know what? Those injuries could not have come from a graze wound. They would have called that witness. And again, how do you know? Look at the team that's standing over there. Look at the fact that they called in Wally. The purpose of calling Wally, bring him out from France, for thousands of dollars, obviously, was to simply impeach Relli with the fact that it was his voice. So, if there was a medical professional who could come in here and tell you, well, that didn't come from a gunshot, you would have heard from them. And the failure to call a logical witness is something you can consider, and you should consider. And when the defense says, wait a minute, the people didn't call somebody in to testify, well, you have to ask yourself, if we call someone in to testify, what are we going to be able to get from them? Do you think common sense, you don't have to be an expert, who can look at an injury like this and say, yeah, that came from a bullet? You can. You can look at it and go, okay, could it be a graze wound? Sure. So if the defense had an expert that was going to say what they wanted, you would have heard from them. Okay, let's talk about ills for a second. This was, again, the defense went all in on a couple of things. One of the things they went all in was that if there were casings at the scene, LAPD would have found them. Well, they didn't realize that the prop gun put out casings as well, and therefore the question isn't that LAPD missed the 9mm casings in this case. The issue is that without question, whether it was the 9mm or the prop gun, it would have left casings, and LAPD missed it. Why? We'll never know. Why did Relli find it? Well, he had the advantage of knowing exactly where it was. Same thing with ills. Again, the plan was clearly from these witnesses, and particularly from 12E, we're going to build up the fact that Relli gave Ills a beatdown. This had to do with his strength, how strong he is. He's punching him in the fist. Remember the judge? I still think there's a difference between a closed fist and a regular fist. But the judge, if you remember, when I mentioned closed fist, the judge said, well, a fist is a fist. It doesn't really matter. Their testimony was, and even today, you've got the defense saying how Relli is landing haymakers on Ills. They said that he was bleeding. Okay? Relli's a big guy. He's very strong. They said he was punched in the face at least 3 times. Well, I guess they didn't realize we were going to have a video the next day, less than 24 hours later. And this is from the video. Look at his face. No injuries. No injuries. Nothing. 0. Still photo from the video. Nothing. That is not the face of somebody that was punched in the face repeatedly, given a beating by a large, strong man less than 24 hours before. Someone who they said was bleeding from an injury to the lip when we see nothing. And by the way, where is Ills? Ills is his friend, Rocky's friend. If you think for a moment that Ills would have had something helpful to say in this case, they would have called him. And when they said, wait a minute, the people needed to call him, why on earth would it make sense for the people to call one of the three individuals who was clearly involved in ambushing Relli in the first place and who is reliant on the defendant for his career? If Ills had anything helpful, they would have called him.
The objection to Burlington.
So, I brought this up in voir dire, and this is really important, an idea that I wanted to make sure you guys understand. We mentioned that we might have to be a little bit aggressive on cross-examination. And I wanted to make sure, I asked you all in advance, hey, listen, if we have to be aggressive in cross-examination with witnesses, are you going to hold that against us? You all said that you wouldn't. Now, whether you all found Mr. Przlemek to be too aggressive, too loud, too mean, I can't control this man. I could try, but it's impossible. And again, I make that joke because obviously, I'm an intense guy. This is a serious situation we're in. And Mr. Tacopina got up here and he explained to you what it's like to be a defense attorney, what it's like to have what he said is an innocent client. Let me tell you something. I want you to imagine right now that someone you cared about was a victim. What kind of prosecutor would you want? Would you want somebody who takes what they're doing seriously, who is aggressive, who does their job, and who goes after witnesses who need going after? So I'm not asking you guys to like me. It'd be nice if you did. That's not what this case is about. It's not about me, my personality. It's not about Mr. Tacopina's personality. It's about what the evidence in the case is. And there's a great quote. Professor John Henry Whitmore, Northwestern Law School dean, he also wrote a series of books, legal books. He was a scholar. And what he said was, cross-examination is beyond any doubt the greatest legal engine ever invented for the discovery of truth. The defense put up 3 witnesses who lied about basically every material fact they were asked about. Those lies were exposed through cross-examination. Was it gentle? It wasn't. But that's what it took. And I want to apologize for it. I said before, I can't expect you all to do your job if I don't do mine. All right, let's talk about what the elements are of assault with a semi-automatic firearm, 245B. 1, you don't need to actually touch someone with it. So the fact that did the defendant touch Relli with the gun on the first incident, it doesn't matter. By the way, he pulls the gun out. If any of you are buying the idea, as 12 said, that it fell out when his pants were being pulled up, then I'm up here wasting my breath. I would add that you're all intelligent people, and if anybody is even remotely considering that, I would ask you to ask yourselves and to ask them, is that what you think, or are you trying to find a way to not convict this man because of who he is? the issue of treating everybody equally. It's paramount to our criminal justice system. So, again, back to the elements, you don't need to actually touch someone. The evidence is that you did. You do not need to intend to use the force, meaning you don't have to pull that gun, meaning that you're planning on shooting. You don't actually need to injure someone. You don't need to fire the gun. You don't even need to point the gun at the victim. This is in the instruction. And that also goes for the personal use of the firearm. Now, the one thing is, it has to be a firearm. And again, I'm going to go back to this because it's so important. The defense is it was a prop gun. That's the issue in this case. They say it's a prop gun. They say all the evidence shows it's a prop gun. We say it's a firearm. Once you decide that it is a firearm, that means that their entire defense has fallen apart. And now what Mr. Tacopina apparently wants you to do is say, well, even if the witnesses we put on lied, even if it was a real gun, here's why it was self-defense. There's an old story about it's a civil case, civil lawyer, and he has a dog bite case, and he is defending his client with the dog, and they're being sued. The client is being sued because his dog has allegedly bitten somebody. He gets up and closes an argument, and he says as follows: "Hey, listen, my client's dog, there's no way he could have done any kind of damage to the plaintiff because he was on a leash. He was in the yard, could not have gotten to where he says he got. But if you find that he was loose, the dog's old, and he couldn't have done any damage with those old teeth of his. But okay, if you find that he was off leash, and he had some big teeth, well, my final defense is my client doesn't own a dog." That's what we have here. It's no different. It's a prop gun. Absolutely a prop gun. Evidence doesn't show it's a prop gun, but it's a prop gun. But if you find it's not a prop gun, here's why Rocky fired a real gun in self-defense. It is almost insulting because it is so inconsistent. So when a defendant equips and positions himself to carry out a battery, he has the present ability required, even if some steps remain to be taken. This is basically saying once he's taken that gun out and he's committed the assault, when that gun comes out, at that point in time, the assault's done. So this is the 3470, the right to self-defense. And this is really important because remember, it only applies if it is a real gun and not a prop gun. But it's a little more than that, because what it basically says is you have to show that they are acting in lawful self-defense or of defense of another. The defense position in this case is that the defendant was acting to protect Relli and Ills. But it's more than that, okay? So basically they're saying that the defendant believed that he, Ills, and Twelve were in imminent danger, okay, of suffering bodily injury. And by the way, and you all know this, if someone is in danger of being touched unlawfully, you can't shoot them, okay? You don't have to actually go through jury instructions to figure that out, okay? If I go and I slap one of you guys, you can't shoot me. And why is that? Because he's got to believe that the immediate use of force was necessary to defend against the danger and that it was no more force than was reasonably necessary to defend against the danger. So what does all this mean? Well, they're basically claiming that the defendant used a prop gun, which means self-defense doesn't apply. So As soon as you find that out, you're done. But they're also arguing, hey, if you find, well, then it was a gun, even though that's not our argument. And Mr. Tacopina wouldn't come out and say it. But that's what the law is. If you don't believe me, you can ask the judge. Self-defense only applies in this case if it's a real gun. And the problem is, it also only applies if the force used was no more than reasonably necessary to defend against that danger. And now let's look at what that alleged danger is. There is no beating up of Ills, okay? There was no beating up of Ills. It's a lie. It's not true. You see the video. But even if somehow you wanted to argue it, and you know it's a lie, because you can see that the gun, you can't see what the item is. So let's be clear. You can see Rocky pulling something out. You can't tell what it is, but you can then see that what he takes, he ends up putting out in front of him and aiming and shooting. That is what prompts Relli to grab Ills. They say, well, he had to use, I guess, and Mr. Tech can never argue this. He can't because it's inconsistent with his theory. But the theory would have to be that Rocky ended up firing the gun at at Relli, because Ills was in imminent danger. What imminent danger? He's got no injury. It's made up. The defense is created. Didn't happen.
It's been 84
Very
years.
important. Belief in future harm is not sufficient. So even if you somehow believe that Relli was going to cause future harm, it doesn't work. He has to have believed at the time that there was imminent danger of bodily injury. Imminent danger of bodily injury. Okay? That's what you need. It has to be reasonable, and he has to act because of that belief. You don't have it, ladies and gentlemen.
It's been
That's why the defense didn't
84
really argue,
years.
because they are riding the boat. Their position is the dog was off the leash. Sorry, the dog was on the leash. Not that the dog had no teeth, and not that the guy didn't know the dog. But in the end, that's what their argument requires. You have to
Are
believe
you sure?
inconsistent defenses. It just doesn't work. Now again, the slightest touching, we're not talking about the slightest touching. They're basically saying that in the first incident, they're trying to argue that Relli is the aggressor when the facts in the video don't show it. Even if he grabbed his arm, no one says he
You on
has a
drugs?
weapon. You cannot pull a gun on somebody who doesn't have a weapon, who's not physically hurting you. You can't threaten him with a firearm. I mean, I don't have to explain that to you all. You understand that. You can't do it. It doesn't work. So we have the burden of proving that beyond a reasonable doubt. However, again, it doesn't come into existence until you find that it was a real gun. And once you find it's a real gun, it means their entire defense was fabricated. It wasn't true. Automatically. There was no way that it could be a real gun and the defense was not fabricated. Those are impossible. Those are mutually inconsistent possibilities. And when I say possibilities, meaning alternatives. So, a person who starts a fight has a right to self-defense. Relli did not start this fight. The defendant started this fight. And he has to actually, in good faith, he's got to try to stop fighting, which he doesn't. He's the aggressor. Both incidents. And in no way is element 2 satisfied either. So you can play games debating how a self-defense claim that the defense is not even relying on doesn't apply to the case. But you know that. Their defense is, no question, it's prop gun. A person also cannot claim self-defense if they are the one that provokes a fight or quarrel with the intent to create an excuse to use force. And that's what happened here. Relli didn't even use any force. Basically, the defendant assaults him with a firearm because he's mad at him. Shoots at him again because either Relli said something or he's still angry. So, in the end, the statements, Terrell gave a lot of statements in this case. And about all the issues that matter, he was consistent. Now, they want to say, but wait a minute. He originally said it was 3 to 4 shots. And imagine for a second. Remember, he doesn't know in advance the defendant is going to shoot. So his memory, and you can all, it's not hard to imagine, you're in a situation where you believe you're fighting for your life. How do you know that Relli was fighting for his life? He's telling Wally he was fighting for his life. He's saying, the defendant tried to take him from his daughter. He believes at the time the defendant has fired 3 or 4 shots. And when he talks to Wally, he says 5 shots. That doesn't matter. That's not a question of credibility, and here's why. If Relli were making this up, and remember what they're saying. They're also saying that Relli had to have planted the 9mm casings, okay? And let's talk about that for a second, because it's important. They are saying, hey, listen, Relli was out here 2 weeks before this shooting, and we don't know that he went back home. So apparently, Relli planned this out in advance. He got 9mm casings from when he went target shooting, knowing that 2 weeks later the defendant would be upset with him, would text him repeatedly, and would assault him with a 9mm firearm, and he would have casings ready to put at the scene. But just to make it extra difficult, he's going to tell the cops, you know what, I got shot 3 or 4, there were 3 or 4 gunshots, but he's only going to turn in 2 casings. So remember, if he's making up this whole thing, which of course he isn't, he is certainly going to produce the amount of casings at the scene that he is saying happened. That's an irrefutable concept. And that's not what occurs. And the idea that somehow Relli is Nostradamus and knows all these things are going to happen. And let's look at what have had to have occurred. It's 10 p.m. on a Saturday night in Hollywood. Relli doesn't live here. We know from ASAP Lou, he can't go out and buy ammunition. He doesn't have a gun. So he certainly could not have, after this incident, bought a gun, fired the ammunition, and dumped it at the scene. So that means that he's carrying around 9mm casings just in case the defendant assaults him. It's absurd. Then they say, well, wait a minute. You know that it's made up because look at the magazine that's found at the defendant's house. And now we go back to ASAP Lou. Listen, ASAP Lou, Preslemic, he really covered it pretty accurately. He's a Swiss Army knife of assistants, advisors, security stuff. You need a personal assistant, lose your guy. You need someone to give you advice on security, lose your guy. You need someone to come over to stay for a search warrant, lose your guy. You need someone to help you get a prop gun, lose your guy. You need someone to get rid of that prop gun after an incident where that prop gun will prove you to be innocent, lose your guy. Lou's version of what happened is nearly impossible. What is that version? And this is really important because remember, we didn't find out about it at the time. So here's what we know. The evidence in this case that you have, and I confronted the witnesses, is that 12E testified that what he told the defense, what was in the statement we were given, was that the defendant decided to carry a prop gun because he had been the victim of home invasions and violence. Let's just look at that for a moment. Nothing about any particular incidents. And then he gets on the stand and he starts testifying about all these incidents, but he says, oh, well, I told them. I told them about it. I think I told them. I guess I don't know. These alleged incidents of prior violence. And supposedly there's a security person, just think about this for a moment, 12, he testifies that the defendant and he were stabbed at a club with a knife. That there's been a crazy stalker inside the defendant's house. That he's been the victim of other violence. And we're to believe that a security consultant said, hey, you know what you should do? You should carry a fake gun. Because individuals who are going to, and by the way, a home invasion, defense counsel, wait a minute, it's different when you're at your home. That's what 12 said. Those were his words, home invasions and violence. Someone comes in your home. How is a prop gun going to help you? How is a prop gun going to help you against anybody? As soon as you pull a prop gun on somebody, they are going to believe that that prop gun is real. And if they have their own weapon, out of necessity, they're going to have to fire back. It's not just bad advice, it's complete insanity and it's made up. But the situation here is even worse. Because remember, they're saying that Relli knew it was a prop gun from the start. If he knows it's a prop gun, then what is the use in Rocky pulling it out in the first place? It would have no value. Relli said, of course I didn't know it was a prop gun. It wasn't a prop gun. It shot me. But the idea, you don't even need Relli's testimony. The idea, they're the ones saying, their defense is, Relli knew it was a prop gun. He stands up and says, put that fake-ass gun away. You look at him in the second incident. Is he acting like that's a fake-ass gun? Is anyone acting like it's a fake-ass gun? Is the defendant acting like it's a fake-ass gun? Of course not, because it wasn't fake. And now let's look at Lou. Lou says, well, so here's what happened. Originally, we hear nothing about the circumstances of I went over to the house and we were going to go shooting. We don't hear any of that. All that he says, now he said, I might have told the defense, I might not have, I don't remember. I didn't get into particulars. Are you kidding me? It's the entire case. But all of a sudden, he gets on the stand and he says, for the first time, well, here's what happened. I was going to teach the defendant, we were going to go shooting at a gun range. So I brought my Glock 380, which does not use 9mm ammunition, and I brought my Smith & Wesson 9mm, which cannot use a Glock 9mm Glock 43 magazine. It won't fit. They don't even look anywhere the same, and that is from Lou. Look completely different. He says, he gets over to the house, and that's when he realizes for the first time, oh my God, I bought the wrong magazine for my Glock. Now, does it make sense that he felt a need to go out and buy a magazine for his gun, and then did not find out for some period of time, he wouldn't say where he bought it, when he bought it, and it was not for the right gun, but he made another mistake that he clearly wasn't aware of. I confronted him with the fact, he says, well, so I realized that when I was over there, I tried to put the 9mm, or the 380, I'm sorry, the 380 ammunition in, and it wouldn't fit. Okay. But why was it found loaded completely with 9mm ammunition? As soon as it didn't fit, he would stop. And after it's, well, I'm a fidgety dude. I'm a fidgety dude. So while I was drinking, I was fidgeting, just loading a gun, loading a magazine for a gun I don't have and the defendant doesn't have. They spent a lot of time telling you, well, wait a minute. That magazine is used. I asked Lou, isn't it true, Lou, that when you buy a gun, a new gun, most of the time they come with 2 magazines? Well, I don't know. I usually only buy 1. Well, it's interesting because he clearly went out and bought a second magazine for the 380, so not quite understanding what that means. But what is very clear, ladies and gentlemen, is here's what happened. Lou doesn't own a Glock 43. He's never had one registered, so he has no reason to have a magazine for a gun he doesn't own. The defendant doesn't have a Glock 43 magazine. He has no reason to have a Glock 43 magazine for a gun he doesn't own. However, there is evidence that suggests that the gun that was used in this crime was a Glock 43. Doesn't have to be, but it is consistent with the evidence. And what is clear is that the defendant got rid of the gun after the incident. Now, he says the gun he got rid of was a prop gun. That's not what the evidence shows. He got rid of that 9mm and the magazine that went with it. But he clearly forgot that in his closet was a second magazine for that gun. A magazine that clearly was not being used in that gun and very well might have been new because he was using the magazine that was in the gun when it was fired at Relli. So Lou's version is completely impeached, but it's even worse than that. So they apparently have this information. Twelvey and Lou have information about this prop gun that will completely prove that the defendant did not commit this crime. And when does it get turned over to prosecutors and police for the first time? January 20th, the day before this trial started. Now they say, oh no, but actually, we told them about it in August 16th or 17th of 2024. That's still almost 3 years after the incident occurred. Remember, ASAP Lou is at the house when the search warrant is served. He didn't even have to go to the police. All he has to do is say, hey, you know what? That magazine, that 9mm magazine, that's mine. By the way, it was a prop gun that he had. Nothing. You know why he didn't say it? Because he hadn't made up the defense yet. That's why. Do you know why Twelvey didn't say anything? Because he hadn't made up the defense yet. That's what the evidence shows. And then what happened? Literally on February 9th, the morning that Lou was going to testify, we are given information, oh, it turns out that Lou gave the gun to somebody in New York. And that's why they don't have the gun. Now remember, we're finding this out on what is basically the last day of the trial. We don't have the ability to get that person. But the defense, that's someone they've known about all along. Where is he to testify about this gun? They're saying we have to bring this person out here when there's no reason to believe that anything that person is going to say is true. But we're supposed to bring that person out here who we don't even know exists to prove that it's not a prop gun. I'm sorry, that it's not a prop gun when that's their witness. Do you not think for a moment that if that witness could have withstood cross-examination, they would have brought him out here? Of course they would have. And how do you know that any of this is true? Because you're instructed on it. So the defense spent a long time attacking me, primarily me, attacking Relli. Where is the instruction about evidence that I ended up fabricating? It says if the defendant tried to hide evidence or discourage someone from testifying against him, that conduct may show that he was aware of his guilt. What does that mean? That instruction is because the defendant, by his own, meaning the defense admission, through their witnesses, is that the defendant got rid of the prop gun. The piece of evidence that would demonstrate that he's innocent of these charges, that he got rid of that gun after the incident. The judge isn't going to give that instruction unless that instruction is something you can consider. Not going to do it. What does it say? If the defendant tried to hide evidence or discourage someone from testifying against him, that conduct may show that he was aware of his guilt. If you conclude that the defendant made such an attempt, it is up to you to decide its meaning and importance. However, evidence of such an attempt cannot prove guilt by itself. So in other words, just because the defendant got rid of the gun That's not enough to prove to you by itself that the defendant is guilty of these crimes. But when you put it with everything else, it is a huge piece of evidence. If someone other than the defendant tried to create false evidence, provide false testimony, or conceal or destroy evidence, that conduct may show the defendant was aware of his guilt. But only if the defendant was present and knew about that conduct, or if not present, authorized the other person's actions. Circumstantially, the evidence suggests that ASAP Lou and Twelby and Wally are not doing this on their own. The evidence, the direct evidence from Wally is that he talked to the defendant immediately afterwards, their conversation. The idea that ASAP Lou and ASAP Twelby were not having repeated conversations about this incident strains any even idea of reality. You all know that's not true. Of course they talked about it. Obviously, it's a huge incident that occurred. So that is an instruction you were given. It doesn't say anything about Relli. There's no instruction like that for Relli in this case. Flight. If the defendant fled immediately after the crime was committed, that conduct may show that he was aware of his guilt. What does that mean? After the incident, guys, the second incident, he takes off. If it is in fact, if it was simply a prop gun, why is he running? Why is Twelby running? Why are they getting out of there? Why are they getting rid of the gun? I mean, I'm trying to argue to you guys, why is the sky blue? And I hope that when you're listening to it, I hope you're all understanding this is not a complicated, complex case. In the end, the evidence in this case, almost all of it, it's not circumstantial. So the video is direct evidence. It's direct evidence of what happened. The testimony of the witnesses is direct evidence. Relli's statement on the call is direct evidence. The testimony, as incredible and unreliable as it is, of Wally, of Twelby, and of ASAP Lou is direct evidence. This is not a circumstantial evidence case. About the only circumstantial evidence in this case that you have that matters is circumstantially we have to prove that the defendant pointed the gun at Relli in the first incident because we don't have it on video. But we've got his gun being pulled out, we have his gun in front of him, and we have Relli in that position. We have him fighting with Relli right before and fighting with him right after. So the only reasonable interpretation of that circumstantial evidence is what you're seeing. Defendant's failure to call logical witnesses. This is really important. I've mentioned this before. Every argument that the defense made, the defense, and again, I'm not blaming Mr. Tacopina. The witnesses got up here and lied. Mr. Tacopina gets a statement from the witnesses. The witnesses say what they're going to say. He calls them. Mr. Tacopina does not vouch for his witnesses, meaning, just as we don't. We call witnesses, and those witnesses testify, and you evaluate them. However, it is certainly legitimate that all these individuals that the defense is saying, why didn't the people call them? Those are witnesses that they are saying we have to introduce to disprove their fabricated defense, which we don't have the ability to do because they control that evidence and information. They've got the prop gun, we don't.
84
they
years.
have these witnesses they don't tell us about, we don't. We have proven that this was not a prop gun in every way that we can. It defies common sense, it defies logic, and it defies all the other evidence that we can give. Now listen, I'm not blaming the defense for what they've come up with. When life gives you lemons, you make lemonade, okay? That's what they've tried to do. They have tried to take a case, and they got bad luck. Imagine, guys, for a second, if we didn't have those video cameras. Imagine what the defense would be. Well, you can't show anything happening. This is all made up. You got nothing. But we have the video. We have the gunshots. That's bad luck for the defendant. And again, that's the situation he made. That's his luck. Now, one of the things that's going to happen is you're going to go back there. And we talked a little bit about this before. Let's assume that somebody, when you go back there, starts saying, what if, isn't it possible that, could this have happened? You are not allowed to speculate outside the evidence. That also goes for things like, well, gosh, what if Rocky gets prison on this case? I don't want to go to prison. If any one of you feel that yourselves, you need to let the court know, I can't serve as a juror on this case. That's okay. Some of you during voir dire at points said, I don't know about certain things. And if you remember, the judge told different jurors, hey, listen, if at any point in time you cannot live up to your oath, let the judge know. If one of the rest of you decide, I'll give you an example. Let's say someone goes back there and they say, you know what, I really dislike DDA Lewin. I don't like him. I didn't like him when I saw him. He's obnoxious, etc. Whatever. If that is what you are basing your verdict on, it's improper. It's misconduct. If someone says, I'm never going to convict on a case because I don't like Lewin. If it's you and you can't get past it, you need to report yourself to the court. If it's someone else, they need to do it. We don't know if misconduct happens unless you let the court know about it. So if people, yourself, others are not living up to their responsibilities, you need to let everybody know. That goes the same for the celebrity issue, okay? The defendant should not be convicted because he's a celebrity. But he also should not be acquitted because he's a celebrity. He should not be acquitted because he's got a lovely family. He should not be acquitted because he's successful and wealthy. He should not be acquitted because he can go out there and entertain people and make millions of dollars. Those are factors I'm not just recommending, you're not allowed to consider those factors. All you're doing is you're going to weigh the evidence in this case and you're going to come to your decision. Reasonable doubt in this case. So, proof beyond a reasonable doubt is proof that leaves you with an abiding conviction that the charge is true. The evidence need not eliminate all possible doubt because everything in life is open to some possible or imaginary doubt. What does that mean? Well, it simply means that you're going back and you're going to look and you're going to say to yourselves, okay, here's the case that people presented. The people have presented evidence that
Stop whining.
used a real gun.
Stop whining.
Having proven that it was a real gun, not just from our case, but from the evidence that the defense put on as well. They've argued this is a prop gun. And when anybody goes back there and says, well, wait a minute, I don't like Relli, I don't find Relli credible. The problem is, what do you need to find Relli credible about? The evidence is they're admitting it's him. They're admitting it's a gun. They're admitting he fired it. They're admitting that's him at both locations. The only thing that they are really disputing is they're disputing that Rocky ever put the gun up to him in the first incident, which, by the way, once he pulls it out and he's pointing it and you can see it, he doesn't have to point it at him, but once that gun comes out in that situation, you can read the elements of 245. They've met it. The second incident is easy. He actually fires the gun. So where exactly is Relli's credibility? Where is it material? It isn't. They have put Relli on trial in this case because in the end, he is a very convenient target. Legally, it doesn't work. Commonsensically, it doesn't work, but that's what they've argued. You can come and should come to the conclusion in this case, beyond a reasonable doubt, based on the video and based on the defense in this case. But if you need Relli's credibility, the best evidence you have comes from Wally, their witness, and that tape. That's the only thing you need to listen to. Any testimony in court, that's in court. Everyone knows why we're in court. That is the one piece of evidence coming from the defense where there's no argument that Relli knew he was being taped. There's no argument that he had any incentive to be untruthful. And you listen to him and you know what he is saying is true. He is shocked. He is basically telling Wally, dude, I tried to get money for him. He didn't want to give me any money.
Oh!
Why'd you bring the boys in? He won't give me any money. He tried to kill me. He tried to shoot me. No question. By the way, Wally never mentions it's a prop gun because the defense had not been thought of yet. We started off in this case very early on. We started off with the situation with Boomer. And Boomer is a very important illustration of the difference between what's reasonable and what's possible. And as you remember, we know what happened. We know that the evidence demonstrated that Boomer was the one that got into the trash. And the evidence has demonstrated in this case, beyond any reasonable doubt whatsoever, that the defendant, Rakim Mayers, that on November 6th, 2021, that he committed these crimes. I'm going to end with this. We've done our job in this case. We have. We've put on more than enough evidence through our case, through the cross-examination of witnesses. We've done our job. I'm going to ask you all to do yours, whether you want to convict the defendant or not, based on the evidence. That's what you're compelled to do. Because we can't have individuals, you can't have it, deciding that because they're angry, or they're upset, or they've been disrespected, that they're going to be allowed to go out and shoot at people on the street on a busy Saturday night. We cannot have it. As you go back there, and I'm going to say this again, the first thing that I would ask you to do is to decide, was this a prop gun or not? And if you decide it is a prop gun, for those of you who do, you're going to have to get past all of the nonsensical evidence in this case. You need to ask yourselves, are you following the evidence? Are you following your head, or are you following your heart for whatever reason? Once you do that, the case is over, because that means the defense is fabricated. That means it was a real gun. That means you can't believe anything that was said by any of their witnesses. And that means that in the end, the defendant used a real firearm and committed these crimes. Again, as defense counsel stated, I want to thank you all for your time and for your attention. And I too want to thank Judge Arnold. It's not been an easy case. And I want to ask, to the best of your ability, when you go back there, you pretend that he's not ASAP Rocky. You pretend that he's just a guy named Rakim Mayers, and you treat him the way you would treat anybody else who was accused of these crimes with this evidence, and when you return a guilty verdict, that is not on you. That's on him, because that is what the evidence has demonstrated. Do not let anybody tell you that you own his conduct. He owns it. On November 6th, he made a very foolish decision, an illegal decision, a criminal decision, a decision that could have hurt individuals far worse than what happened. And it's your job and your responsibility to hold him accountable. Because if we're not going to hold privileged people accountable, who are we going to hold accountable? Again, thank you for your time and attention.
Okay, Michael, how was that not a Fifth Amendment violation? The defendant could have gone into the police and told them it was a prop gun. How was that not a Fifth Amendment violation?
That's interesting. Interesting.
I didn't have time to post this because I was too busy taking.
Yeah, I'm so upset that he's done. I was just getting into the rhythm.
Yeah, you think they're going to go home? I think the jury's going to want to go home, celebrate Valentine's Day, and come back.
I don't know. It's a tricky holiday.
Well,
It's
but
4
it's only 8
o'clock.
minutes.
It's not
It's
even
4,
4
right?
o'clock.
Yeah.
If they can get done by 6 and call it a
I don't know, but if the judge is going to
day.
let them deliberate, right? He said it was
That's
going
always
to be from.
that's always the problem. There's like a lot of courthouses, they button up at 5 and
Right,
staff's
right.
gone, bailiffs are gone, and they have to get approval to have people overtime.
Right. They have to get approval of people overtime. Plus, he told the jury they'd be finished at 4.
Yeah, well, they're going to be done. It's 4.
And Lewin said, "Oh, don't worry, you'll get a chance to deliberate. It's going to take them that long to get the evidence. It's going to take them half an hour to get the evidence."
I just couldn't believe. Eventually, the end of my notes just said retread, because he just kept saying he basically covered everything that Paulie P covered.
Right. I'm actually throwing my notes on the floor. Okay.
But in the Lewin style, so of course it made it much more important. And they both made this interesting comment about self-defense, right? And about hey, they can't have it both ways. They can't say it was a prop gun and that it was self-defense. Yeah, you can. It's called alternatives. You're basically telling the jury it was a prop gun. But if for somehow you believe it was a real gun, then there's self-defense here justifying the use. But it makes it sound like you jury members, you're just so stupid if you fall for that.
Right. And then you and I discussing this, me especially, as you know, I was on it with on Twitter. The fact that he kept bringing up Rihanna and the baby, and I kept objecting to that. I said that, and the judge told him not to do it again. He said, "But Your Honor, but don't do it again."
Yeah.
Okay.
No reread and the family.
And I don't know how that's not a and the judge is wrong on the burden shifting. I can tell you right now, because the prosecution did a lot of times. Why didn't they do this? Why didn't they do this? So I see Joe objected at the very end there. That's burden shifting. There's no doubt. And if you count them up, there's a lot of burden shifting. But let me ask you this, because you're on this. How is the prosecution saying that we can't prove to you definitively this was a firearm, not a motion for a judgment of acquittal?
I got you. I mean, to me, that was just, hold on.
Here we go.
The jury instruction on circumstantial evidence. It's jury instruction number 224. Jury instruction number 224 tells you everything you need to know about circumstantial evidence. There was some question about whether it was shown in its entirety. The entire jury instruction is in 224. Another thing I want to mention to you is I think it is very obvious that everyone at that table left it all out on the field. Everybody put out 150%. I think that's very evident. All right. I want to hopefully focus your duties by kind of summarizing something that both sides have mentioned to you. All right. The people have the burden to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the gun was real. If the people have not proven beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Mayers used a real 9mm, then the verdict is not guilty. If you do find that the evidence, excuse me, that the gun was real, then you look at the 5 elements that are listed for assault with a semi-automatic pistol. That's jury instruction 875. You have to decide whether those elements, all 5 elements, have been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. Then also you can consider the jury instructions on self-defense and the defense of others. You have that jury instruction as well. So I'm hoping that this assists you in kind of focusing how you deliberate. All right, I'm going to read the 2 final jury instructions. When I'm finished with this, I'm going to send you to where you're going to be deliberating.
Oh, he's going to let
You
them
won't be
deliberate, Michael.
deliberating in the jury deliberation room here for this court. You'll be deliberating in the deliberation room that is from my court, which is Department 115 on the 11th floor. So when I release you, I'd like you to go to the 11th floor and go to Department 115. Department 115, it's right there when you get off the elevators. And Alex will meet you up there. He'll escort you into the jury deliberation room. You can take all of your materials, you can set them down, and you can leave for the day. On Tuesday, you must be here by 9 a.m.
Not gonna let them
Jury
deliberate.
deliberations start at 9 a.m. And when you show up on Tuesday, you're to gather outside the courtroom doors of Department 115 on the 11th floor. Do you want to say something?
Yes.
Same thing?
If it's not too much of a problem, can we start at 9:30? If possible, if everyone's okay.
There's the lady with the kid issue.
Yeah, I mean, it's an issue.
Is that what you all want?
And I said to you, I think
Yeah, all right, 9:30.
that he's going to let him go home for Valentine's Day and come back.
Yeah, I don't know if
When you go to
Valentine's Day
jury
is
room,
the deciding
first thing
factor.
you should do is choose a foreperson. The foreperson should see to it that your discussions are carried on in an organized way and that everyone has a fair chance to be heard. It is your duty to talk with one another and to deliberate in the jury room. You should try to agree on a verdict if you can. Each of you must decide the case for yourself, but only after you have discussed the evidence with the other jurors. Do not hesitate to change your mind if you become convinced that you are wrong, but do not change your mind just because other jurors disagree with you. Keep an open mind and openly exchange your thoughts and ideas about this case. Stating your opinions too strongly at the beginning or immediately announcing how you plan to vote may interfere with an open discussion. Please treat one another courteously. Your role is to be an impartial judge of the facts, not to act as an advocate for one side or the other. As I told you at the beginning of the trial, do not talk about the case or about any of the people or any subject involved in it with anyone, including but not limited to your spouse or other family, or friends, spiritual leaders or advisors or therapists. You must discuss the case only in the jury room and only when all jurors are present. Do not discuss your deliberations with anyone. Do not communicate using social media during your deliberations. It is very important that you not use the internet in any way in connection with this case during your deliberations. During the trial, several items were received into evidence as exhibits. You may examine whatever exhibits you think will help you in your deliberations. These exhibits will be sent into the jury room when you begin to deliberate. I made arrangements for a screen, a projection screen, to be brought into the jury deliberation that's actually bigger than that. So if you want to review the videos, you'll be able to do that. We're going to need a clean computer, though,
Okay.
that they can use. You've got to connect the computer to the projector, which is connected to the screen. Mark, our audio visual guy, he can show you how to do that if necessary. If you need to communicate with me while you are deliberating, send a note through the bailiff signed by the foreperson or by one or more members of the jury. To have a complete record of this trial, it is important that you not communicate with me except by a written note. If you have questions, I will talk with the attorneys before I answer, so it may take some time. You should continue your deliberations while you wait for my answer. I will answer any questions in writing or orally here in open court. Do not reveal to me or anyone else how the vote stands on the question of guilt or issues in this case unless I ask you to do so. Your verdict on each count and the special finding of the firearm allegation must be unanimous. This means that to return a verdict, all of you must agree to it. Do not reach a decision by the flip of a coin or by any other similar act. It is not my role to tell you what your verdict should be. Do not take anything I said or did during the trial as an indication of what I think about the facts, the witnesses, or what your verdict should be. You must reach your verdict without any consideration of punishment. You'll be given verdict forms. As soon as all jurors have agreed on a verdict, the foreperson must date and sign the appropriate verdict forms and notify the bailiff. If you are able to reach a unanimous decision on only one of the charges,
The
fill
Karen
in
Reed
that
thing.
verdict form only and notify the bailiff. Return any unsigned verdict form. To the alternate
Obviously,
jurors.
Mass doesn't have that.
The jury will soon be deliberating, but you are still alternate jurors, and you are bound by my earlier instructions about your conduct. Do not talk about the case or about any of the people or any subject involved in it with anyone, not even your family or friends, and not even with each other. Do not have any contact with the deliberating jurors. Do not decide how you would vote if you were deliberating. Do not form or express an opinion about the issues in this case unless you are substituted in for one of the deliberating jurors. Will the clerk please swear the bailiff?
Yes, Your Honor. Please raise your right hand. Thank you. You solemnly state that you take charge of the jury and keep them together. You will not speak to them yourself, nor allow anyone else to speak to them on matters connected to this case, except by order of the court. When they have agreed on a verdict, you will return into court. Furthermore, if you take charge of the alternate jurors, keep them apart from the jury, whether delivering on cause, until otherwise instructed by the court, so help you God.
All right, the case is now yours. Alex is going to meet you on the 11th floor in front of Department 115. He will escort the 12 of you into the jury deliberation room. You can put your materials down, and then you can leave for the day. Remember, 9 o'clock Tuesday, 9:30 Tuesday, please be outside the courtroom doors, not here, Department 115 on the 11th floor. For the 4 alternates, I'd like you also to go up to the 11th floor now, and what I'm going to want you to do is to give Deputy Bennett your contact numbers. I assume you all have cell phones? All right, I'd like you to give Deputy Bennett your cell phone numbers so we can reach you in case we need you. And if we do call you, we're going to need you quickly. So while the jury is deliberating, you can be in the hallway, you can be in the jury assembly room downstairs, you can walk around, you can be in the cafeteria, but you have to be ready, willing, and able to come to the courtroom if you're summoned. All right, you folks are going to be excused now. Take all of your materials. Council needs to remain. We have a couple of council.
Your Honor, what should the alternates do with our materials?
Yeah. You can leave those, we have the chairs upstairs in Department 115. You can just find a spot and you can leave them there. Everybody take all of your transcripts, notes.
Okay, there's going to be some law in motion here, or
It's gonna be-
something.
Well, I mean, there's going to be a motion for the judgment of acquittal. I think on the issue of the word deliberate, I mean, quite frankly, I think there was Fifth Amendment violations. I do believe there's burden shifting, but I don't think the judge wants to take anything away from the jury. And that's where we are. At some point, I mean, this is ridiculous. And this whole thing, while I appreciate everybody staying on with us for Valentine's Day, obviously the jury is going to go home tonight for Valentine's Day. They're bringing everything up to the 11th floor. They have to put it all down, and then they get to go home. But did you hear them saying transcripts? I guess that was transcripts of the
calls. There were
Right.
which was great. They should have those, and
Right.
it's good to have them.
But to take everything with them,
Yeah.
all the notepads and everything else. So it's kind of interesting. Okay, here we go.
In the information, there are two aggravating factors that are listed. In the event that Mr. Mayers is found guilty, the aggravating factors that come into play. Obviously, if he's found not guilty, the aggravating factors have no relevance to anything. What I want to know is whether, if there is a conviction, how you want to deal with the two aggravating factors. What I mean is, you want the jury to make a finding as to whether they're true or not, or you want to let the court, me, at some time in the future, make that decision. What about, we'll wait. All right, in the event that the aggravating factors become relevant, you have a right to have this jury determine whether or not the aggravating factors are true. And they have to make that finding beyond a reasonable doubt. Either the jury can do it, or I can do it. Whether the jury does it or I do it, the standard of proof is proof beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, Mr. Tacopina has stated that I can make that decision rather than the jury having to make that decision. Do you understand that? Absolutely. Do you waive your right to have the jury make the decision and agree that I can make that decision in the near future, when it becomes necessary in the future? Join? Yes. All right, the next question is readback. If there is a readback, request for readback of testimony, what I want to know is whether both sides are willing to waive their presence and agree that the court reporter can go into the jury deliberation room and provide the readback of testimony. However, both sides will know what that readback is before it's ever provided.
I agree. We're fine with that as long as we're in agreement with what's going to be read to them.
Any communication from the jury, whether it's a request for readback or a question, will be given to both sides before any response is given to the jury. If there is a request for readback, all of you will know what the request is and will hammer out what readback will be provided.
With that, then we have no problem with the court will go back.
All right. Again, Mr. Mayers, you have a right to be present for the readback of testimony. What would happen is the readback of testimony would happen in open court. And you would be there, your lawyers would be there, the prosecutors would be there, and I would be there. In the alternative, you can waive your right to be present. So what would happen is, if there is a request for readback of testimony, the testimony would be provided, but it would be the court reporter going into the jury deliberation room and providing the readback, the testimony that is requested. And you won't be in there, your attorney won't be in there, the prosecutors won't be there, and neither will I. Do you understand? Do you waive your right to be present? Join?
Yes.
All right, the last thing is, I thought that 1 hour call would be appropriate, meaning that if the jury summons that they have reached a verdict, that the verdict would be read an hour after they have made that notice. Do you have any response? Do you think it needs to be more than that, less than that?
I mean, no, it should be fine. I mean, obviously, no, it should be fine.
Oh, that reminds me. Mr. Mayers, well, under the circumstances, Mr. Mayers needs to be here within 1 hour also.
Yeah.
All right. People, do you think 1 hour is sufficient?
That's fine.
If we could, an hour and a half would be easier, but if the court wants an hour.
Well, no, I can make it,
90 minutes would help us. I'm guessing.
I'm fine with that. I don't care. That's fine. If you want 90, that's fine.
all right, we'll do 90 minutes, and if everybody can gather before that, okay? But it'll be 90 minutes from the time that we're notified that there is a verdict. What I said to the jury, that all of you left it all in the field, I mean that. You all put out 150%. So you did your clients proud. All right, anything else to
We do have one.
Just one thing. So during the PowerPoint presentation by the people, they played the video from 1616 East Del Mar, and I can't be certain of this, but it appears to us that the sound of the first shot was played earlier on the video they showed to the jury than the one that they presented in People's Exhibit 15. So just before we leave here today, if we can just look at the PowerPoint presentation to confirm that the video was the same video admitted as People's Exhibit 15 would be fine. If the shot was actually moved, if they modified that video in some way, we'll have to figure out some type of remedy, but I just wanted to clear that before we break today. If that's okay.
Nothing was modified in any way, Your Honor. We took the videos that were submitted and used them as our. I do not believe that I need to sit down with counsel and go through. I think the court has shown in its authority in ruling that that is an insignificant issue. The court has seen the evidence that's been presented, so I'll leave it up to the court.
The jury has the exhibits. No, I'm going to deny that request.
Your Honor, it was evidence on it's not an insignificant issue as to whether or not the shot occurred before Relli went to Hills. It's a significant issue in this case. In fact, the people now aren't letting us look at it, particularly after they tried to present an exhibit of knuckles that weren't in evidence. It's disconcerting. The court's not going to let us look at it. It is what it is.
All right. I think that showing the exhibit of Relli's knuckles, I don't think that was intentional. It was an oversight. Mr. Lewin said it was an oversight. It was a mistake. We're all human beings. We make mistakes. The jury has the exhibits. The exhibits are what matters in this case, not the PowerPoint presentation. Where's Mr. Deputy?
There he is.
Oh, there you go. That's what. Did you want to bring anything up?
No.
Mr. Loman, anything?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Lewin?
No, just a reminder on the caption.
Yeah, I forgot that. Thank you. All right, well, that's the record.
That's a wrap. Thank you.
Well, it's one big kumbaya moment there. Everybody's applauding everybody's work. What do you think about the 90 minutes for Lewin? This guy's the closest guy. He's
his office is right there. I
right
mean,
there.
he's right there. His office is right there. I mean, it's he wants 90 minutes. I mean, can you imagine the jury sitting in there? They have a verdict. Knock, knock, knock.
Mm-hmm. Yep, and then cooling their heels for another freaking 90 minutes.
90 minutes. That's ridiculous. Quite frankly, I'm surprised it's an hour unless you have quote victims. Are they planning to bring Relli into the courtroom as a victim? Usually,
Yeah, could be.
Could be. They could be.
And it is LA, so but still, for the guy who's the closest to ask for the extra 30 minutes is a joke.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's an absolute ridiculous because they're going to be standing in the hall. You're in the hallway anyhow. You're waiting around. They just told the alternates to wait around, right?
Oh my
in the courthouse, right?
Yeah.
So they got to run around the court. They got to there's no place for them to
there's
go.
a cafeteria. There's
yeah, but there's really no place for them to lie down if they want to relax. I mean, they're going to be sitting on hard pews. I mean, and then there's a 90 minutes,
Yeah, I don't know why they don't see. The theory is, okay, we need an alternate. go pluck one out of the hallway or the cafeteria so we can save the travel time they might have to use to
Right.
get
But
here.
now,
I don't think that's fair to the alternates.
I don't
They
either.
already feel like they're getting screwed because, hey, we've
Right.
sat through this. We don't get to do a damn thing.
Right.
They should just say, get here as quickly as you can.
That's right. Exactly. I mean, get here. You're in LA County. Get here as quickly as you can, and then, there you go. I mean, plus, Lewin left the whole day. He knew that he was going to 4 o'clock. He knew. And now you and I said that. I said that this jury is going to go home. This judge is going to go home. They're going to celebrate their Valentine's Day there, right? And then they're going to come back Tuesday to.
I like your romantic streak there. I'm not so sure that Valentine's Day was a motivator. I think it was just like, it's Friday. It's the end of the day. Let's just, we're not going to resolve anything in the next hour if 5 is court closing time.
Yeah.
Let's just call it. But I like your romantic streak. I like
yeah. Well, it's.
How was your Valentine's dinner?
I have spent it with all of you, and I really thank all of you for spending it with us. How about this? They waive the right if there's a readback to go into the jury room and just have the court reporter do the readback. You normally like to bring them out. You'd like to see what the reaction is to the readback, what they're looking for, and all. But they waived that. They said no. The court reporter, whose name I think it was Kathy, can go in there. We waive the right to be there.
Yeah, I mean, they'll discuss it with the court ahead of time. They just won't do any answer for the jury. I'm sorry, they won't do the back and forth with the jury in open court. Sometimes they bring the jury in.
Right, they bring the jury in. Usually they bring the jury in.
They discuss it and say, the court would say, here's your question. I'm read that into the record.
Right.
And here's our official answer.
Right. But this you had to waive your right because he had a right, I guess, to watch whether it goes in the jury room or out, and they waived the right to. What do you think about that?
I don't know. I think it's a little unusual, but practical. In this case, where there is a little bit of travel issue, and if you're popping back in, and how long would they have to wait? Would it be another hour and a half to come in, reconvene?
Right. They have to go downstairs. Right. Yeah.
So maybe it's a practical decision.
Yeah. So maybe, and it also shows that he trusts them. He trusts the court reporter, obviously, and sometimes maybe they'll feel better, but obviously they may not know they're not allowed to ask the court reporter a question. There's going to be a bailiff's officer in there, right? There's going to be the court officer, the court clerk will have to go in
they'll
there.
have a transcript, and
they'll have a transcript of it, and they'll know. The attorneys will know in advance. I mean, what is
they'll know what's going in there. All the transcript will do is confirm that what they agreed to is what the jury was told.
What the jury was told. I don't know, Michael. I got a text. I got a text from somebody who I trust, who follows all these cases, and says, "And you guys tell me if you right." The text was, "What's going on? Why are people on Twitter saying ASAP is going to jail?" I don't see people saying that except for like maybe one person. But
yeah, I mean, maybe we're in an echo chamber here. Maybe only people who think that he is getting kind of a raw deal come here, and everybody else who thinks he's guilty is elsewhere. I don't think that's true. I think we have some reasonable people here who are weighing the evidence that they've seen.
Right.
But yeah, I mean, who knows? I had another couple of notes. Do we have time to share those, or should we just get the heck out of here?
Let's share them, and then we'll be out of here by probably 7:30. And yes, we'll be on an hour call Tuesday. Tuesday. Let's see what time is. So they'll be finished by 7 o'clock Tuesday, anyhow. Even with the verdict. So we'll be on an hour call Wednesday. Michael will be here covering the hour call because I'll be in New Jersey all day.
Yeah, Wednesday. This is going to be a distant memory.
I think so too. And by the way, one other thing. Did you see? And I pointed. The judge said, if you have a verdict on one but you can't decide another, tell me. Yeah. Unlike Karen Reed,
Judge Bev should have that. They just don't have that instruction in Massachusetts.
I've never seen a place without that instruction before.
I know.
Never.
I know. And she should have sua sponte. Just common sense would have asked her to do that, but she didn't. And we're going back April 1st. Right. If we can wade through all of there's so much paper flying back and forth.
Apparently, there's more motions filed by the state today.
Yeah, I can't keep up, and I just got an updated calendar, and it's already packed. So March 4th is still the full-throated motion to dismiss.
Yeah.
Okay, so let me ask you this: instruction 224, circumstantial evidence. This was obviously asked for, I'm guessing, by Joe, because we heard Lewin rely so heavily on, this is not a circumstantial evidence case. This is not a circumstantial evidence. It's direct evidence. And he talks about witnesses. True, direct evidence.
Right.
And he talked about some of the other elements, saying those are all direct evidence, all direct evidence. I have a feeling that Tacopina just wanted the jury to be reminded that there are two kinds of evidence. Don't necessarily take Lewin's pronouncement that there is no circumstantial evidence in this case as fact. Look
I
at
agree with you. I agree with you. I think you're absolutely right. I think you're absolutely right.
Then one other point. Excuse me. One other point.
No.
There's a point at which, in his closing, his rebuttal, Lewin threw up the picture. Lewin threw up the picture of the knuckles, and it immediately I thought, man, that's actually a brighter, clearer picture than we've seen, right?
Right.
And Joe Tacopina objected because that is not the one that's in evidence. And Lewin admitted, oh, you're right. And he found the one that's in evidence, which is not as good a picture. So I thought it was kind of a drop the ball on the prosecution for not having both of them in, or the better one in.
Well, maybe the better they couldn't. They probably were doing their own, upgrading of the picture to try to see pixels and all, and they couldn't validate it.
It's hard to tell.
But in California, normally the clerk has the evidence that's been marked.
Yes.
You have to go get it, even when you do your closing. You go get it. So I don't understand how that mistake can be made. But the judge said
I think he just took
great.
it from maybe his own pile, not from the pile of evidence.
Right.
And I don't say he was doing anything
the judge
improper,
said he didn't. I know,
but Joe caught it, and it just surprised me they didn't have that in evidence. Get both, get the best ones you can.
Yeah, I think it was highlighted. So that Bev Mills asked, "Would the judge said they'd be sequestered?" No, he did not.
No,
California,
not. That would be crazy.
Yeah, and it costs some money, and it's hard to get juries sequestered these days in California, because it costs so much money to sequester a jury. Sure. I mean, do you think, we all think that jurors kind of know what's happening, by the way, but as lawyers, but you never know.
Okay, here's something that came up that was surprising to me, and based on the charges as they exist. This is assault with a semi-automatic weapon, right?
Right. The
judge said, and this was interesting, the aggravating factors, should there be a conviction, they can be decided by the jury, they can be decided by the court. What do you want? And it was decided it's going to be the court. But I started thinking, okay, normally if you had assault with a deadly weapon, right, that could be a knife, that could be, if you're a boxer, it could be your hands registered as lethal weapons.
Right.
And then there might be an enhancement for a gun, right?
Firearm,
or an aggravating factor.
Right.
The aggravating factors, I guess, could be priors.
Right.
Because this is a charge that in and of itself includes the gun.
The gun, right.
So that's not an enhancement or an aggravating factor. So what else do you think would be the aggravating factors?
I know there's two of them. So that's what I was thinking too. And I went looking quickly because I see on the indictment and I don't see it. So there has to be.
I'll have to look at that, look at the code and see what the normal statutory aggravating factors are. But I'm guessing it's going to be priors. It's going to be a number of those
type of things, right? I don't know. It couldn't be two victims because there's only one victim, unless the state was charging that there was a danger to other people around. He said, Lewin did say that. He put you and I. He said you put you and I in danger is what he said.
Twice they talked about how somebody else could have been shot. Yeah, so that could be. I don't have to look at that.
So we'll have to find that. Yeah,
it's not age of the victim. It's not age of the defendant.
Right. You and I have to find out that over the weekend. The other thing is, you fought for years. Defense attorneys fought for years to have aggravating factors decided by a jury beyond a reasonable doubt. And interestingly enough, they said, no, we want the judge. So,
I wonder if that's as much a function of confidence in the defense case.
And confidence
they think it's never going to get to it. And exactly. Yeah. And also think about it this way. If a jury, and they certainly could, finds guilt, would you want to trust them with finding aggravated factors?
No.
In this case, I wouldn't either.
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. But it's got to be scary. This is going to be a weekend where, no one's going to sleep. Let's face it. No one's going to sleep. It's a tough weekend, except you and I, because we're exhausted.
I'll be fine. Yeah, I'll be fine. And then we'll deserve a little time off, as Missy will.
As Missy will. Thank
next week we'll work that out. Yeah. And the Monday, we'll do something Monday. I don't know if we're going to have a guest or if we'll have a pre-recorded show. But we'll have
I
something.
think it may be that pre-recorded show.
Or you
that
want to
we
do
did.
some? You want to run some of the arguments and
I think we
trial?
should just run the arguments in trial, let everyone catch up. 'Cause a lot of people have not caught up. You know, they're working all week, and Monday's a holiday for many people. But run the arguments in trial and hold the pre-recorded show. I mean, if it's not too old by the time we run it.
I can't
you know.
imagine what could possibly happen. You know, if we did just the last day plus some of the arguments. Some of the arguments.
Yeah. Yeah.
Definitely not all of them.
No,
Okay,
definitely not all of them.
we'll
Okay.
figure that out. But okay, well,
Thank you all. Thank
yes,
you all
thanks
for
to
following.
everybody.
Thank you,
Have a
Missy.
great Valentine's Day. What remains of it?
What remains of it. And again, thank you for spending it with us at Justice Served TV.
We appreciate that. Thank you, Missy and Dizzy this morning. Dizzy had the early shift. Helps get all of the things cut up for everybody. So I'm going to do this right today. I'm going to say I'm Michael Bryant. See you next time. In the meantime, try to do the right thing.
And I'm Linda Kenney Baden, and together we are Justice Served TV. And if you like us, please hit that like button, subscribe, share, and also hit the notify button. And we will see you Monday.